Constance tries it again, flips it up over the corner, and it flies for six. Siraj again, bowls to Constance, plays back and hammers him behind backward point. He's hit all of that. Delivers here, Constance makes room and slaps him past mid-off for four. Wow. Boomer to Constance. It continues. Bowls here and he takes him over mid-on. Gets plenty of that. Boomer delivers. Constance shows him the stumps again. Plays down a deep backward point with panache. What a shot. That is stunning, batting. Has one. He's coming back for two. Crowd roars in anticipation. It's a half century of seismic proportions for Sam Constance, who raises his bat to a sellout crowd. He has announced himself to a country. He has announced himself to the cricketing world.
19 years of age, Sam Constance got presented his bag of green. What we witnessed today will go down in folklore.
It was quite surreal, obviously, with the big crowd, biggest crowd I've ever played in, and I feel like the boys welcomed me. So I think for me, just having that freedom and just backing myself and just trying to bring the best version of each ball.
The arrival of Sam Constance in Test cricket becomes an immediate part of Boxing Day legends. The teenager's thoroughly thrilling display of modern hitting lights the imagination and fulfills Australia's desire to throw something different at Jasprit Bumrah. 7 runs coming from it.
Whoa.
Ooh, here we go. Constance and Coley. We'll just hold here. Constance and Coley have made contact in the middle of the pitch. Shoulder to shoulder stuff, literally.
Yeah.
The umpires are involved. Umpire comes straight up to the pair.
Yeah, it was on.
It
was Virat Kohli walked into him.
Unnecessary, absolutely unnecessary. I would imagine the match referee will look at it closely.
Unnecessary, you said, like intimidating the young kid for no reason.
Really poor by Virat Kohli. He should be in trouble for that, and if he's not in trouble for that, I think we've got a lot of questions to ask about the way this game's officiated. You cannot have a player deviate from their line like that and charge an opposition player, charge into them. He should be suspended.
I was just doing my gloves and I think he accidentally bumped me, but I think that's just cricket, just the tension.
Virat Kohli has been fined 20% of his match fee and had one demerit point for shoulder charging Aussie debutant Sam Constance.
Virat Kohli avoids suspension for his brazen physical confrontation with the new opener. The match referee imposing a fine of 20% of his match fee rather than banning the Indian great from the Sydney Test and risking an international incident. Bowls to Khawaja, back of a length through the court, and that'll be a boundary, and indeed he's 50. Bumrah around the wicket to Khawaja, who pulls straight to mid-wicket. Shockingly soft dismissal. Khawaja can't believe what he's just done.
He's Q-ended that straight to mid-wicket. He cannot believe it.
It's 50 for Marnus Labuschagne, his second half century of the series. Bowls here, using his feet straight to mid-off, and it's taken! Labuschagne places it straight to Virat Kohli at mid-off. Bowls to head, is bowled! He shouldered arms and lost the off-bail. Bumrah rouses the Indians in attendance. The danger man goes without scoring. Last ball of Bumrah's over. Marsh swings across the line. He's nicked it clear to parts. Horrible dismissal. Marsh goes for 4. Smith's on 49. He runs the ball to deep point and collects a half century. Another here at the MCG for Steve Smith.
I think Australia will be happy with their day. India will be happy with the fact they fought back after Australia were 2 down in that last session and could well have got through the stumps 2 or 3 down.
And Australia establishes a promising position through an entertaining day's cricket. The responsibility to take full toll now falls to Steve Smith to drive home an imposing total. This is day 2 from the MCG on SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
It is Builders Cricket's great day, Boxing Day, and it was every bit of that yesterday. We played for 6.5 hours, but it was the first 90 minutes that has everybody around the country talking about what cricket is now and what it might be in the future and the power of a teenager. It was a happening. It was a happening that will be spoken about for years to come. And it was something to behold and something to savour and something to analyse. So as we gather on day 2 at the MCG, Australia will resume at 6 for 311 on SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Gerard Whateley with you, Damien Fleming. Good morning.
Morning, Gerard. Morning, listeners.
Simon Katich, hello.
Good morning, Gerard, Flam and all our listeners.
It's Test Cricket, but not what it used to be, Simon.
It's Test cricket on steroids, that's for sure. And there's a new V. That V is not in front of the wicket anymore between mid-off and mid-on against the new cherry. It's behind the behind V over the keeper and the slips and opening up new scoring avenues and making sure the opposition captain has something to think about where he sets the field.
And the bowlers. It throws the bowlers off. You just want to get batsmen down one end, work them over and then bowl your variation. But when there's... Even by missing a ramp, it puts it on the bowler. Going, what if I bowl there again? What's going to happen? Do I go full or wide or whatever? But I watched the highlights of Constas's innings again. Well, I did it twice. It was just astonishing. Never seen anything like it before in Test cricket.
Yeah. So ramping and scooping and lapping and driving and slapping and hooking and heaving.
Yeah. And then I reflected on the more traditional shots, like the cover drive, but even that was advancing. I mean, wow, he's got a good technique when he smashed it through the covers. And then the pull and hook shot, you think a player like that might be in a bit of trouble, but no, he gets in a good position to go there. He's going to cop a lot more bounces and 2 out, but it's almost like... Yes, he's got the innovative T20 shots, but he's got power in the traditional batting strokes as well.
That was the bit that caught me off guard. I was super excited by a teenager in the Australian team. I felt like it was exactly what the team itself needed and certainly public facing. It's what the public had been crying out for. And every other sport does it lightly, but cricket does it really heavily. It's a grave decision to put a teenager in, which is why it's so rare. But what I didn't realise, it was like the Trojan horse. I didn't think he was going to play like that. No. You could give me 100 guesses how yesterday would go. I've seen a lot of him in Test cricket and just the one BBL innings. I didn't realise he was going to bring that to Test cricket.
Yeah, but it sounds like he wasn't totally convinced he was going to bring it because people that have watched him in Sheffield Shield cricket, he certainly didn't do that. When he was setting up in the first session, the Prime Minister's 11, as the game advanced, he was lapping and the Indian fielders were laughing, but not in the first 3 overs. But it's brave. It's problem-solving to a degree. They had a record player misses in the first 2 overs since the data's been done since 2006. So you're under the pump. What do? How do you put it back on the bowler? Or how about I play a few of these shots I do in the Big Bash? And it sounds like he didn't go overboard at training, even practicing these shots. So I'll give it a go in a game. And it was, as I said again, just exhilarating batting. And then Jasprit Bumrah's getting a wicket every 11 runs in this series. He went for 34 runs in his first spell. He arguably the greatest touring fast bowler we've ever seen, had no answers.
They were rattled, absolutely rattled. And I think what we saw afterwards, and we'll hear it later from Marnus, is the fact that the rest of the Australian batting order were able to relax because there was so much pressure on India because the score had rattled along so quickly, much like what had happened when David Warner was opening innings over the last decade or so. So that in itself changed the whole complexion of that first session yesterday because then the rest were able to just go out there and play and know that they already had 100 runs in the bank.
Yeah, and it showed just the Warner reference that ideally you do have one of your top 3 that can score at least a 50-over clip. That is the modern-day Test match cricket in most nations, and I think we lost that with Warner retiring, McSweeney coming in. We had 3 dour batsmen in the top 3 that if you're bowling, you could pretty much bowl the same line and length, and they're sweating on any bad ball. But, you're obviously not aiming to bowl a bad ball, but then you put in a Constance like a Warner, Saywag, a Chris Gale, it can make it easier for the batsman at the other end. And then Rohit Sharma seemed to go defensive for Constance, but he also seemed to go defensive to Usman.
Totally lost his way, didn't he?
No, you need to bring it in to Usman. You need to have your catches. You need to encourage the cover drive. But it was like both were going. The fields were set for 2 batsmen going hard.
So the public debates selection of the Australian team, perhaps like no other genre in sport, which is great. But a moment of
kudos and salute here to make this adjustment mid-series with it locked at 1-1 and to rationalise and to recognise we have to throw something different at Bumrah and then to utilise a teenager to do it. It's a huge selection triumph, I think.
Yeah, it was a brave decision on both fronts because they would have discussed this at the start of the series because there was talk around who was going to fill that hole at the top of the order, given that Steve Smith was moving down to occupy number 4 again with Cameron Green out injured. So his name would have been mentioned at the start. He obviously played in the A game and there was that shootout.
Definitely.
McSweeney won the shootout. And then the way it's unfolded, to do it 1-1 here at the MCG Boxing Day and then to allow him to play the way he did and give him the freedom. And they probably didn't realise it was going to unfold the way it did yesterday, but they'd be sitting back pretty content knowing that the rationale for it all ended up playing out in the middle, and that's all you can ask for when you make those decisions, is that hopefully someone goes out there with the freedom and bravery to execute the plan that's been hatched off the field.
Yeah, I thought the McSweeney selection was speculative. Not a big career as an opener. I just thought he was a middle order player. I haven't changed my view there. And he seems like a really good kid. He was great in the field, loved his temperament, loved what he did when he went back to the BBL. Let's hope he just scores a mountain of runs and he slots in at number 3 or 4 down the track. He'll be better from the run. And all these great players, they all get dropped, but it's how they come back. Whereas Constas is an opening batsman. Yes, I probably wouldn't mind 2 years of Shield cricket of punching out those runs, but he's in form, he's confident, knowing his personality. They must know his personality too, that, it's not a normal 19-year-old. He's full of confidence. The way he played in the under-19s, they would have had a good check of him there. And it's worked. And it wouldn't have bothered me if he'd had a McSweeney, a few runs but missing out. You got him in. We go to Sri Lanka. I heard he plays spin pretty well. 3 against the West Indies, and you hit the Ashes. So, good selection. I didn't mind McSweeney getting dropped. You've had 3 test opportunities to get runs. But still with that, I'm still astonished on what we saw yesterday.
So the broader, the unanswerable is what will Test cricket look like when Constas's generation populates the entire setup. So he's a 19-year-old, so in 20 years' time, that they will have shaped cricket. How are they going to shape cricket? And what are the generations above, those who are coaching, those who are spectating, those who are commentating? It's sort of a moment in time to go, okay, so do we empower this? Do we go with it? Do we question it? I was corresponding with a coach this morning who said, the young kids coming through, the defence is the weakest part of their game. So why would you play to your weakness when you've got that as your counter-attacking strength? And maybe Test cricket is in the process of changing, and yesterday was the vault moment that we'll look back on and go, okay, so where we ended up in 20 years' time, you can date that back almost to yesterday.
Yeah, I think there'll be times where what we saw yesterday will be appropriate, and that will be generally earlier in a test match or in certain conditions like here where you can trust the pace and bounce. But there's going to be times, I'm convinced, that you can't play like that all the time, because otherwise people would have been doing it for 100 years. And to play that way, there's high risk involved. And we saw it because his first couple that he tried to execute missed, and if he'd feathered one or got out playing that, everyone would have been up in arms, and we would have been for sure, because it's the first morning of a test and it's high-risk cricket. He got away with it, and then when he got going, you saw the benefit of putting the bowler under pressure, and that's the risk-reward with batting. There's times where you have to absorb, and the conditions will dictate that, but then there's other times where the conditions are in your favour and you can put pressure back on the bowler, and that's what we saw yesterday. Although saying that, it was tricky conditions early for him to be doing it. It's just that the balls that he did it to were in his favour. They were genuine half volleys that he probably could have played conventional shots to, but because they were so full, they were much easier to ramp. I don't think it's a coincidence the ones he missed were balls that were going around the top of the stumps or just over. They were good length balls, whereas the 2 he got away early in that over for 4 and 6, they were genuine half volleys.
Yeah, I'd like to ask him. It sounds like the in-swingers knocked him over a fair bit, under 19 level Sheffield Shield. They would have done their research, and the 3 or 4 he got going were an in-swinger full length. So that's a good tactic, that a weakness then becomes a strength, and then you go back to short of a length, and then he can charge and he can bang. I'd be. I'm a bit pessimistic that'll be the future going forward for everybody, just purely because of pitches. Now, Bazball works on 50-over pitches. That last English tour was the flattest pitches I've seen. But we've seen Bazball fall down in spinning conditions in the subcontinent where it goes up and down, and in New Zealand where the ball swings around. So it'll be that blend that they've actually got this shot selection, but the beauty that there won't be a change tactically in Test cricket because it's always been about gelling your skills against the pitch conditions, against what the bowler's doing and what the match situation dictates. So that won't change, but with scoring rates may go up for every nation. The excitement levels are going to go up for nation, and the bowlers will have to upskill. If it is day 2 and day 3 and it's flat, and every batsman's playing like Constas.
Yeah. So I was watching this morning as our conversations were happening, just the text feedback that's coming through from coaches at junior level, from coaches at schools. In the nets, kids are playing ramp shots all the time. All the time. And it reminds me of when the reverse sweep came in, it was a shocking way to get out. And really, there was no more scorn you could draw than getting out reverse sweeping. Yeah.
World Cup final.
But as things progress, it becomes a skillful and legitimate shot where the reward far outweighs the risk in the same way that driving. You can nick off driving and you could top edge a reverse sweep. Is the ramp and the scoop and...
If they practice that as much as their forward defence, then it's not a risk, is it? Like Andy Flower, he used to terrorise me, 45 on the offside, used to just be able to fall asleep. They'd just open up the face and you're there to stop, cut off the one. No, he's hitting it at you 200 miles an hour and it's spinning on the second spin, and leave me alone, Andy. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But for him, it was not a risk. And more that they play these shots, they're less risky.
And it just comes down to execution. End of the day, that's what they've practiced. And if you execute, it's the right shot. And we talk about Marnus Labuschagne's dismissal. There's nothing wrong with him playing that shot straight after a drink spray. He just didn't execute it. He got too close to the pitch of the ball. He was trying to hit it straight. It was the right option. He just got too close to it and unfortunately hit it too flat. If he gets under that by a foot, it's 4. So it always comes down to executing the shot as well as you can.
But it's interesting, the other side is 2 or 3 dismissals that way.
Yes.
And in the Australian, you can hide at state cricket, even BBL, but with Australia, we know there's always 1 or 2 players that are under the pump, particularly if you're winning. We want to at least see a change. It's boring. You get out 3 times in a row playing a ramp, opening the batting. Can you handle that pressure?
Yes. And what will the external commentary be like? And I think we'll go through a generation of challenge.
Yeah.
It'll look horrible to us, but within the setup and what they're doing, they'll just wear that in the same way they will wear nicking off from driving. So you make your choices, and once you make your calculated choices...
We'll see a change in our commentary too.
Yeah, I think we will. And that's what yesterday represents. And not just for all of us active, but for everyone who was here and for everyone listening and watching at home as well. Our pre-matches for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. 6 for 311. I really like Australia's position in this game, I must say, particularly with the way the weather is presenting today and it's overcast. There were far too many overs of spin bowled yesterday for what the MCG is. It struck me that maybe the scouting of India was old. This MCG pitch is a seamer's pitch. I reckon they miscalculated their selection and their execution on the day. And I could be wrong, but I have a hunch Australia will bowl so well on this pitch.
Yeah, Australia are in a very good position, I think. And even if they do get knocked over for 350 this morning, I think they'll definitely be trying to get to the 400 plus. They'll believe they can with 4 more partnerships, particularly if Smith is out there for all of those 4 partnerships. Given the way he batted yesterday and the form that he looks in, because I thought he played beautifully yesterday. It was like the old Steve Smith. It was fluent. I mean, hitting a pull shot 6, that to me is a great sign that he's picking up the length quickly, because we hadn't seen that for a while. But in terms of, how Australia will bowl on this, and the other thing that's going to stand out is the height of our bowlers. We saw a number of balls really rear yesterday and bounce, particularly Alex Carey's dismissal, and there was a few earlier in the day that Marnus Labuschagne sort of tried to fend at up near chest region that was sort of just balls that were bashed into the wicket, back of a length, bit of climb. I think that'll be highlighted with the Australian quicks with the extra height, particularly of Cummins and Stark.
Yeah, you could see the batsmen were really surprised. I think they'd faced numerous balls on that short of a length that had played around hip height. It wasn't the bounces pitch, but the odd one, like you're saying, would go 30 or 40 centimetres more. And we've said it before, our bowlers all release over 200 centimetres. None of the Indian bowlers do. Even Deep, who bowled really well again yesterday, he's more a skiddy type bowler. Bumrah's over the top. Siraj. No, I'd set up, Australia will be looking, well, hopefully a Stephen Smith 100, but just even more momentum with runs. It's going to be massive at the back end. Good bowling conditions, early 20s, cloud, cover, the Kookaburra ball, bigger seam, extra lacquer. Stark and Cummins in amazing form. And isn't it amazing how much we pump up Scott Boland? He isn't even a regular player.
Yes.
Isn't it? Every Australian that's gone to bolo ahead of Stark and Cummins at his home ground. And Lyon will be able to find a way as well. So, no, this is a big day for the series.
The pitch report for Charisma potatoes. Start cooking with Charisma potatoes with 25% less carbs. In all of our other conversations, we'll talk about the Kohli fine rather than a suspension with Pete and Bharat as we work our way through our pre-match. Just Mitch Marsh. So there's a lot of good for Australia yesterday. The top four all make 50. You'd like one of them to go on and make a century, so perhaps that's Steve Smith's lot today. But just Marsh's place in the series at the moment, Simon, and you've had a really acute eye for this as it's progressed.
Yeah, I think from the start of the series, I mean, obviously got runs in that second innings. I think he got 40-odd in Perth, and that was probably a settler for him because he'd missed out in the first innings. But then since then, the way he got out in Adelaide, it was sort of... it was just, he looked half asleep. I think I said it at the time. He just hasn't looked sharp enough. And that's probably the worrying sign because in the last 12 months, when he got back in the team, there was that real energy about him because he was treating it as a bonus. He went out there and he played much like Sam Constas did yesterday. He played like he had nothing to lose. We're not seeing that from him at the moment, particularly with the bat. And we're not seeing much from him with the ball. And that's probably been why there's question marks over him in this team because, as soon as Josh Hazlewood goes down in Brisbane and they're a bowler down in seam-friendly conditions and then he bowls 2 overs in the day and Mitch Stark and Pat Cummins have to shoulder the bulk of the load, given the conditions, you have to ask questions around that because the young kid that's waiting, Bo Webster, he's played unbelievable cricket for Tassie, and not just for one season. He's done it for a couple of years now, and he's basically broken a record that stood the test of time in the Sheffield Shield. I mean, that's no mean feat to make over 900 runs in the Shield season and take over 30 wickets. That's some serious cricket we're talking about. Good cricketer. He's waiting in the wings, so there's no givens in playing for Australia. Just because you've had a good 12 months prior, it's all about current form with runs and wickets and being able to look like you're fit. So that's the question for him at the moment. How much does he want it?
Yeah, there's not many positions where we have options. Opening batsmen, we were scrambling. Even fast bowling, there's not a lot in that 25 age group or down. Spin, I think we're okay, but there'll be a decrease in the output once Nathan Lyon finishes. But all-rounders, Cam Green will come back from injury, and we've got Bo Webster. So Marsh's spot is under the pump because we all want a batter that can at least bowl 8 to 10 overs. And at his peak as a test bowler, mate, he bowled fast outswingers. Signs were good in his first spell in Perth, and it's been a massive decline since then. And then backing up what Simon said, that freedom of in Headingley, this is a bonus test match, but his footwork looked as quick as I'd ever seen it. And it carried on last year. He was a leading run scorer last year, whereas he does look a bit sleepy. So he needs runs in the second innings, let's be honest. And, he has to bowl. If he's not bowling, then he's got to be picked as a pure batter. Not enough runs.
Yep. So it's the short-term question for Sydney, and then the longer-term is when Cam Green returns. I think it's going to be a redundant conversation whether they play in the same team again. He'll just take Marsh's place as matters present right now. Our pre-matches for the 7-seed Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. See you two as the morning unfolds. Damien, Fleming and Simon Katich get us underway. Peter Lawler, Bharat, Sundaresan coming up. We're going to hear from Marnus Labuschagne next. Nick Hockley will join us on morning 2 of the Boxing Day Test. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
G'day there, resurfacing works for the Westgate Bridge upslope inbound. Just 2 lanes open, speeds down to 40. That, of course, redundant. Delays back to Millers Road. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. The festive season can be unpredictable, especially on the road. Please drive carefully when you make your way home from celebrations. When the festivities are over, lucky you're with Amy. And the Strikers take on the Hurricanes in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Springvale Homemaker Centre's Boxing Day sales are on now. Save big at Australia's largest home and lifestyle destination. Visit springvalehomemakercentre.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Uncomfortable and struggling to stay cool this summer? Beat the Aussie heat with Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. Whether you're indoors or outdoors, trust Dynabreeze to keep you cool and comfortable on the hottest days. Great for the workshop, home gym or patio. Dynabreeze fans are engineered to withstand the toughest conditions and are backed by an industry-leading 3-year factory warranty for that peace of mind. Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. Get yours now at Bunnings and leading hardware stores.
If you can't live without Netflix,
Can't live without Netflix.
then you can't live without the AGL Netflix electricity plan. With Netflix included for the life of your plan. So you'll never miss great Netflix shows like Bridgerton, Avatar The Last Airbender and Emily in Paris. Join AGL's Netflix electricity plan today. AGL Netflix plan includes Netflix standard with ads with upgrade tiers at an extra cost. T's and C's apply. Fact sheets containing key details of our plans are available at agl.com.au/VEFS. For clear advice on the right plan for you, contact AGL on 131245.
Robot Building Supplies is a family-run business and understands the value of being home with the family.
Robots got it.
That's why they have supplies to help you build a man cave, a kid's game room, a tool shed.
Robots got it.
Helping build family time and man caves since 1946.
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingSupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
The Worksite Portaloo.
Okay.
The perfect place to save money on your business insurance.
$400!
Because at bizcover.com.au you can compare, save and get covered in minutes. For on-the-go cover,
Go BizCover.
Get your garage or workspace under control with Racket. Heavy-duty modular shelving. They make tough storage easy. Just measure out your space, customise the system to suit your needs using Racket's online planner and add it straight to your Bunnings shopping cart. Racket. Built easy, built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
So, you're going to study sport at Deakin?
Study sport? Nah, I'm going to grow sport.
Australia's done it. Another gold on the Olympic stage.
Lead sport.
All right, good hustle, squad. Give me one more quarter.
inspire sport.
Go!
Think beyond the field. Search Deakin Sport.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently somewhere between Burke and Broken Hill. Leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Sharon. Oh, look, I'm in a bit of a pickle. I could really use your Hilux. I was cruising across the Simpson Desert in my ute when its GPS system just cucked it. It says I'm in Guam, which I am not. Hoping you can come and help me. I'm next to some sand. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
In any game of cricket, short form or test match, walk away with figures of 4 for 3 and it's a mighty good day. It's the same at Tyre Power.
During the big December deal sale, buy 3, get 1 free on selected Toyo passenger and SUV tyres.
Find your local Aussie-owned independent Tyre Power store at tyrepower.com.au.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The pre-match show for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles. Tilers save with Beaumont's. No need for a third umpire.
Cool morning in Melbourne, heavily overcast at the MCG. Australia to resume at 6 for 311 on SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. We're touching base here inside the Australian camp. Simon Katich has gone downstairs to join Adam Collins. This is for Smarter Lights. Marnus Labuschagne, top scorer. He's the high bat so far with 72. He's downstairs with us.
Labuschagne, thanks for joining us on SEN Test Cricket. What an experience yesterday. Over 87,000 people here at the MCG.
Yeah, it was amazing experience, and obviously Sam lit it up to start, so it was, I wouldn't say we were relaxed watching up there, but it was great fun.
You personally, you talked about being more proactive after the first Test match. Was that the genesis of your making it to 72 yesterday, energy at the middle?
Yeah, I think, there was a bit in the wicket, and we're sort of on the front foot, so it sort of helped guide you in the right direction, sort of going out there going, look, I'm going to, show intent in my own way. And I think, obviously Sam did a great job doing it his way, and I think it just sort of sparked that own thought in your own mind about doing it your way. And for me, it's moving around the crease, trying to get more balls in my scoring areas, and trying to put the bowlers under pressure by not letting them bowl back-to-back balls in the same area.
I'm sure you've gone over your dismissal about 1,000 times in your head overnight, given that it was an innings that promised to take you to three figures. Just talk us through what you were trying to do and what fell short with the execution.
I was just, Steve and I realised that, even with that old ball, the wicket that was really tough to score off the quicks, and with the spin on, it was an opportunity for us to put a bit more pressure on them. And that's really what we're looking to do. I had the feeling he was going to toss it up that ball, so I was... I probably should have just tried to hit it dead straight rather than try to go over mid-off. But, I absolutely smoked it. I just got a bit too close to it. But, there's lots of other probably options I could have taken. I could have gone back to the reverse sweep there. But, yeah, it was just about trying to put him under the pressure and, continuing to try and score off the spin, because, obviously, once that ball got a bit old, the ball kept sitting in the wicket a bit more, and it was really tough to drive, and you weren't getting many options to score against the quicks.
You're sitting there batting at three behind the young kid Sam Constas, and he's playing ramp shots to Jasprit Bumrah. Run us through what you were thinking when you were watching that unfold.
I actually was probably doing better than Steve. He was having a heart attack up there. We had to call the doctor because his heart was about 180 beats per minute. So, it was amazing to watch. You just love it seeing young kids come out and play with that freedom and that mentality to not even... they don't have the scars or they don't have the history. They can just go out there and come play with their freedom, play their method. And, he's obviously got so many of those skills in his golf bag, so he's able to just whip them out. And it certainly changed the dynamic of the day. I think to put Bumrah under pressure in that first bit, it allowed the rest of us to come in and almost feed off that and be able to go, okay, what are we going to do? And, I was sitting up there and saying to Smudge, I was like, we really got to question our method here, don't we? And I think Smudge at one stage is like, I'm going to hand my resignation. I'm done. No, the game's gone. This is outrageous. So, but it certainly, and there's some really good trains of thought up there from us. Even sitting there watching, going seeing him do it his way, and I think it just sparks that own thought in your mind about. How do you best put the ball under pressure, and what does that look like for you as an individual? And I probably took a little bit from that and just took it out there and sort of tried to do it my own way.
And after the first test in Perth, you'd copped a fair bit of criticism, probably the first time in your career that you've experienced that. How have you found that and dealt with it since?
I wouldn't say the first. I think early on in my career, before before Lords, there was definitely a lot of criticism, but as a player, and you have to be able to deal with it, and that's part of being a cricketer. If you want to play for Australia for a long time, you're going to have to find a way out of performance slumps, and I don't feel like I was particularly batting very well in Perth, so I was very clear around, I don't really like where I'm at or how I'm playing, so it was just about, how am I going to find a way to succeed? And I think I've always, I've always said to myself that it's not about how I'm batting, it's about scoring runs. And I've always got to find a way, and that's one thing I've sort of tried to make very clear to myself and to other people. Form is irrelevant. It's about finding a way to score runs. everyone can score 100 or bat amazing on their good day, but it's about finding when you're not batting at your best, how you're going to score runs still, and which is something that I've been able to find in the last few games.
And is that something you drive, or is it something that you have your coaches, whether it's Neil DaCosta or Andrew McDonald or the coaches here, Michael DiVenuto, do they sort of suggest things to you to look at, or is it something you drive within that you know how you're feeling?
No, I think I certainly think they're driving more the intense stuff and okay, well, like how are you going to score, what are we going to do? And I'm probably more on the technical side of my own head, where I want my technique to be out, what feels good. But yesterday, I think, once again, it just shows you when you get into that headspace as a player where you're thinking at the other end, not at your own end, that's when I'm playing at my best. And yesterday was a good example. For me, just all I was doing was thinking about what the bowler's doing, and then was going from there about, if I was out of my crease or if I was sitting deep in my crease or if I was going to walk at the bowler, and then sort of just trying to get a feel of what he was going to bowl. If I thought he was going to go full, then, I was going to walk at him and see if he over pitches and I could score on the leg side, or if I thought, well, he bowled that one full, I'm going to actually, move my guard back and sit deep and see if I can get a one off the back foot. So, and like I said, I've always said that. If I'm playing at my best, I'm always thinking about what the bowler's doing, not what I'm doing.
Last question, any chat around the dinner table last night around the shoulder charge and the one demerit point for Virat Kohli?
I don't actually see the fine. There was a hint of a chicken wing there. That's getting a week in the NRL, I reckon. But mate, it is what it is. It's a little bit of passion and emotion. Like I said, the drama in this series is what brings 90,000 people to the MCG, and that's what we like to see. And, Sam held his own. A little shoulder check. He is 6'3" or something. So, look, it is what it is. And once again, that's not for us to deal with. It's for the match officials and the people above board. But, yeah, like you said, there's definitely a bit of something in there, wasn't it?
Man, it's great stuff. Thanks for joining us today. Best of luck.
My pleasure. Thank you very much, guys.
That's getting a week in the NRL. Just a little fine in a cricket context, which we will debate with Peter Lalor and Bharat Sundaresan before play gets underway. Marnus Labuschagne there. Thanks to Smarter-Lite, 80% less energy and carbon usage. Battery-free, always compliant. Huge savings. Smarter-Lite environmental exit signs. 6 for 311. Smith is on 68. Cummins is on 8 when play resumes at the MCG. 10:30 is the first ball of the day's play. Nick Hockley, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, is about to join us on our pre-match for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for tilers.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
G'day there, it's a shambles on the West Gate. Nothing but brake lights from Millers Road to the top of the bridge heading inbound thanks to works. Just 2 lanes getting by and of course speeds down to 40 in those lanes. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. Absolutely everything is on sale at Freedom. Get up to 40% off store-wide, plus for a limited time get free delivery only at Freedom. And the Strikers take on the Hurricanes in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Tonight, if you get absolutely and end up with some weird, we don't care. Just don't drive home. Go out responsibly this silly season with DD.
Police and speed cameras are there to keep you safe. Speeding, chances are you will be caught. Anywhere, anytime, anyone. A message from the TAC.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Cricket fans, ever wish you had a 12th man at home? As proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, Liquorland is making sure the best delivery isn't just on the pitch, but at your place. Get drinks delivered to your door with free express delivery when you spend over $99. Liquorland is your 12th man, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Express delivery not available in SA or NT. Delivery fees may apply. Choose to drink wise. Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
It's happening at Crown. Celebrate Indian cuisine at Crown's newest restaurant, Kolkata Cricket Club. Try Melbourne's best butter chicken, tandoori seafood and other spicy favourites. There are 18 top shelf bars to explore afterwards.
Crown practices the responsible serving of alcohol. See Crown website for entry conditions.
Hiya.
Hello.
The taxi ride between client meetings. The perfect opportunity to go to bizcover.com.au to switch and save on your business insurance.
Real estate agent.
Like your professional indemnity. Because only BizCover lets you compare, save, and get instant cover online, on the go, in minutes.
I can save $500.
What's that?
I can save $500.
Okay.
Check how much a professional like you could save on your business insurance. For on-the-go cover,
Go BizCover.
Financial freedom. What does it actually mean? Paying off your mortgage, extra income, or setting yourself up for retirement? Whatever it means to you, Invest by Metricon can help make it happen by building a brand new rent-ready investment property. So take advantage of the Queensland property boom and start your property portfolio today with Metricon. Search Invest by Metricon or call 1300 Metricon. Build wealth. Build today. QBCC 40992.
Here's Pat Cummins for Liars Non-Alcoholic Spirits.
We've got to find ourselves the new 12th man. Your reward, the ultimate cricket experience, brought to us by our mates at Liars. To enter, just purchase your favourite Liars product, snap a photo, head to the website to upload it.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
Our pre-match at the MCG for the 7th-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. India are going through their warm-ups down below. Australia will be out in the nets at the moment largely. The warm-ups are for Ream, steady, hot and strong. Day 2 of each test match. The Chief Executive of Cricket Australia, Nick Hockley, is with us. Nick, Merry Christmas. Season's greetings. Welcome.
Merry Christmas, Gerard.
What a big day for cricket it was.
Unbelievable. I think cricket's biggest day. We had 152,000 coming to watch cricket between the test match and the 2 Big Bash matches. And, I think everyone at each of those 3 games got a hell of a lot of entertainment, a really memorable day.
87,242 here at the G. So biggest non-Ashes Boxing Day crowd is, what did that tell us about the magnitude of the day?
Well, I think the biggest previous Boxing Day against India was 73,000. So, I think it just shows that this rivalry, the number 1 and 2 teams in the world, this series is living up to its billing. Live at 1-1 coming into Boxing Day, and I think we were a bit worried going in whether the heat would deter a few from coming along, but I think anyone that came along yesterday, that match will live long in the memory. To say I was there to watch kind of Sam Constas, and I think the whole day was just a really compelling day of Test cricket. I think one of my, I think I haven't enjoyed a day of Test cricket as much as that in a long time.
Did the extreme heat cost us 90,000, do you think? Could we have got there?
I think it certainly cost us a few, but we had sold out every single ticket, including a few standing rooms. So we couldn't have sold more tickets. So definitely I think that was a factor. Typically at events you have a no-show rate of anywhere up to 10%. So I think it's about 6 or 7% didn't turn out, which I think the heat was a big factor, and we would have certainly gone over 90 if it was a fresher day. But today is, just perfect conditions the next couple of days. We're expecting a massive crowd well into the 70s today, and just encourage everyone everyone to get down today or tomorrow. I think by the way the Test match is going, it's I imagine we'll go into a fourth day as well.
This is the last time you'll have to hear this, Nick, right? First ball of the day, there was 57,361 here, and at noon, there was 76,106 here. Is there a chance we just start a bit too early on Boxing Day?
Well, you know my answer to this, Gerard. We've debated it, and I got to the morning breakfast here at the MCC at 7:32, and I was the last one in. I was late, so I think it's a ritual. It's something that people have come to love. I mean, the fact we're able to play a double-header Big Bash matches in the evening shows that a day of Test cricket followed by 2 Big Bash matches back to back, one in Perth. It's a really great full day. But I think everyone enjoys Boxing Day in their own way. There are those that want to be here for gates open. There are those that make sure they're absolutely in for the anthems and the first ball. And there are some that might want to watch the first session on the couch and then roll on in. So I think it's set for the next little while because our biggest days of cricket are a day of the Test rolling straight into the Big Bash.
Yep. The teenager in sport. This is such a rich part of Australian sporting culture, much more in our footy codes than in our cricket. And when we see the list of how few teenagers there have been, what did you think during the week when the selectors went for a 19-year-old to open the batting?
Yeah, look, I think it was I thought it was a really brave and bold call. I think certainly with the top order, I was just so thrilled to see the top 4 all get 50s yesterday. I think we needed something a little bit different. So I was excited. I was really excited, and I have to say I was nervous the first couple of overs. Particularly that first over. I think it was 4 plays and misses, and I mean part of me thought when I think Uzi kind of had the same thing the following over, but just something that's been talked about Sam Constance, and we've heard about it. We've seen it in Sheffieldshire. We saw it with the PM's 11, but the ability to kind of solve problems and switch things up. And I mean, a lot of the discussion around was for me growing up was play it in the V, and so to see that really the new era of cricket and bringing that game with the ramps. Was just incredible, and credit to him. I mean, I think what's been talked about this week is confidence but not arrogance, and all credit to him, all credit to the selectors, and hopefully this is the start of an incredible career to come.
So if it is the start, and I was thinking through, there's nothing quite so modern today as the blazing download your Sam Constance Boxing Day Test poster. For my generation, we used to print it and stick it up on the wall, but now you download it and use it as your wallpaper on your phone. But what could a 19-year-old Tyro be to Australian cricket?
Well, here's a stat that I learned this morning. At the beginning of the Test match, Sam Constance had 18,000 followers on social media, and this morning he's got over 100,000. So it's I think the exciting thing is whether it's backyards at the beach, in club cricket, you've got a really relatable person of their generation, little girls and boys. We're all going to be trying to emulate. So. And we've talked about this multiple times that we've not got one of the more mature teams in Test cricket. So I think to see someone of that talent come in and face what is that bowling attack. I mean, opening the batting, facing the first ball against Jasprit Bumrah, and to see that confidence is just. I just think it's very energising for everybody involved.
Do you reckon the image of the team needed a bit of new blood?
I think we've talked for a long time that we're looking at a period of transition, and I think it'll continue to evolve. But certainly, I think any time anyone receives a baggy green, I know there's a real buzz around the group, around the organisation, around the whole sport. There's a lot of pride, from all through the cricketing community, the pathways. So I think it's great that we've we've found someone who feels very at home very early on, and I would say I think equally it's great to see Nathan get his first cap, and I think we certainly haven't seen the last of him.
The incident where a veteran opposition player shoulder charges a newbie to Test cricket, do you find that problematic?
Not a great look. I mean, physical contact on the cricket field is a complete no-no. So it wasn't great. I mean, I think clearly Virat, in accepting the charge, has taken responsibility, and I actually thought Sam, maturity beyond his years, was actually very kind of gracious, almost kind of brushed it off. So what I think it does, I think it highlights just the intensity of the competition, but also just how much is at stake in this series. Not a great look.
Did you think the penalty was adequate at 20% of the match fee?
Look, we've got a. I think that's for the officials. We've got a really experienced panel of officials here, and I think the main thing is that kind of Virat has accepted the charge and taken responsibility.
If that had been one of your players, if that had been an Australian player, do you think there would have been action beyond what the match referee did?
I don't think so. I think that's for the match referee. There's a very clear code, and that's for the officials to administer. So, I think that's all been undertaken in the normal course.
There's been an edginess that has developed around the series, which I think is commonplace between Australia and India in the progression of a series, be it here or overseas. But the airport confrontation involving Kohli, the nets issue here that India were bothered about, the fractiousness on the field. Have you felt that, and do you have a role in just trying to keep the competitiveness from tipping over?
Definitely felt the intensity, and I think that's just how many people are interested and are watching this series and what it means. I mean, the whole cricketing world is watching this series. I'm getting messages from counterparts across all different cricketing countries. They're just absolutely glued to it. I think our role as the host is to be the best possible hosts, and for the entirety of the travelling squad, and that's what we're really focused on. But it's very hard to put yourself in the shoes of the players. It is, this is what they all live for, but it is, there's a huge amount at stake in this series.
History will say you did an exceptional job during the COVID series here, and just guiding India through when things got tense. Are you getting petitioned by India at the moment? Are you active in just trying to appease them or keep them happy where it's possible?
No, I don't think so. I think that period meant that we were working closer than ever before, and so there's some really strong relationships. And as I said, our real focus is just making sure we're the best possible hosts. And I think the way that the cricketing world works, if you host really well, then that gets reciprocated. And so the main thing is that I think hugely competitive on the field. But we want to make sure there's a great deal of respect. So I think there's enormous respect between these two sides.
MCG at its best yesterday. Our other cricket venue, Marvel, is too often, I think, substandard for cricket, which is a bit of a black eye on the stadium as the second biggest. What's its level of appropriateness? Have you been satisfied through the years as you rent the ground in the way that it's been presented to you for BBL?
Yeah, so I thought that the way that the field presented the match, it got signed off as being kind of safe and appropriate, but the way it presented was, look out here, it's just perfection. It was obviously, it didn't look great. That's a level of presentation which we would just absolutely not tolerate for an international game. So, really the work we need to do is it's really for the clubs working with the venues to make sure that the venues that they put forward and the condition of those are at a level for the best level of domestic T20 cricket. So that's something that we'll continue to discuss with the clubs. And it didn't present well enough the other night, and hopefully the next big game at Marvel is a lot better.
So the owners are the AFL. Do you think the owners treat cricket seriously enough as a tenant?
I think we've got a good working relationship with the AFL, as we're co-tenants at a lot of venues around the country.
They don't own them, though. This is a bit peculiar.
Yeah, and again, look, we'll be taking that up with the clubs, and it's really for the clubs to work with the venues to present the best possible venue for their home matches. We'd like to see a lot better than we saw the other night at Marvel.
I know this will be a question for beyond your reign, but why wouldn't both Melbourne BBL teams play at the MCG?
I think the Renegades are top of the table at the moment, and I think they've got creating a different brand. I do think that Marvel, when with the roof, we remember the final we saw between the Renegades and the Stars a few years ago. Massive crowd. It's got a very different atmosphere. I actually think that works to the differentiation between the two brands. I do think, if anything, the Stars, with the stars that they've got in their lineup, I think they really need to obviously be under a lot of pressure. They're the other end of the table. I think they've lost four and 0. So I actually think the differentiation is great, and we'll certainly be speaking to the Renegades about working with Marvel to really up the game in terms of the presentation. And look, I think we've seen around the country that it can be done. You can host big concerts, you can host big events, and then turn around the stadiums pretty well. It requires really great level of turf management. That's quite a specialised area. It requires some investment, I think anyone turning on the TV that night or turning up to the game will look at that and go, it probably looked worse than it actually was, but still, when you compare it to the perfection that we're seeing out here, there's a lot of room for improvement.
And Nick, part of the presentation yesterday includes the Warne family and the Shane Warne legacy, of which the health tests are again stitched in, and the children, the doffing of the floppy cap at 350. How big a part of Boxing Day has that become?
Yeah, it's obviously an emotional time. You walk around the media box here, and obviously lots of incredible friends of Warney. I think, you look out there now and you see kind of Shane Warne stand. I just think it evokes a lot of memories, and no one typifies the MCG Boxing Day more than Warney. So, I think to the family, the work they've done, we're so proud to partner with the Shane Warne legacy, and it's genuinely making a real difference. We've had multiple letters of people that have come, had a heart health check, they've said, go and see your doctor. They go and see the doctor, and then, that's the moment they need to kind of a real kind of wake-up call to avert an imminent health issue. So I just think it's kind of a really organic kind of partnership, and I think it is remembering and celebrating, one of the greats of world sport, any code. I love working with the Warne family, with Helen and Neo at the Shane Warne legacy, and much like the pink test, the New Year's test with the McGrath Foundation, I think this is only the second year, and I think already we've hit on something that's going to make a huge impact, and hopefully be around for the rest of history.
Terrific, Nick. Thank you. Oh, actually, just before we go, given we saw the stronghold again of Indian fans here yesterday, just my annual question, is there any live conversation around an Indian-Pakistan test here at the MCG?
We've always said that we'd love to host that. I think now it's good to see the Champions Trophy schedule out. They're obviously working on a hybrid model, but that's as to whether that would or could actually happen. That's really a matter for those two boards. That's out of our hands. I do think we saw an amazing day yesterday, but that T20 World Cup game in 22 will also live long in the memory.
Unforgettable. Nick, great to see you. See you again in Sydney. Good luck for the rest of the Boxing Day test.
And you. Thanks, Gerard.
Nick Hockley, the Chief Executive of Cricket Australia. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Hello again. The Westgate Freeway now at a standstill from Grieve Parade heading in towards the top of the bridge due to annual road resurfacing. We've only got 2 lanes getting through. Best bet is to take Geelong Road, head through Brooklyn and Footscray if you can. The Adriatic Boxing Day sale is on now. Save up to 55% across the entire range. Adriatic Furniture. Exclusive, yes. Expensive, no. And the Strikers take on the Hurricanes in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Summer's in full swing and you're probably asking yourself, why don't we have a pool? So take the plunge now to start swimming in 2025. Get your free quote for a stunning fiberglass pool from Melbourne Fiberglass Pool Company. With over 50 sizes and designs available, from small plunge pools, pool spa combos and generous 12-metre pools, Melbourne Fiberglass Pool Company will have the perfect fit for your dream backyard. Contact Melbourne Fiberglass Pool Company for your free quote today. Visit melbournefiberglasspools.com.au.
A word from Aussie Test captain Pat Cummins for Liars non-alcoholic spirits.
We've got to find ourselves a new 12th man. Your award, the ultimate cricket experience, brought to us by our mates at Liars. There's also runner-up prizes, including signed cricket gear and some other awesome freebies. To enter, just purchase your favourite Liars product, snap a photo and head to the website to upload it. Easy as.
Visit liars.com.au.
Don't get run out on your way to work, lose the commute, and work closer to home. Waterman Workspaces offers private offices and ergonomic co-working areas with flexible memberships and outstanding amenities for teams of all sizes in locations across Melbourne. With fully equipped meeting rooms and bookable spaces, your team will enjoy working from alongside a thriving business community. Raise your run rate on your business and daily productivity and visit waterman.com.au today.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently setting up the kids' school fair, so leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Carl. I'm in a bit of a pickle and I could really use your Hilux. I promised the school I'd round up some goats for the fair's petting zoo, but they're running circles round my ute. It's humiliating. Oh yeah? Bleed all you want. A Hilux is on its way. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Beacon Trade. We've got the gear. Everything for the residential home. Lighting, electrical and Australia's biggest range of fans. With Beacon Trade by your side, you'll never work alone. Partner up at beacontrade.com.au.
Tired of running out of sparkling water or having to carry heavy bottles from the supermarket? Then get a SodaStream and make fresh sparkling water at home whenever you want. And if you feel like getting creative, add your favourite flavour like Pepsi Max, Lipton Iced Tea, ginger beer or passion fruit. There's a flavour for everyone. Never run out of sparkling drinks again this summer. Fizz, mix and enjoy with SodaStream.
Have you heard the news? Beaumont Tiles, your favourite tile and bathroom specialist, now ranges engineered timber, laminate, vinyl and hybrid flooring. If you're looking for a quick and easy reno and want to save between 20 to 25% on hybrid flooring, get into your local participating Beaumont store today. It's all in stock and ready to go. Yes, you heard right. Beaumont Tiles now ranges all hard flooring. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Plantation Main View Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The Good Oil for Cobra Moustache, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
India's had its circle for the morning. Virat Kohli did all the talking in his very combative way. Our pre-matches for the 7-seed Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. The Good Oil. At this time yesterday, Peter Lauder told you, you'll remember where you were the first time you watched Sam Constas bat in Test cricket. Doing a bit of soothsaying, Pete. Hello, welcome.
Frame this moment, Gerard. It's like, it's happened once in my marriage too. I was right. Yeah, I'm never going to forget that. You know, you were pinching yourself watching it, weren't you? It was one of the most extraordinary debuts ever in Test match cricket history. I saw Greg Baum likened it somewhat to David Hookes' debut, and I was lucky enough to see that as a kid, and I never forgot that. But mate, this was David Hookes, you know, to the power of 10. The audacity of that child, you know, is so young, that little sneer on the lip, and he upset cricket. You can't play cricket like that, mate. This is a Test match. He just turned it on its head. It's almost like, oh, is that how you play Jasprit Bumrah? No one's been able to hit him for a 6 for 4 years. The kid walks out there and says, this is how you hit him for 6. And if you missed it, I'll do it again. No one's ever hit him for 2 sixes in an innings, I think. Wow. Just wow. That was something else. I wonder if it can be sustained. God, I hope so, because we're in for some fun if it can be.
Thanks to Makita. Rule the outdoors with Makita's cordless outdoor power equipment. Makita XGT, the professional choice. Hello to you, Bharat Sundaresan.
Morning, Gerard, Pete. Someone who's closest to Constance's age, at least in this commentary box. I'm just double his age. That was Gen Z cricket at its best, right? Not just the way he attacked Bumrah. And to put it into context, this is not how he plays in first-class cricket. He's played a couple of ram shots so far in his first-class career. Not as many as he did against Bumrah on Test debut, on Boxing Day with the whole world watching. But that's just how this generation thinks. He saw what Bumrah was doing to him. He was bossing him around. He was playing around with him in very seamer-friendly conditions. And he said, well, you know, this is not working out for me. 150 years Test cricket has been played in a certain way. I'm getting bored just trying to block this out. So I'll try something which, I find I want to have fun. And I told you guys, he played a reverse ramp in the nets and he said, bold Bumrah. And he said, okay, I'm going to bring that out. And it started coming off. He tried. And I think that's the courage of youth, right? Say a 25-year-old or a 28-year-old would have tried it once. It's unlikely he would have gone back to it after missing it a couple of times. But this guy just kept trying it. And once it came off, I think what was even more impressive was the shots he played down the ground then. You know, we all got excited by the ramp, but the slap down the ground, the 6-over long on of Bumrah, now that I've never seen happen before.
So I just want to play one of the grabs from the press conference. You and I had the same reaction to this, Pete, where Constance spoke around how previous generations would have played and what the mindset of the current day, the modern day youngster is.
I reckon maybe 20, 30 years ago, people were probably saying defend a lot, just bat all day, but I think new generation, new shots, it's exciting for me, obviously. I like doing that, putting pressure back on the bowlers, and hopefully it pays off in the next innings.
And it was just striking that, so he's unfiltered at the moment, everything he thinks he is prepared to share with us, which is a beautiful phase of a young sportsman, and that is, so that does let the mind spin. Is once this generation has inherited the Test cricket game, what will it look like?
Well, I think to some degree we do get a sense of that with where England are and how England are playing cricket and the sort of young batters that they are choosing. And look, the key word is fearless, isn't it? There's no fear of consequences. The game will, I suspect the game will wear people like that down to some degree. You cannot. Oh, I don't think you can anyway. I mean, we don't know. Everything's possible with his kid. I don't know that you can sustain playing that way all the time, but that was a great disruptive moment. And I think I made that observation yesterday. If you're up the other end, you've suddenly felt like you were of a former generation. Usman Khawaja would have seen, my time has passed. Get me a walking frame for God's sake. What am I doing out here with this guy? He was laughing.
Was composing his resignation, feeling like he was redundant. What have we been doing all our lives?
And you always talk about a young player bringing some life and some energy into a dressing room. Well, he's done more than just bring it into a dressing room, hasn't he? He's brought it into a batting lineup at the perfect time. Labuschagne and Smith were just starting to find their feet with the bat, their hands, whatever you want to say. So he freed then up. He allowed them the confidence to play their game a little bit better. It underscores to a degree what we're missing with David Warner. Now, you never saw David Warner do that. I think the earliest David Warner went a ramp shot was considerably further into his innings, and even then it was audacious. But when David Warner was in, he moved the game along, and the others sorted themselves around him. Traditionally, I think that's been more. Sometimes you look to your number 3 a little bit more for that as well. It hasn't been there in the 3, it hasn't been in the 4, and it's not there with Usman Khawaja. And perhaps that's what McSweeney couldn't bring, but Constas has brought that in bucket loads.
Last night, the matter to deal with was the Virat Kohli. Well, it didn't end up being a hearing, and it certainly wasn't a ban. And I think there's sort of that, if you were having a prediction, that's the way that you would have gone. Is it absolutely fits the necessity of a ban, but the gumption to do it was going to take a lot. And it's a 20% match fee. Marnus Labuschagne told us this morning he would have got a week in the NRL. He said that rather perfectly.
Yeah.
Nick Hockley was just here. He said, not a great look. Physical contact on the cricket field is a complete no-no, which is about as far as an official would go in terms of confronting India. How should we feel about it, Pete?
I'm going to quote Crash first. The wisdom and experience of Robert Katich in Code Sports. The question was whether the cricket world would be strong enough to stand up to Virat Kohli. The answer is no. The penalty didn't fit the crime, and why is no one surprised? I'll go on to what Gideon Haigh says. When justice is so obviously not seen to be done, it is impossible to feel any confidence in ICC or the game. There was once a notion, however quaint, that cricket could set an example to the world. It appears to have fallen limply in line with an age where the rich and powerful can get away with anything. Nobody's surprised that Virat got away with this. Nobody thought the game would have the strength to stand up and make an example of Virat Kohli. We're disappointed, but resigned to the way that this is the way things go here. 20% fine, that's just a joke. I'm sorry, that is hit me with a flower. I think if you're not going to ban the guy for a game, what is needed in a situation like that, and we saw Virat Kohli out there talking to his team this morning, and Virat is a guy who doesn't back down, he doubles down. He needed to issue an apology. This Test cricket sets the example for cricket around the world. This is the biggest game in the cricket, arguably one of the biggest games in the cricket calendar. Boxing Day, MCG. We talk about the spirit of cricket. The spirit of cricket is about admiring the feats of your opposition, about showing self-discipline, about setting an example. A really poor example was set by Virat Kohli, and a very poor example has been set by the match officials in this situation. But nobody's surprised.
So somehow lining this up with Mohammad Siraj's send-off is just an insult to our intelligence.
Yeah.
It is, and I heard from a few Australian players last night off the record, and they had one question: what if one of us had done it? And I said, well, you would have copped a one-match ban from the ICC and probably a one-year ban from Cricket Australia. That's how it would have played out. And you can imagine that. Imagine if someone like a Mitch Marsh or a Travis Head would have done that to Yashasvi Jaiswal. And that's exactly what happened. And for me, it's also the audacity of the situation where I had my eyes on Virat Kohli. After that had happened, there was a drinks break and he was just dancing. There was some Indian music playing on. Like, he knew he would get away with it, or he didn't even think about the repercussions. For him, it was like, yeah, I did it, whatever. People, and that really is bothersome. Like, if you are a young kid watching that, or just anyone, like I said, some of the Australian players reacting to what had happened, and the Siraj thing was brought up as well, Jared. Like, it was like, if that's how, if it's the same penalty or a similar kind of penalty to someone shoulder charging someone or shoulder bumping someone, and this is not just someone, this is the biggest, most influential cricketer in modern day cricket, doing that to a 19-year-old on debut, what kind of precedent are we setting? It's really disappointing, and I know exactly what Virat Kohli is trying to do. He's not getting he's under pressure. You can see it. He's getting people to shut up behind the nets when the media is there. And he wants the Australians to react. He wants the Australians to get stuck into him. That's not happening with this Australian team. So he's just trying to generate this fire from externally by doing this, knowing that he's going to get away with it. Nothing's going to come in his way.
Even the MRO would have managed to find a week here. Peter Lalor, Bharat, Sundaresan, thank you for Makita XGT 40V Max. More power, intelligence and efficiency. More Makita power limits. Power without limits. 6 for 311. Our pre-match is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. More coming up. The sun's out. Actually, the skies are totally blue now. SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Hello again. The Westgate Freeway now at a standstill from Grieve Parade heading in towards the top of the bridge due to annual road resurfacing. We've only got 2 lanes getting through. Best bet is to take Geelong Road, head through Brooklyn and Footscray if you can. The Adriatic Boxing Day sale is on now. Save up to 55% across the entire range. Adriatic Furniture. Exclusive, yes. Expensive, no. And the Strikers take on the Hurricanes in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Boxing Day is bigger than ever at Chadstone with hundreds of offers in one destination. Skip the cricket and head to Chadstone. See the offers and real-time parking info at chadstone.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Installing or upgrading an irrigation system? View the latest from Nutrien Water. Trusted for over 25 years, the Toro 570 series sprinkler provide everything needed for residential and commercial contractors, offering hundreds of combinations with an unparalleled range of flexibility. 2500 series control valves for light commercial and residential use, and 2400 series control valves for residential use offer solid construction, reliable performance and convenient operation to suit the specific needs of homeowners. Visit your local Nutrien Water store or nutrienwaterstore.com.au.
No matter what way the coin turns up, you'll be batting first with a huge score at Bingley's Boxing Day sale. They're your go-to destination for great service, great brands and great value. And now, Bingley are delivering special after special with huge deals on TV, tech, fridges, laundry, cooking and so much more. Make it a huge score. Don't miss the Bingley Boxing Day sale. Shop in-store or online at bingley.com.au. Bingley, better living every day.
Step up to the next generation of professional power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. With limitless professional power, reliability and runtime, XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back. Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
A word from Aussie Test captain Pat Cummins for Liars non-alcoholic spirits.
We've got to find ourselves a new 12th man. Your reward, the ultimate cricket experience, brought to us by our mates at Liars. There's also runner-up prizes, including signed cricket gear and some other awesome freebies. To enter, just purchase your favourite Liars product, snap a photo and head to the website to upload it. Easy as.
Visit liars.com.au.
Looking for the perfect spot to catch live sports and enjoy great drinks? Head to 388 Sports Bar, right in the heart of Melbourne's CBD. With daily happy hour specials and big screens showing all your favourite sports, the game's always on at 388 Sports Bar.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
Our pre-match is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for tilers. Both teams have completed their Ream warm-up. Ream, Australia's favourite hot water that's steady, hot and strong. I'm Adam Collins. With me, I have Tom Morris with the good oil for the Cobram Estate, Australia's extra virgin olive oil. Tommy, let's go round the world in 180 seconds.
Okay.
That's about as long as our segment goes. Start with the Big Bash for me overnight.
Let's go for the second game last night, the Scorchers versus the Heat. Now, the Scorchers batted first, 6 for 165. Nick Hobson, who loves playing against the Heat, 47 not out from just 16 balls, 5 sixes. But the big ticket item here was Spencer Johnson. 4 for 20 from 4 overs in his return from a foot injury or a toe injury. So he's certainly bowling well at the moment. The Heat, 132 in reply, never really gave a yelp, and the wickets were shared. The other game last night in the Big Bash was the Sydney Sixers versus the Melbourne Stars. Now, the Stars batted beautifully, actually. 9 for 194. Ben Duckett with some runs at the top, 68 from 29. Your man, Glenn Maxwell, 32 from 17 balls.
Good
They
lad.
had lots of contributors. Good lad. 194 from 20 overs. You'd think that's a good score at the SCG. The Sixers went, nah. They chased it 2 down. James Vince, 101 not out from 58 balls. Jordan Silk and Josh Philippi also in the runs. And the Stars, well, they got tapped. And they got tapped badly. So they're now 0-4 at the start of the season. Haven't played finals in 4 years. You'd say this campaign is over as well.
James Vince will play Ashes cricket next summer.
Wow. Okay.
He makes runs for fun for Hampshire, senior pro, experience in Australia, loves coming here to play in the Big Bash.
He's played a bit of Test cricket before.
He did. He played 17-18, a couple of really important innings in albeit losing efforts, and was run out by Nathan Lyon at the Gabba and all the rest of it. But watch this space on that front. Test cricket.
Let's go to Bulawayo.
Oh, please.
Yes.
He's still my beating heart. Let's go there.
Queen's Sports Club. This is very close to your heart, of course. Zimbabwe versus Afghanistan. Zimbabwe batted big. 4 for 363. Sean Williams is 145 not out. Craig Irvine, I love the Irvines, 56 not out. And Ben Curran.
Yes.
68, top of the order on Test debut.
Well, you see there, so Tom Curran, his older brother, was playing in the Big Bash at the same time. So Ben's the middle brother. The other brothers, Tom and Sam, who play for England. It's the first time we've had brothers playing for different countries since
Pattinson's.
The Pattinson's, very good from you.
There we go, yes.
With Darren and James. So, yeah, Ben Curran, 68 from 74 on debut. And Sean Williams, 145. No, he's about 145 years old now. He's been playing for so long in that Zimbabwean side, holding it together. And the captain Irvine there. So that's the first Boxing Day test in Zimbabwe since 1996.
It's amazing.
That's worth noting.
Now, the other Boxing Day test, of course, last night was South Africa versus Pakistan. And this is significant for the World Test Championship, remembering that South Africa only need to win 1 test and they qualify for the final midway through next year. So Pakistan all out 211. It was an eventful bowling innings, that's for sure, from South Africa. Dane Pedersen, was he on debut?
No, he's played Test cricket a little bit before. He was a Colpack in England, and now since they changed the qualifications...
Bosch is the debutant.
Yeah, Bosch. So Patterson's played here and there, but now he's a full-time Test player again.
So Patterson 5 for 61, Bosch 4 for 63, all out 211, and South Africa in reply... Well, they're 3 for 83, so the game is interestingly balanced. Aidan Markram's 47 not out. That's at Supersport Park.
Yes.
I love cricket wall to wall. If you wake up early, you get it from the MCG, and you can conceivably stay up until 2 a.m. and watch Test cricket from South Africa.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, that's for sure. Tommy, thank you for that. I can remind you as well, the Women's Ashes are starting not long after the end of this series. See Australia ignite in the Women's Ashes this January, from the 12th of January to the 2nd of February, including a pink ball test match here at the G. Search Ashes tickets. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services, we'll take one more break here at the G. On the other side of it, Gerard Whateley for the first ball of day 2. Australia resuming at 6 for 311.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Hello again. The Westgate Freeway now at a standstill from Grieve Parade heading in towards the top of the bridge due to annual road resurfacing. We've only got 2 lanes getting through. Best bet is to take Geelong Road, head through Brooklyn and Footscray if you can. The Adriatic Boxing Day sale is on now. Save up to 55% across the entire range. Adriatic Furniture. Exclusive, yes. Expensive, no. And the Strikers take on the Hurricanes in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
The Barbecues Galore Epic Boxing Day sale is on now. Buy a barbecue you'll love with up to 50% off barbecues, outdoor furniture and more. In-store and online at Barbecues Galore.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Want an EFTPOS partner who fits your business like a glove? Switch to SmartPay for hands-down great customer service and zero-cost EFTPOS. Minimum turnover and T's and C's apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
You wouldn't go out to bat without the proper protective equipment, and you wouldn't let your fleet of vehicles or machinery hit the road or worksite without the protection they deserve. So, give your fleet the right support with Cinepec's premium lubricant. It's got the runs on the board for protecting Australian fleets for over 13 years without compromising on quality. Make the right switch for your fleet today. Discover the Cinepec difference at cinepeconline.com.au.
Uncomfortable and struggling to stay cool this summer? Beat the Aussie heat with Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. Whether you're indoors or outdoors, trust Dynabreeze to keep you cool and comfortable on the hottest days. Great for the workshop, home gym or patio. Dynabreeze fans are engineered to withstand the toughest conditions and are backed by an industry-leading 3-year factory warranty for that peace of mind. Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. Get yours now at Bunnings and leading hardware stores.
There's so much going on during summer, figuring out what to watch can be a bit of a mission. For some, it's all about rewatching classics like Home Alone or debating which of the Die Hard movies is the best. But it's also the perfect time to catch up on the year's biggest blockbusters, like Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds teaming up in the hilarious, record-breaking Deadpool and Wolverine. You can stream all this and so much more on Disney Plus right now. So there you go, summer entertainment sorted. Sign up at disneyplus.com.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently road tripping up the coast. Leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Monty. In a bit of a pickle, and I could really use your Hilux. I promised this Ludwig guy I'd help move his grand piano. Turns out it's $2,000 for my ute. The thing weighs a heap. Anyway, if you wouldn't mind making a detour, I'd love to get this thing to the Opera House ASAP. Call me back?
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Just like reviewing an umpire's decision, it's worth taking a second look at your skin. At Mole Map, you'll get a comprehensive skin check from an expert melanographer. Then your images go to a dermatologist for thorough analysis and diagnosis, like Snicko for your skin. One check, 2 experts, a winning combination that increases early melanoma detection when it's most treatable. Book your full body Mole Map today. It's quick, it's easy, and you'll get a double take that could save your life. Visit molemap.net.au.
That roast chicken? Maybe halal. That snack pack? Yep, halal. Dad's investment portfolio. How on earth would you tell? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services, helping Muslim Australians secure halal super, home loans and investments. Hijaz Financial Services. Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au.
This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors, Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions, Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Build a winning team with apprenticeship experts.
It's a cool Melbourne morning, 18 degrees. It feels like 15. The weather for Beacon Trade, a tradie's key partner in lighting, fans and electrical. I'm standing with Simon Katich at the back of the box. He says, it's raining. Simon, go back to Sydney. He was right, it was raining ever so briefly. But it has cleared up for the start of the day's play. Simon Katich, Gerard Whateley with you. Australia 6 for 311. Kat, welcome back. Have Simon on here, please.
Yep. Good morning, Gerard. Good morning to all our listeners. Yeah, wonderful to be back here again today. The Australians will have slept well last night, in a good position here, but they'll want to ram home the advantage in this first half an hour and make India work for these last 4 wickets, try and post 400 plus.
You had a quick look at the pitch from Mole Map. Get a Mole Map 1 check, 2 experts.
Yeah, look good. It's got that straw colour to it. It doesn't look as thick, the grass, as previous seasons. I know it's 6 mil, it's similar, but It's evenly covered, and there's no real signs of too much wear and tear just yet. So looks a good batting surface if you can get through the new ball.
70,000 plus expected for day 2 of the Boxing Day tests. A few more than half those in at the moment. And Mohammad Siraj announced to the rousing boos of the crowd. 15 overs, 2 maidens, none for 69. Steve Smith's on 68. Pat Cummins is on 8 as play is about to be given the clearance. So the odd look is almost clear blue skies over the ground, but the lights are on. It was heavily overcast earlier. We have ticked past 10:30, but we're just in one of those curious little holding patterns. Joe Wilson's now happy for play to begin. Mohammad Siraj from the Warren stand ends. Day 2 at the MCG. Steve Smith is on strike, and he's squared up, dropping the ball across the popping crease and hammering through for a single. Tip and run to start the day's play. Get the old legs moving. 6 for 312.
Yeah, it's well played from Steve Smith, but I don't understand what Rohit Sharma's doing there with a deep backward point, first ball of the day. Absolutely no need for it. We've got a second new ball, and you're letting him get off strike. So unless they're just trying to get Pat Cummins on strike here, I get that, but you don't want to just let this partnership start building. It's already 13, and before you know it, it's out of control.
Rahul sent out of the cordon, so 2 slips of gully points. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. It's the 7th over with this new ball. Siraj to Cummins, runs the ball past points. That'll scoot across the turf for 4. The captain strikes the first meaningful blow. Cummins to 12, the boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools.
Wow, the timing on that from Pat Cummins was absolutely superb. He just leant on that and it flew away behind backward point. Beautiful shot. There was a little bit of shape away from Siraj, but played away from his body. Not a lot of footwork, but hand-eye there was superb.
Yes. 6 for 316. Just a gaping opportunity for Australia at the start of this day's play. Siraj over the wicket. Cummins tucks off his pads and he beats the fielder at square. So runs given up where there shouldn't have been. Couple taken, make it 3. The Australians very proactive early. 8 in 3 balls.
And it sort of goes with my point on after the first ball, Gerard. You know, as soon as you start giving away easy singles and there's strike rotation, it's hard for the bowler to build up pressure because these two are completely different players. Pat Cummins is going to look to be aggressive and play shots. Steve Smith's just going to bat. So if they want to feed Cummins a strike, they might pay the price here.
Shoddy fielding from Washington Sundar. Smith on strike, leaves the rising delivery outside the off stump. Six for 319. Something with a 4 in front of it. Just lets you run a test match here in Melbourne.
Oh, and look, it's certainly possible. Another 81 runs. You break it down, it's 4 20-run partnerships, and Steve Smith's there for those 4 partnerships. It's certainly achievable.
Siraj to Smith in behind, resolutely defending. A lot of chatter around the no suspension for Virat Kohli. A lot of analogies being drawn, as Marnus with you was thinking the NRL. Definitely get a week in the NRL.
Yeah, I was thinking AFL. I said if you're able to do that shoulder charge out there yesterday in the middle of the MCG, then they may as well take the Sharon out there this morning and bounce it on the surface.
Last ball of the first over of the day. Siraj to Smith, who runs the ball to point where he's been gifted that single again, and he'll keep the strike as a result. 6 for 320 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
Well, and the other part of it is maybe the Aussie team might have to make a phone call to the Richmond Footy Club and get Dusty Martin's number 4 back out there in the middle today and give it to young Sammy Constas and give him a don't argue back. Well, another way around it, Gerard.
Well, I think there's a lot of this floating around as Brody is corresponding from South Australia where the weather's turned there. If Kohli rolls out to the middle at 2 for not many and Constas bumps into him on his way, How many years suspension will Sam get for touching the untouchable?
It was mentioned yesterday, I remember at the back of the commentary box, that a few of my former teammates, if that had happened to one of us, the young fella was pretty restrained yesterday. Might not have been the same case if it was done 10 or 15 years ago, given the characters that were floating around.
Nick Hockby made particular reference to that Constance was mature and didn't let that escalate.
Correct.
Because that had the makings of an old school Ambrose war. That could have escalated to anything.
He handled it brilliantly, the youngster. I'm obviously talking a bit of humour, but yeah.
Akash Deep has the ball at the members' end. He's in. Smith moved to advance and then let it pass. So where is Bumrah? He's down at fine leg, just warming up now. So he's clearly going to bowl from the worn end. It's the little manipulation at the start of the day to get the favoured end.
Yeah, no, in all seriousness, the young kid handled it beautifully, and so did Usman Khawaja, making sure that diffused it straight away, because it certainly had a chance to escalate depending on who was involved, but given it was a young kid, he handled it very maturely. There was no need for it, absolutely no need for it.
Akash bowls. Smith watches it go well outside the off stump. Just the machinations of it as a grizzled old veteran against a newbie teenager. It was interesting. So we run a leadership portfolio throughout our footy season on the program, and as a 3-time premiership captain who's part of that, he was moved to text. Found our first leadership topic for this year. Coley trying to put a rookie off his game. Don't think you'd be surprised with my thoughts on this. The old intimidation of a newbie on the scene. 6 for 320. Smith moved to advance, pushes the ball to mid-on, no run. So across and then forward is Smith's trigger movement at the start of the day.
I did go out to the ground to have a chat to the Indian coach, and just I saw Virat Kohli from sort of 5 metres away, and he looked really reflective. So I just wonder whether the impact of it all yesterday, the way it's unfolded, you know, he'd be remorseful.
The 20th over that Akash Deep has sent down in this innings. Bowls to Smith, who plays the rising delivery under the nose out to the offside, no run. Decent black clouds coming from the city end of the ground that are going to have this pretty murky shortly. They'll be glad they've got the lights on once they're right overhead. As Fleming said, this could be a day just of great bowling conditions. Timed perfectly for Australia. Smith lets the 5th ball pass, all dots thus far, untempted outside the off stump.
I think it will be a good bowling day, but also look at the wicket, and it looks a good surface. So if you can get in on it, I think we saw yesterday, you know, the Australian top order, once they got going, they all looked in pretty good touch. So that's a pretty good indicator. Yes, there was something happening off the surface, but you know, all of them were able to score at a decent clip, particularly Smith. And
Akash, last ball of the over. Smith plays out near cover. He won't find a run. Rahul fields down to his right. A maiden over, 6 for 320 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
Take 1, Ray. Too fast, Ray.
You did say to read it faster than a NAB home loan approval.
Touche, Ray.
Search NAB Home Loans. NAB, more than money. T's and C's, fees, charges, eligibility and lending criteria apply. See our website for details.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The King Summer Sale is on now. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Hurry, limited time only. Shop online or visit a King Living showroom today.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. The side of Jasprit Bumrah with ball in hand at the worn stand ends. Hearty applause from the Indian fans who are in. 21 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 75. Bumrah, the defining bowling figure of the series so far. Bowls to Cummins, who plays him to a vacant cover and helps himself to a single to get off strike. He's 16 It's 6 for 321.
Pat Cummins has come out this morning full of intent. He's really looking to get off strike and play with purpose.
Two slips and a galley. Point comes up with Bumrah on strike. The partnerships were 22 from 37. Australia have got a ticking over. Bumrah to Smith, who leaves. So Bumrah yesterday, Simon, can split his work up. There's 6 overs, none for 38 when Constas went at him. And the rest of his day was 3 for 37. So 38 and 6 overs, and then 15 overs, 3 for 37, including there's a block of 13 overs where he takes 3 for 17 in the middle there. So the value of what was done early. Smith in behind defending Bumrah.
Yeah, and I think the key with it too is the fact that there was no wickets in that first spell. If that had had a couple of wickets on it, then that rest of the day could have played out completely differently. And that's what we've seen throughout the series. And we saw it in Perth. When he took those wickets early, it changed the nature of the Australian innings. And it took a lot of bravery for the young kid to play the way he did. Amazing.
There's plenty of movement up on top of the sight screen, which unsurprisingly has caught Steve Smith's eye as patrons are filing in and finding their seats. They're a long way from the middle. There's a lot of hand waving and sit down from umpire and batters alike. Seats have been taken. Bumrah given the all clear. Smith twitchy as ever, on the move, squared up. Ball falls away across the pepper crease. Crowd 40,611 at the start of the day's play.
I think what I loved about Bumrah's day yesterday was that, you know, he did that damage with the old ball, and that's the hallmark of the great bowlers, is they can come back. And we see it from Pat Cummins a lot over the last few years. You know, when that ball gets to the 65, 70 over mark, and they need to just get to that second new ball, but you don't really want to just be bowling junk overs for the sake of it. You need a wicket, and he does that. He did it brilliantly yesterday.
Bumrah tilts in, bowls to Smith, and plays him back down the pitch.
I think it was around the probably 65 over mark, or might have been near 70 when he came back, and got Travis Head and then Mitch Marsh. Australia could well have been going to stumps last night, you know, 3 down, and then they would have been in for a long day today. Now they've come back with some hope that if they can get 1 or 2 strikes here early, they might be batting by lunch.
Last ball of Bumrah's over. Delivers to Smith, who runs the ball through the cordon for 4. Opened the blade, controlled the stroke, safe as houses, all the way to the boundary for a Zito. Do it with the Zito power tools. Smith is 74. He's the high bat. It's 6 for 325.
Gerard Whateley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. 6 for 325. Akashdeep is bowling to Pat Cummins, and Cummins is beaten as he nibbles at a ball outside the off stump.
That last ball of Bumrah's last over is a great example of how defensive Rohit Sharma's been with his captaincy. You know, he started the day with 3 slips for Bumrah, and Steve Smith hasn't played a genuine cover drive for 4. And he's decided to pull the 3rd slip out, put him into cover, and the nick comes and there's no one there. That's been the story of his series so far. He's normally a lot better than that.
No ball signalled from the TV umpire. 326 on the boards. Cummins forward defending to a vacant cover and helping himself to the single. Cummins is 17, 6 for 327. We've got 2 in the deep on the leg side with Cummins on strike. No bat pad, so no real setup for the short ball, of which we haven't seen one. 2 slips in a gully. We've got a straight, short mid-wicket. So Rahul is just off the pitch, off the square. 7 pitches, we're in the middle one. Rahul's in the strip just beyond. Akash over the wicket bowls, and Smith defends straight to mid-off. Couldn't find the single.
And the challenge that Akash Deep has got with his field at the moment is it's certainly set for him to attack the stumps, having Rahul at mid-wicket, but the problem he finds is that mid-off is trying to save that very single there where Steve Smith's trying to drop and run into cover, but as a result, he's having to end up almost in line with the popping crease, which is really close, and then that sometimes spooks the bowler into bowling a little bit shorter. He doesn't want to bowl as full.
Akash to Smith, who leaves.
And ideally, with a new ball here, second new ball, you want him pitching the ball up. We saw what happened in Brisbane. He was probably the one that bowled the fuller length, and he looked threatening with the new ball, particularly on that second day. He didn't get the rewards, but the problem at the moment is that mid-off is getting so tight that Akash Deep has been reluctant to really pitch the ball up here to Steve Smith and get him cover driving.
We do see touring captains come undone in these circumstances, but it's a bit of surprise to see it with Rohit. Smith leaves well outside the off stump from Akash.
No, there is, because he's a very good captain. There's no doubt about that. But it's just, he came into the series, missing the Perth test, and then Bumrah did a great job. It's not an easy scenario, that, to walk into an environment where the team's had success and all of a sudden you step back in and then the team's not playing as well. And he's probably starting to doubt himself a little bit. Obviously, his form hasn't been as dominant as it probably would like to be, and he's batted out of position, and now he's changed the team. And I mean, even the fact that Shubman Gill's missing out this test, that's a massive call for India.
Smith drives forward of points all the way across the turf. It scoots beyond the Melbourne side and touches the rope for 4. The square drive from Steve Smith, perfectly executed. He's to 78. He's on his way, and that is textbook stuff to the boundary for a Zito. Do it with a Zito Power Tools.
Yeah, it's a shot of class from Steve Smith. He just shimmied down the wicket slightly, and that ball wasn't genuine half volley, but placed it beautifully in front of cover point.
Last ball of Akash's over. Smith plays from his pads. He might have got wrapped on the pads. Felt there was a bit of an inside edge. No, just leg buys. A leg buy to finish the over. 6 for 332 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
The Barbecues Galore Epic Boxing Day sale is on now. Buy a barbecue you'll love with up to 50% off barbecues, outdoor furniture and more. In-store and online at Barbecues Galore.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Grab the kids. Everyone's beloved high-speed hedgehog is back in Sonic the Hedgehog 3. The must-see movie these school holidays. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 in cinemas now.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 6 for 332. The scoring has been brisk. 21 added. Better than a run a minute. Smith is 78. Cummins is 17. And India are searching for a moment of inspiration. Grey cloud now totally overhead. Jasprit Bumrah is from the worn stand-in. He's bowling to Steve Smith, who leaves outside the off stump. So Smith at the ground, Simon, is, we've revelled in a good few of these. He's at 1,171 runs currently. His career starts here in 2010, 6 and 38 against England, and then 2013 is the next time he plays here, 19 and did not bat. But then it starts a decade ago, Boxing Day Test of 2014 against India, 192 and 14. The following summer against the West Indies, 134 not out and 70 not out. Bumrah into him, and Smith is leaving. Then against Pakistan, 165 not out in 2016. England 76 and 102 not out in 2017. So 4 centuries in 4 years. And a spate of innings that are red ink as well. 3 of the centuries unbeaten. The change of tactic came in 2019 when Wagner started bowling the short stuff. He still made 85 and 7. Then barren times against India in 2020, 0 and 8. Bumrah on the far end bowls. Smith is squared up and plain and missing. First genuine moment for India of the day.
And this is another great example. Look, after that boundary from the previous over, now KL Rahul's back at third slip. Why did he not stay there in the first place?
Yes. That's very close to the outside edge. 2021, 16 against England, batted only once. South Africa the following year, 85. Pakistan last year, 26 and 50. And now 78 not out. So 4 centuries, 6 50s, and currently an average of 83.5 at the MCG for Steve Smith, who's facing up, edging caught. Smith goes, oh no, he doesn't. Bumrah thought he had him, Part diving away to his right. Smith immediately doing his own umpiring, signalled that it wasn't off the bat. And they all know it. A couple of lovely deliveries past the outside edge and onto the back pad was the sound and the deflection. Up they went initially, but realised that it wasn't the edge that had helped it on its way. The pay.com.au replay screen.
Squared him up beautifully, that. Absolute beauty from Bumrah.
Smith gave him the thumbs up. It's 2 beauties in the over. Now can Bumrah remove him? Smith's done on the outside edge again. Good ball. A lot of pointing. Smith realised he had to get back into his crease.
He's back to his mannerism best, isn't he? This is what we saw at the peak of his powers. And I always felt it was a great indicator of how sharp and switched on he is, even with a play and miss. But he looks like he's back to that sort of level of intensity. He's buzzing out there.
How good an over is this from Bumrah against one of the greats at the MCG?
Yeah, he deserved the outside edge there. That's an absolute beauty.
Last ball of a challenging over. Bumrah to Smith. Leaves with the swish. The lightsaber blades. A maiden from Bumrah of the highest order. 6 for 332. The Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
Whether you're first timing, upsizing, investing, or empty nesting, if you've found the right home, MeBank has the right loan for you. With great rates and support from a local mobile banker whenever you need it, there's no better time to let me help with your next move. Search MeBank Home Loans today or reach out to your local banker to get started. Me, making money good. Credit criteria, fees and T's and C's apply.
The opening session on day 2 for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. 6 for 332. Akash bowls to Cummins down the leg side. Cummins got rid of the pullover. He's well and truly warmed up and ready to go. We'll complete the treasure trove of stats on Steve Smith at the MCG for Young Heinrich. German-engineered forklifts and racking systems. Tom Morris.
There's one outlier, Gerard, in the top 17 run scorers in tests at the MCG, and that's Jack Hobbs, who's currently 6th on the list. Amazing, given he played just 10 matches here compared to the others around him. Greg Chappell, Alan Border, Matthew Hayden, Don Bradman, Ricky Ponting.
Cummins on strike. Fiddles the ball through back. Good point. Collects runs. He's been industrious, the captain. Back for 2. Nice and quick as well. 19 for Cummins, a man with intent, 334 on the board.
So Hobbs is the only non-Australian in the top 17 run scorers in Test cricket at the MCG, and Steve Smith is just about to go past him. So he's 7 runs short of Jack Hobbs, which would put him into 6th spot behind Chappell, Border, Steve Waugh, Ponting and Don Bradman. So he's in pretty rare company, Steve Smith.
Got some extra homework for you, Tommy.
Yes, Simon.
Just tell us, or tell everyone, the numbers of Jack Hobbs, because they're unbelievable. The man was a machine.
Cummins plays from his pads down to fine leg for a single and goes to 20.
First-class hundreds and runs.
Yeah.
I reckon you'll find they're in the 60,000s.
And I'd also like just the averages of those, so potentially the top 6 that Steve Smith's about to join.
So Don Bradman averaged 128 here. Ricky Ponting, 58. Steve Waugh, 53. Alan Border, 38. Greg Chappell, 46. Jack Hobbs averaged 70 the MCG, and Steve Smith, as you said, averages almost 84.
So second to Bradman. With a gap. There was a no ball signalled on the previous as well. Akash bowls. Smith fends down the leg side. It balloons. Pant picks up, throws. Cummins called him through. It's off the pad, just given the nature of the fly. Let's bring Damien Fleming in as well for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Hello to you, Flem.
Hello. 199 first-class hundreds. Jack Hobbs.
Yeah. What about the runs?
What was it, 60,000?
61,760.
I had a feeling it was up there.
273 50s.
And not one ram shot.
Think of how many he would have made if he'd figured that out. Akash to Cummins, plays from the stumps to the short mid-wicket, no run.
How good was that last over from Bumrah?
Bowlology gold.
And going fuller. Going fuller. There's still plenty in this pitch, Cato. So Steve Smith and Cummins, this is an important partnership. If they can get them up in the high 300s, close to 400, that's an excellent first innings total here, because the pitch looks like it's virtually unused here on day 2, having a look at it.
Akash sets in from the members' end. He's bowling to Cummins, who drives stylishly through extra cover across the turf. It's a close run thing, but it'll get there for 4. That is a classy shot from Pat Cummins, driving through the biz covers, saved with biz cover business insurance on the go. He's 24.
We know he loves batting here. He got 76, I think, from memory, a few years ago. That was a classic cover drive.
His batting's improved under his own captaincy. Not just red ball cricket, but white ball cricket as well, really taking that responsibility. Even batting ahead of Mitch Stark, who's a fine tail ender.
341 on the board. Cummins on the follow-up. Pulls down into the deep. He lands it safely in front of fine leg. A couple of bounces as it reaches Bumrah. Cummins to 25, and Australia rattling along. 6 for 342. End of the over on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
Step up to the next generation of power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Limitless power and efficiency. Makita XGT outpowers the rest. Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
Just like the pitch before the toss, your skin's worth a second look. At Mole Map, an expert melanographer thoroughly checks your skin, then a dermatologist provides a detailed review and diagnosis. 1 check, 2 experts, a double take that can save your life. molemap.net.au.
6 for 342. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Pat Cummins is 25. Smith at the other end is 78. Jasprit Bumrah bowling from the worn ends. 3 for 80. He bowls to Cummins, who plays from the stumps out to point, no run. To the 63 here against India in the Boxing Day Test of 2018. Beaten only by 64, which we saw in Brisbane at the start of the year against the West Indies. 64 not outs, his highest Test score. The third of his half centuries was Johannesburg in 2018. Cummins is on 25. Bumrah bowls to him, and Cummins tried to nick it through. Hung the bat out. Nearly.
So, but besides that innings from Constas, Bumrah just has challenged every Australian batsman throughout this series. You just think the more they'd face him, they'd get used to him to a degree, but just the unusual action from Bumrah, that their variety of skills just still surprises them.
But he's also, I reckon, out there yesterday and even just then, he's standing the seam up and getting it to leave the right handers, which is making him awkward to face.
Bumrah to Cummins, plays back down the pitch, fielded at mid-off, no run.
And he does have that really good in-swinger.
And that's
He's
what it
setting
must
him
feel
up
like.
all the way.
When you I can only imagine that when you're facing him, it looks like the ball's going to come in as a right-hander. But the fact is, when he's got that seam upright, it's pitched and then left, and only a little bit. It only has to go a little bit because most of the right-handers will be setting up for the ball coming back in. So that's the difference between holding the line and getting the outside edge.
Bright sunshine again over the MCG. Cummins ducks the bouncer.
And then a bouncer that surprises him, shocks him. But I looked at some data from CricViz, and he actually releases 36 centimetres wider to right-handers coming over the wicket, just the general average. So you would think that the ball is going to get angled in, like you were saying, Kato. But he bowls a wide outswinger. Fani de Villiers from South Africa bowled Australia out famously at SCG, bowled outswingers from very wide of the crease.
Bumrah over the wicket. Cummins, that was uncomfortable. Up under the armpit, fended it away without a short leg.
Yeah, and this is perfect from Bumrah. He sussed out that Cummins wants to get on the front foot. We've seen some good drives already this morning. This is the length. Unsettle him. Get upstairs and try and get under the ribs and up near the head region, because it's a different game for Pat Cummins when the ball starts going up there. And that's where he'll then get his opportunity to nick him off when his feet are camped on the crease. And we're seeing a leg slip come in right now. So third slip's been removed.
I'd rather the bat pad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Last ball of the Bumrah over. He delivers, and Cummins has beaten. It's a bowlology goal. Another maiden from Jasprit Bumrah. 6 for 342. The Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
When you're freezing cold or when you're boiling hot, who you gonna call? We're the world.
Take advantage of the VEU government rebate and trade in your old gas heater for huge discounts on ducted reverse cycle systems, multi-splits or split systems.
Our service is professional. Prices are unbeatable. We're the biggest and the best, and we do it all for less. So who you gonna call? We're the world.
For your free quote, visit weatherworld.com.au.
Our first session is for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. 31 runs in 31 minutes to start day 2. Just what Australia needed at 6 for 342. Smith up to 78. Cummins there with him. Useful runs on 25 there. Put on 43. Lights on at the G. 40,000 people in attendance. Akash deep with 2 slips and a gully. Deep backward point. Delivers to Smith here, and Smith leaves it alone outside the line of the leg stump. Simon Katich and Damien Fleming stay with me for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food.
Hello.
Enjoyed your little Jack Hobbs diversion there, Flem?
Yeah, definitely.
It's one of those quirks that he got 199 first-class tons but didn't know until after he died, because he had 197 and they tacked on 2 posthumously from games he played in Sri Lanka on a private tour. So it wasn't as though he fell one short. He's still churning out tons in his early 50s. Remarkable career.
Yeah. First professional to captain England.
Away from us, Akash deep. 41 on his back. Bowls to Smith in a short sleeve jumper. Short ball. Gets out the way of it. Thought about booking, but as I mentioned before, there's a fine leg and a deep backward square for that. And his proudest moment here at the G was when the defining test match of 1911-1912 when he and Wilfred Rhodes walked out and put on 300 plus opening the batting and drove Australia into the ground and won that series 4-1.
Just imagining what it would have been like to play professionals and amateurs. Like, they had separate dressing rooms.
Yeah. Until the 60s.
You could trying to get team spirit. It's bizarre.
Again in close to the stumps, deep bowls, and Smith plays and misses and throws his hand away, his right hand off the bat. Frustrated that he didn't make contact and played at that ball that moved away off the seam away from him, Cat.
Yeah, it was a beauty from Akash deep, although it's probably a nothing shot, really. Yeah. Just trying to guide it.
It was
out
already
to that
wide,
deep backward
wasn't it?
point. Yeah.
It was already wide.
Yeah.
But having said that, that's another player miss for deep. Now, I've seen worse bowling over a 2-test period and get plenty more wickets than what he's got so far.
Deep, halfway through the over. Bowls to Steve Smith. Short ball outside the line of the off stump. That's a fly into the
That's not his go, though. That's not his go. If he's going to go short, he needs to make it work. There's still enough here. I'd just be bowling as full as possible.
No, I agree, particularly to Smith. I can understand going short to Cummins and trying to rough him up a little bit, but not to Smith here. I don't think he needs to.
Lovely buzz around the Melbourne Cricket Ground. What a great day to be here. Ample space on day 2 to take your seat and enjoy this batting from Steve Smith on 78. Facing deep here, gets in behind it defensively. A fuller delivery here. Pointing out on the text line, someone saying they were here in 1912 as a 27-year-old. What would that make them?
What does that make him now then?
Very, very old. Doubt that's true, but that's okay.
They might have played in that test.
Yes, that England team. Captained by Johnny Douglas. A fascinating story in his own right. Gold medalist in boxing. Ashes captain as well. Short ball to finish here. And Smith wants absolutely nothing to do with it. Maiden complete on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Your trusted plumbing supplier at 6 for 342.
Still no change to the Westgate Freeway until January 4. Only 2 lanes are getting through on top of the Westgate Bridge. The delays are now well back before the Ring Road interchange. It's banging back onto the Princes Freeway. Try to use Geelong Road. Head through Brooklyn instead. Harvey Norman clearance is on now. Get in quick for huge savings on TVs, fridges, laptops, mobiles, furniture, bedding and more at the best price guaranteed. Harvey Norman open until 9 tonight. And the Strikers take on the Hurricanes in the BBL here at Live tonight on SEN.
Coverage is for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home and move in now. We worked out during the ad. That would make our correspondent 139 years old. All your numbers for Jun Heinrich on the coverage. Sun's back out at the G.
He's modern though. He has an iPhone. He can text.
Boomer's got a short leg when bowling to Cummins. In here, Cummins deflects out towards the gully region to Nitish Kumar. Ready, no run.
I like the bat pad now. Cummins propping on the front foot, riding the bouncer. I'm really interested to see how Bumrah constructs this over.
Yeah, I like it as well, but I reckon maybe the square leg can go into another catcher.
Yeah,
he looks like he's going to...
waste of time.
Nick. And if he clips it through there, he clips it through there.
Turns at the top of his mark, Bumrah. 25th over. 3 wickets to his name. Up past umpire Wilson. Delivers here. Cummins out towards short leg, not far away. Threw out a hand. Wasn't quite in the frame. Felt like just for a moment they could have been dragged in. We'll see the replay for pay.com.au. Yeah, not quite within diving range, but 1 run added to the tally. 6 for 343.
Or maybe they missed, the square leg. I think they could have 2 in there. And how deep the bat pad is, I mean, you fielded there a lot, Cato. You're still a chance for a catch. Sorry, not just a fending catch.
The other thing too there was he was up. He needed to be a lot lower and caught his reaction off guard there.
So Jaiswal jumps out of short leg, goes to gully. Bumrah to Smith. Wider on the crease. Smith to where he was at short leg for what it's worth, but there's no fielder there now. No is the call. Smith
back in.
Yes, after 1 ball, it's prompted that little do-si-do with Jaiswal from the gully back to short leg. Keeper gully, KL Rahul, who was so busy yesterday, and they'll leave cover vacant if he wishes. Interesting push and pull here. Bumrah, always in the game. Bowls to Smith, wider on the crease. Smith lets it hit him on the pad. It deflects into the gloves of Rishabh Pant. Nothing in it. Just misreading the angle, perhaps. He didn't intend to have it flick the pad on the way through, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was very wide on the crease. They know he's only probably got a couple more in him here, Bumrah. Just trying to get through it, and then they'll know that Siraj probably come back and for another spell after opening at the Shane Warne stand end today.
Boomer at couple to come. Southern end up here, bowls to Smith in behind it, defending. In front of the man at short leg, which means in effect he's taking on square leg, who races around. They get one anyway. Smith to 79, 6 for 344 Australia. Just where he wanted to place it. Back to Cummins again. He's played some important roles for Australia with the bat last couple of years. Edgbaston famously in the chase. World Cup semi-final. A half century against the Windies at the Gabba last year. Runs at Christchurch in a fourth innings chase. On strike here, Boomer to him to finish the over. Short ball. Has a little, what would you call it, a flirted it above his helmet. Luckily for his sake, he doesn't make contact. End of a busy over. 2 runs from it. 6 for 344. Smith on 79. Cummins on 26 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Your trusted plumbing supplier.
Harris Scarf's Boxing Day sale is on now. Save 60% off cookware by Swiss Diamond. Exclusions apply. Harris Scarf. Great brands, great prices.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services. Keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
Question is for MEGT. Sign up your next apprentice with ease. Damien Fleming staying with me. As Cat jumps out. Akash Deep continues. Wind blowing over his right shoulder. Delivers to Smith. First ball. Gets it fine enough. 4 runs. Got inside the line as he does so well. And his placement's been spot on so far this morning. Smith into the 80s. He's 83 with the boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools.
It's been a very good start to the day for Stephen Smith. There's been signs of old Stephen. I mean, we did see it, I think, from 50 to 100 up at the Gabba. And I talked about how he looked like he just got his rhythm again. And it can be just a touch thing. And it's certainly been a very fluent knock so far, hasn't it?
Absolutely. And you were identifying last week the fact that he was playing through cover.
He's played a couple of crackers today.
So a change in field because of the leg glance that was so fine. Now we get a leg slip. Rowett, the definition of responsive in his captaincy over a couple of days. Akash Deep bowls to Smith here, and he plays it through where Gully was. More runs. Worked in that direction along the ground. Booze for Coley. Cummins wants 3, then drops his bat, sends Smith back, and rightly so. So the 3 was nearly on, but that response from Bay 13 for Coley was loud. Smith 85, the 350 up as well for the loss of 6 wickets.
Great start. India would have been identifying 350 as a potential mark that they'd like to bowl the Australians under, but they're yet to get a wicket. Been a lot of play and misses, particularly from Bumrah's bowling. Partnership 51, 82 balls. This is excellent batting from the Australian captain and Stephen Smith.
250 stands in a row after losing 3 for 9. Deep bowls here. Smith inside the line. Out to mid-wicket. Another single. To the right of KL Rahul. He's 86, 6 for 351.
Clever batting, isn't it? Rotation of strike as well.
Tom Morris got something with us too for the Cobra mistake.
There's 3 bowlers who've taken 56 wickets in Australia. One is Jasprit Bumrah. One is Fred Spofford. And the other is Damien Fleming.
Oh, my God.
So Bumrah needs 1 to go ahead of you, Flem. He's sitting on 56
the
wickets
Demons,
at 17.
No chance.
Yeah, the Demons. Well, I mean,
I'd say the average would be... I might have the highest average of the 3.
24 is still a good average,
Oh,
though,
no,
Flem.
I'll take that. What was Demons?
19. Bumrah 17.
Oh, my God.
Up to the crease here, deep bowling to Cummins, making room,
shot.
playing through backward point, middling it out to the rope. They'll enjoy that down in Bay 13 as well. That's where the ball trickles in to the sponge. 6 for 355. The captain's up to 30. Boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito.
You know, I'm a fan of Akash Deep. You know, when he bowls full and he swings the ball, I think he's a handful. But when he bowls short, he's just not quick enough. He's a skidding type of bowler, so his short balls don't have as much impact. And at the G, it's wide. You can open up the face.
Where they got rid of the gully as well. Playing the percentages, Cummins. Deep to him. Tries to do it again. Ball goes over the top of leg stump. Cummins is nearly off the strip. It was banged in short as well. Messy cricket. Ultimately a dot ball.
Yeah, I don't mind it from Cummins. There's 2 out for the hook pull shot. Cummins has played one. Big boundary, Colo, isn't it? I mean, it's a big hit to get it over. But I think it is safer just playing that little ramp shot.
He nearly made contact, didn't he? Watching it back a second time for pay.com.au.
It's been a pour over this. Already 13 off.
Horden split up as well. A second and a third, not a first. You know what'll happen now. Deep balls to Cummins, who makes room, and again through the offside. In front of point. Gets plenty of that. 4 more for Pat Cummins. A big over for Australia. Cummins to 34. Smith on 86. Australia 6 for 359 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Your trusted plumbing supplier.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice. Designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room. All with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
They are doing it with ease with Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. 3 boundaries in that Akash deep over. Back to Bumrah. Can he create something? Smith on 86. He's got the short leg back as well. Southern end bowls here. Smith short ball down the leg side. Tries to hook. Doesn't quite catch up with it. Punt diving away to his left. Takes it cleanly.
That's probably the poorest ball that Bumrah's bowled today, isn't it?
It's funny tracking this Smith story. You know, you talk about fluency and finding something. His numbers feel mortal in the last few years, probably since 2020 or thereabouts. You know, he's the 10th ranked batter in the world according to the ICC, right? Which is great compared to normal people. But Smith was top 3 for the better part of a decade, right?
But his record's not average, though, is it? Since
Bumrah delivers again to Smith across his stumps in defence.
Still low 40s, isn't it, in that period? Which, with the way the pitches are, the Kookaburra ball, the average team scores, you know, if you have 3 or 4 guys that average over 40, not 50, in this modern age, I think you're building a pretty good top 6.
It's one of those things where I think he was judged on that curve, understandably, right? That period of time where he averaged in the mid-70s and back to the mean or something like that, where he's felt mortal against fast bowling.
I do want him to keep, when he retires, to be averaging mid-50s.
I hope so.
It is a goal.
Bumrah to Smith here, leaving alone well wide of the off stump. I mean, his average was in the low 60s as recently as a couple of years ago.
I don't have control over it, but I know but you are a fan as well, aren't you? I love...
Oh, here we go. An Indian fan, but it looks like it's that Indian shirt right on the ground. Oh, dear, that's not ideal. He gets to Rohit Sharma, and he's going up to Virat Kohli, and belatedly the security guards are on the field to drag him off. He dances there. He does some flossing, and he's about to get...
seriously, so we can't go down and watch, do a pitch report 30 minutes before the start of play, and people can just run on and try and chuck some high fives to the Indian players.
So he got to Rohit
first. There's that many
and...
security. How does that happen?
Yeah, it is. So the security are now out. He's been taken off towards the race between the Ponsford stand and the members stand, but got all the way out. I mean, he spent a lot of time in the middle. Typically a pitch invader,
I mean,
as a security guard hot on the
not
heels.
want on the ground. That could have been a major incident.
When we were at Lord's last year,
it was a beeline to Kohli.
Yeah, we were at Lord's last year where there was enough time for
that was awful.
Quite a lot to play out. A couple of years ago in England, it happened in every test of the summer. So Bumrah, after the interruption, bowls to Smith, full of length, Yorker length almost, digs it out to mid-on. There won't be a single.
Yeah, I just think there needs to be an emphasis on that potential. You know, for people that are just walking around and not showing interest of running onto the ground. It's not as big an issue.
But going up
That's
to the players.
deplorable.
I mean, he had his arm around Kohli at one point after tapping Rohit on the back, and Rohit was taken aback. He didn't know what was going on. He must have sighted him because he was coming from fine leg beneath us, really. So 2 balls left in the over. Bumrah up and bowls, and Smith hooks towards fine leg, gets plenty of it, and it's gone all the way. On the hook, Smith into the 90s. Perfect execution. Australia up to 6 for 365. The second time in the over he had a go at it, Flem. This time the contact was there.
Yeah, I think that previous average bouncer from Bumrah, Stephen Smith, pulled his bat away, but in hindsight, he was well inside the line. He could have hit that first one. So no doubt he's noted that and going, the next one that's inside the line of my body, I'm going to have a go at it. That was an excellent shot.
Because the fine leg's 30 metres away, more a long leg.
It's a shorter boundary down here too.
Last ball, Bumrah to Smith. It's fuller towards short leg. It goes on the bounce, but it ends up at square leg instead. So 6 runs coming from the over. A big one from Stephen Smith, who's 92. Cummins 34, Australia 6 for 365 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
AirAsia's big sale is on. Fly direct from Melbourne to Kuala Lumpur from only $299. Visit airasia.com and book your holiday now. T&Cs apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Step up to the next generation of power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Limitless power and efficiency. Makita XGT outpowers the rest. Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. There's a change in bowling. You can probably tell who it is. They're shaking up the bowling for the man shake. 2 million Aussies have shaken the weight. Mohammad Siraj will replace deep at the northern end. Flem.
Yep, certainly so. Yet to have a wicket. It's been a tough test match for Siraj so far. None for 78 off 16. Hasn't been able to build a lot of pressure. He was frustrated by Constas. But even besides that, he league runs against Labuschagne and Smith. Very defensive field now from Rohit Sharma. Just 2 floating slips and a ring field. And 2 back out on the leg side for the hook.
Bowls to Cummins here. 2 in the cordon. Cummins well forward, pushing to extra cover there. Won't be a single there. So Siraj started the series really well. When you look at the players he went through the whole Aussie top 7. Got them all out at one stage or another in the first 2 test matches, but diminishing returns thereafter.
Yeah, he has. I mean, he's no doubt he charges in every ball. But sometimes I think the emotions erode his tactics.
The ground where he made his debut back in 2020. Bowls to Cummins, who leaves alone a ball that comes back off the seam and goes over the top of the middle stump.
So, good start. 2 full deliveries. One that Cummins had to play a lead, but, it was tied on off stump. If he can be disciplined here, I think the pitch will look after him.
What have you made of the surface across 3.5 sessions?
Yeah, very good. I think it's going to be a good cricket wicket for the next couple of days.
Matt Page said this morning it should quicken up today as well. Looking for that. Siraj bowls here. Cummins inside edge onto the pad. Out to mid-wicket, no run. I mean, it's been statistically the best ground in the world to bowl fast at the last 5 summers.
Yeah, and getting quicker, but also just the trajectory of our fast bowlers. They're taller, they release higher too. If they bowl full, Boland probably is the fullest of them. They're going to be a handful. And you quicken up the pitch a little bit. Those playing misses might just get the outside edge a few times.
Some Boland, the MCG specialist. Siraj now to come and split cord and stays there. Hits him on the pad, a ball that's trending down the leg side. So he's lost his line for a couple of balls here.
But also Cummins has missed 2 half volleys on leg stump and it's actually hit his leg, which we don't want. Yeah, they should have been just whipped through the leg side.
Such an improved number 8, hasn't he, Cummins, the last 2 or 3 years?
Yep. Under his own captaincy, I think. Early on, you would think that he was going to average around 20 in Test match cricket, but he had an awful period.
Early on, he made an unbeaten 50 here against India in 2018. Siraj to him and Cummins is forward in defence.
Remember there was one, I don't know if it was against India or England, him and Tim Payne put on some very handy partnerships. And then he just lost his way a little bit.
It's his first home summer in 17, and I think a few people are like, well, maybe he can bat further up the order. It was 2 summers when he was consistent.
Whereas Mitchell Starc has always been, I'd consider a bowling all-rounder. And he's batting 9 now. That strengthens the batting big time.
Last ball of Siraj's 17th over to Cummins, who makes room and plays through point, not quite. Jaiswal over to his right to cut it off. Otherwise, it would have been a boundary. It was that well timed. So Maiden, 6 for 365. Back to Smith on 92. Cummins on 34. Holman Plumbing Scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
Summer's in full swing, and you're probably asking yourself, why don't we have a pool? So take the plunge now to start swimming in 2025. Get your free quote for a stunning fiberglass pool from Melbourne Fiberglass Pool Company. With over 50 sizes and designs available, from small plunge pools, pool spa combos, and generous 12-metre pools, Melbourne Fiberglass Pool Company will have the perfect fit for your dream backyard. Contact Melbourne Fiberglass Pool Company for your free quote today. Visit melbournefiberglasspools.com.au.
Damien Fleming there mentioning the next batter to suit up for the famous Peter Jackson half-year sale on now. That'll be Mitchell Starc at the fall of the 7th wicket. But this pair have put on 66 after a quick partnership of 53 for the 6th wicket yesterday. And that followed the little mini collapse of 3 for 9 where it could have gone either way on day one. So Steve Smith holding things together nicely.
Yeah, and you got to remember, it was a hot day yesterday. I thought just when India needed to press, you could see that they were pretty fatigued from the mid-30 heat, and it was cloudy, so it was humid as well. No excuses today.
Felt like a good bowling morning, didn't it?
Perfect.
21 degrees. New bowler Nitish Kumar ready, replacing Bumrah. His first ball of the day to Smith. Leg stump line, worked off his hip behind the square leg umpire for the easiest of singles. He's 93, 6 for 366.
Yeah, I think Reddy should have bowled more with the newish ball yesterday. Underused. I think even though Washington Sundar picked up a wicket, he really does bowl darts. There's not much happening there. I thought it was too easy for the Aussies to score. Whereas Reddy, how many overs is this ball now?
They took it in the 82nd, so we're into
it's getting
18.
Still should be able to swing.
Bowling from the southern end to Cummins, 2 in the cordon, delivers here, and he beats him outside the line of the off stump with one of those balls you described.
There you go. I wouldn't be leaving there, if not getting a fraction fuller. He's not a tall man, Reddy. Bowls in the mid-120s, but that's certainly straightened. As a tail ender, you don't want to play at those.
They've been together for 100 balls now, this pair, adding 67. Yeah, Reddy at 7's interesting. That might be his long-term home, given that India have the luxury of being
good enough
in the top 6, right? That's what punt helps, that flexibility. 2 back for the short ball. Reddy bowls here. Cummins, it is short, but outside the line of the off stump and crunched out to deep backward point where there is a band-aid. Cummins 35, Australia 6 for 367.
And so who bats 8 then? Is that Sundar?
Sundar.
So they sort of strengthened their batting. But the potency with the ball, it's weird. Ravi Ashwin's retirement is weird because I'd be playing Ashwin ahead of Sundar. That's weird, isn't it?
Ashwin will be furious.
He'd bowl well. He'd get pace and bounce on this Ashwin. And a fine batter.
Absolutely. Steve Smith on 93, facing Reddy. Leg stump. Middle stump, sorry. Hit him on the glove. It ballooned up. The way he played the ball, it felt like it was trending down leg, but it did come off the glove down to the cordon. Coley does the fielding. Smith gives it a shake. Doesn't take the glove off. We'll see it on the screen again for pay.com.au. Yeah, that took off.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of this yesterday. Yeah, he would have expected that at best to be splice height, and that's hit him on the forearm.
More arm than thumb. So he dusts himself off, prepares to go again. 2 left in the over from Reddy. Up past umpire Wilson, bowls to Smith. This time it's leg stump line full and placed out to mid-on with a minimum of face. Yes, that batting lineup for India, it's a long way away from now, but punt at 5, Jadeja at 6, Reddy at 7, Sundar at 8. If they lay a foundation and get going, that'll be difficult for Australia.
Yeah.
So that's where they've beefed up lower middle order, but at the expense of Ashwin, who, I completely agree with you. He bowled beautifully here in that test 4 years ago. He was very grumpy last week, Ashwin. Keeper up to the stumps for 1 ball. Reddy bowls. Smith tucks it round the corner. Between the 2 men in the deep, they'll take 1. They walk it through. Smith's 94. He keeps the strike at 6 for 368 on the Holman Plumbing Scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier.
50% off everything Christmas sale is on now at Lombard. Stock up for next Christmas at a Lombard party store near you. Shop in store and online now. Lombard.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
And at Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Steve Smith just 6 runs away from another 100 against India. He's facing Siraj here. 2 back for the short ball. First one's full. Inside edge onto the pad. Siraj sinks his pad first. Umpire Goff turns him down. He goes straight up to Rowett.
He's got his hands on his head straight away.
Rowett wants nothing to do with Siraj here. He'll talk to Rishabh. He's not going to review. 5 to go.
He's already walking back. If this is like Rohit Sharma's last series as captain, he'll look back on it, the horror show of how many DRSs, particularly Siraj has asked for, particularly when they're hitting the bat and he's going on up for an LBW.
So
he won't miss captaining Siraj.
I mean, he smashed that. That was a massive deviation. Siraj bowls to Smith. He goes back and rides the bounce out to fine leg for another easy single. He's working them here. Smith 95, 6 for 369. The LB shout. How's that? Get amongst it with tinnies. How's that hazy pale ale available at Liquorland? Choose to drink wise.
Yeah, I watched Rohit Sharma. As soon as Siraj appealed and looked to him, you know, his hands went on his head. It's just like, it's another one I'm going to have to think about. And Siraj just goes up for everything, doesn't he? That hit the bat significantly.
Because as a bowler, Flem, there's a difference between the little tiny ones where it's, you know, it's a couple of noises.
Is that outside edge or
versus
was it
that?
Or the pad?
Yeah.
I don't know. You appeal.
Siraj to Cummins. He's 35, doing his bit, defending here to mid on a full and straight delivery. The partnership worth 70 here in the 100th over. Perfect for Australia.
And a great hour.
Yeah.
India minimum 1 or 2 wickets in that hour. And they've scored, haven't they?
It's 311 overnight, so they've added 58 this morning.
That's a lot of runs.
Run a minute, just on. So we've had a couple of passages of play where Australia have done this. The Constas hour and a bit, the period of play
same
after
time
tea yesterday where they went better than a run a minute. Carey and Smith, and now Smith and Cummins. The ladder facing here, full delivery, squirts it out to cover, takes one, Smith danger end through. Sprinted to the line, got through without any major concern, but it was quickish. Cummins 36, 6 for 370. Watching it back for pay.com.au is comfortably through. Clouds back out. At some point today, it's going to be the perfect time for Australia to bowl. Work still to do. Smith 95. Couple of balls till drink. Siraj to him here. Leg stump line. Tucks it out to deep square. Gets one. Wants two. Cummins doesn't fancy it. Crowd wanted it, but no, not to be as yet. Smith 96. 6 for 371.
Well done, Captain Pat. That could have been a run out. You don't want Stephen Smith running himself out here.
I'm trying to think, have we had any dramatic Steve Smith hundreds where he slid in on his tummy like Punter did at Sydney those years ago? I think he's been pretty conservative in the 90s, Smith, as a rule. Cummins thumping the bat on the turf. A slip and a fourth slip. Last ball before drinks. Hit on the pad by Siraj. Looks like it's going down the leg side, and there's no appeal from the wicketkeeper, and umpire Goff says, take your story, Walker, and Robert's laughing at his bowler. That will be not only the end of the over, but the drinks break as well for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. A great hour for Australia. 60 runs added in 60 minutes. 6 for 371 the score. Smith 4 runs away from his 34th test ton. Cummins on 36 with him. The partnership's worth 72, and that's all on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, your trusted plumbing supplier. After the break, Gerard in for me.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
there. Watch out for a crash on the Ring Road Greensborough bound at Sunshine Avenue. The second right-hand lane blocked. Speed back to 40. Resurfacing works on the Westgate Bridge. City bound, only 2 lanes are open. Speed back to 40. Delay stretching back to the Ring Road. Sexy Lands Boxing Day sale is on now with up to 70% off. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, or shop online for 2-hour delivery at sexyland.com.au. And the Strikers take on the Hurricanes in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Oi, Sammy, you see my good drill anywhere?
It's right here, boss. How are you going to get by without an apprentice when you retire?
I'm with Cbus, so I'll be fine. My super's been working hard for years. Unlike some of us.
Righto, big man.
Cbus Super, making hard work pay off. Read the PDS and TMD to decide if Cbus is right for you.
Light up your taste buds at a Porto with our flavour-packed garlic-loaded wrapper. Chicken tenders, garlic sauce, Portuguese salad, mayo and chips, all wrapped up in a toasted pita for only $10.95. Limited time, excludes delivery and airports.
The 7-seat Isuzu MUX. All the style and substance to keep your family going your own way. From just $51,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu U dealer today. Go your own way. T's and C's apply.
Siraj to Cummins, runs the ball past points. That'll scoot across the turf for 4. Delivers to Smith, who runs the ball through the cordon for 4. Opened the blade, controlled the stroke.
Up to the crease here, deep bowling to Cummins, making room,
shot.
playing through backward point, middling it out to the rope. They'll enjoy that down in Bay 13 as well. Up and bowls, and Smith hooks towards fine leg, gets plenty of it, and it's gone all the way. On the hook, Smith into the 90s.
The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. It has been a productive hour for Australia. 60 and 60. Moved from 311 to 371. And Steve Smith to the cusp of another Test century here at the G. He's 96. Pat Cummins is 36. The partnership is worth 72. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Still a lot of movement up on top of the side screen. It's the patrons in the second tier of the warm stands are on the move, collecting refreshments. It's slow to get back to their seats. Reddy's bowling from that end. 6 overs, none for 13. Keeper is up. 2 in the cordon.
Come on, let's go!
Deep backward square and deep points.
Come on, boys!
So protecting square of the wicket as well as the fine leg. Smith has looked in command this morning. Bow 1 over from Jasprit Bumrah. Reddy gets us underway after the drinks break. He bowls and Smith turns from his pad straight to short mid-wicket. Ravi Shastri is in the experts chair for 420 Pies, Australia's original fan food. Ravi, good morning.
Morning, Gerard. Morning all. What a start this for Australia. You could see the captain striding out there. There was a very determined look on his face. He was going to compete today. And you could see it in his eyes. He meant business. He knew the importance of this first hour of play. And Australia got it dead right. Steve Smith going from strength to strength.
Smith flexing and twitching, covering his stumps and flicking firmly from his pads down to deep square for a single. He's 97.
And they couldn't have got the combination better. They've scored at a fair clip this morning. They've got the right mix with the number of boundaries and aggressive running between the wickets. And they pushed India on the back foot. You can already see hands in pockets. The body language of the Indians over there suggests that if this partnership carries on for another half an hour, could well put Australia in a very strong position.
73 from 112 balls this pair have added. Cummins has done his share of the work. He's on the back foot defending.
He's putting a prize tag on his wicket today. Captain leading from the front. He likes this ground. He scored runs here in the past. He's taken wickets, and especially when the bounce gets a little uneven. And he can be probably the most awkward customer on the surface.
3 Test half centuries to his name. Cummins is on 36. Reddy rolls the shoulders. He's over the wicket bowling, and Cummins back, cutting out to the deep point and helping himself to a run. He's 37. Smith looks in command, bar that one over from Bumrah was just magnificent, where he beat him on the outside edge 3 times. Couldn't quite get him. Smith has just sort of settled into he's batted in about 3rd gear.
Yeah, that was a top contest. That he was trying to get outside the line. Bumrah just kept it one stump outside and kept beating him.
It's Reddy who's trying against Smith. He's cutting the ball out to the deep points. They'll get one and come back for 2. Scampering between wickets. 99 punt, didn't take it just for a moment. We were looking for the ricochet. It went to the field. So Smith's right on the brink.
He's got an amazing record against India, Gerard. He's got 10 test match hundreds in just 41 innings. I mean, every 4 innings against India, he gets 100. And he's looking good here. He's one shy of yet another one.
So what's Rowett going to do? He's pulling the fielders in square to not concede the cheap single on either side of the pitch. One to come in the Reddy over. That familiar sense of anticipation around the ground. Smith faces up. He plays through the field and adds to his immense deeds here at the MCG with a 5th Test century. It clatters into the rope. 11 tons against India will stand as testimony to the greatness of Steve Smith. Bat and helmet raised. A kiss of the badge. And this greatest of Australian venues stands to applaud him once more.
He's a tremendous player. And this is what great players do. They rise to the occasion. The bigger the day, the bigger the performance. And it couldn't have come at a better time. He just looked his fluent self in this innings, as opposed to the last innings. And it's the hard work he did at the Gabba that's paid off at the G. And when you see him cover driving in that fashion, you know he's close to his best.
His 34th Test century, Steve Smith. He's 103 from 167 balls, 9 4s and 2 6s. Fresh over begins. Siraj to Cummins, who cuts furiously for 4. Oh, Pat's got a taste of it. That flew off the blade through backward point. He goes to 41.
This is poor bowling. I think Rohit Sharma won't be pleased with this. He's been a mixed bag in the last couple of Test matches, Mohammad Siraj. The last thing you want is to give Cummins room with the field up on the offside. Now man drops back to deep point. That was asking to be hit. And the problem for India is how quickly Australia is scoring this morning.
Running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong. Siraj none for 85. Cummins from the stumps, finds runs past Rahul at cover. Just one as Smith holds up his hand and sends the captain back 6 for 384.
You might just get the feeling that this the pitch is settled down. It's a good one for batting. But let me assure you, when you have runs on the board, that scoreboard pressure can put serious doubts and pressure on the opposition when they come out to bat.
61,899 were here at the drinks break, so they have saluted the Smith century. He's on 103. He's trying to turn down leg. It ended up at his feet. He just checks that he's right to pick it up, and he is. So the breakdown of centuries across venues, Tom Morris. So 5 here at the MCG, and that is a new threshold for him.
It is. He has 4 at the SCG, 4 at the WACA, and 11 tons versus India is now more than any other player in history against India. Joe Root has 10, so he's the next best. 8 of those tons at home against India and 3 away.
2 in the deep on the leg side for him. Siraj bowls. Smith off the pad. It just trickles out to leg. They'll add 1 to the total, 385.
And I think I've seen all those tons. A few from the dressing room, Gerard. A few from the commentary box. I think I've seen all 11.
So 34 Test centuries, draws him even with Yunus Khan, Sunil Gavaskar and Brian Lara. He's in rich company.
Wow.
Celebrating the deeds of Steve Smith, Tom Morris with the good oil for Cobram Estates. Australian extra virgin olive oil, back-to-back tons in the series after a bit of an uncertain start. Driving Australia to a big number. Siraj to Cummins, cuts from the off stump. That's going to take some stopping from third. Dive, no, it'll get there. Parried away into the rope. Cummins with it, yet another boundary. He goes to 46. He's on a hitting spree. These crucial moments for New Farm, Australian through and through.
Well, this is really ordinary bowling, and Cummins taking toll of it. He's peppering that offside. He's giving himself room. Siraj obliging by bowling that line outside the off stump.
Seven boundaries in Cummins' 46. Siraj to him, ducks the bouncer and it took off. It flies past. That's 4 byes, make it 5 wides. 6 for 394. Tyre Power scoreboard is clattering along. Big December deals sail and they'll have to bowl it again.
Yes, KL Rahul just walking up to Mohammad Siraj, having a chat with him. Just get the feeling at this stage the Indians running out of ideas. And, full marks to this partnership. It's just going from strength to strength. They've added 83 runs this morning.
That's amazing. Cummins ducks the bouncer this time. It got into the gloves of Parts. End of another productive over. 6 for 394. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now.
What's faster than a pace bowler with the new ball? Travel Money Oz. When travelling overseas, you can order the currency you need online and have it delivered in person that day. Kind of like pizza delivery, but with foreign cash. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyoz.com for info. We're about to get back into the cricket, and had you ordered foreign cash delivery with Travel Money Oz at the start of this ad break, your currency would already be on its way. Now that's fast like a pace bowler. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyoz.com for info.
Australia 6 for 394. Smith 103. Cummins 46. Shake up the bowling for the man shake. 2 million Aussies have shaken the weight. Jadeja's going to take it up from the far end. So to spin India go.
And what's surprising is sometimes the tactics used here by Rohit Sharma. He's got 2 spinners playing. Jadeja is bowling a spell after almost 40 overs, and it took Washington Sundar more than 40 overs to get a bowl. When you're playing 2 regular spinners in the side, they've got to be bowling a lot more. You've got to have that faith in them.
Jadeja to Smith, who's back and cutting out to the sweeper at deep cover. And take a single and advance it to 395. The partnership goes to 96. So yesterday, Jadeja bowled 14 overs and Sundar bowled 12 in the heats. Each took a wicket. Jadeja now 1 for 55, Sundar 1 for 37. Bumrah's bowled 26 overs. Siraj bowled 19 overs without success. Akash 24 overs. Cummins plays back. He fiddles the ball. Rahul can't bring it in at backward point. He parries it out into the deep. They give up another run. Cummins to 47.
He's in the mood to bat big here, Steve Smith. He's just feel he's taken a fresh guard.
Smith back, plays it out to cover, easy singles. Maybe I might in the next over, Ravi, when it's pace, just get you to put Smith's deeds into context for us. So 34 Test centuries, second all-time for Australia. He moved outright at the Gabba. I think it's the 11 against India, which will Cummins back, runs the ball to backward point, no runners. If this has been the rivalry of the era, and it has, this has been a more fierce rivalry than England during the Smith days. To have 11 Test centuries in that set. Cummins back, punches the ball out to deep cover. Campbell through for a run. He's 48. So one to come. Jadeja's overs are pretty rapid. Bright sunshine at the MCG. Huge day 2 crowd. 400 about to come up for Australia. Not only a psychological threshold, but such an imperious position to run the rest of the game from. Smith is playing straight. It's a long off. That's the 100-run stand between Smith and Cummins. As the milestones progressively rack up, Australia 6 for 399 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big December deals sail.
Step up to the next generation of power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Limitless power and efficiency. Makita XGT outpowers the rest. Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
The XUV 700 AX7, an exceptional value 7-seater SUV, is now at Werribee Mahindra. This safe and feature-packed family SUV packs in upmarket equipment and technology from just $36,990 drive away. T's and C's apply. Werribee Mahindra. LMCT 12710.
The leading run scorer for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life. Steve Smith is 106. And the board acknowledging his 34th Test century, second only to Ricky Ponting with his 41. And an average here at the MCG, second only to Don Bradman. 3 in the deep. Siraj begins the fresh over. Smith from his pads just nurses it away into the leg side. That's the 400 up for Australia. It comes in the 104th over by virtue of a leg bye. So Ravi on Steve Smith.
I think it is a magnificent performance. I mean, you just rattled those numbers there. I mean, it speaks for itself. 1100s in probably the most competitive era between these two teams that have ever played the game. They've gone head to head, and for him to be that consistent is simply remarkable, because teams come up with plans. Analysts are trying to fathom out your game. You're trying different tactics, and for him to be ahead of the curve and keep scoring the runs the way he is and notching up the big scores is a remarkable achievement. And you know what amazes me about Steve Smith is his ability to adapt whilst his innings is in progress. It's different techniques to different movements, different techniques to different bowlers, you know, which is remarkable. We'll just touch on that.
Grant Kohli's down at fly slip, which is causing a ruckus. Bouncer ducked by Cummins.
Even in this innings, if you saw when he came out to bat, the amount of movement with his feet to get across, especially to someone like Bumrah. He wanted to get outside the line of Bumrah. He felt he's at his best when he's defending, when he gets into that position, and then anything on his body he can flick it away on the onside. So he opened up the onside nicely. Yet to someone like Akashdeep, the movement at the crease wasn't so pronounced. So, you know, it's different tactics for different bowlers whilst he's batting at the crease.
Cummins plays the ball from his pads out to mid-wicket, gets his 49th run.
And that's why he's not an easy man to bowl to or easy man to plan against, because he comes up with different plans at different times where he stands in the crease. Sometimes he's moving towards the bowler, sometimes he's back in the crease. He's always thinking and anticipating as to what the bowler might do or what is the best technique required for a particular bowler. And that's probably one of the reasons why he's been so consistent.
Smith on 106. Faces up to Siraj. He goes after the boundary. He hooks it superbly. Down to the boundary for 6. He got one off a top edge earlier, which flew. He had complete control over that. Nice and fine. Nice and handsome. Smith's really underway. He's 112.
There's perfect example of anticipation. Look at the movement here. He's on the back foot across. Not much movement with the front foot, and then just uses the pace. He's way outside the line of the ball to just help it on its way over the boundary. He did that once with Bumrah. Now he's done it with Siraj.
The player of the day, the player of the generation for Bingley. Better living there every day. Siraj not having any success. Smith dances down the pitch and with disdain flogs him through extra cover for 4. That's a smashing shot.
He's telling young Constance, I can do what you did, but, I'd like to take my time. I've got my 3 figures on the board now. Let me entertain. Oh, that's a fabulous shot. That's, just dismissed from his presence with utter disdain. He just smashed it. This is a real hammering.
Getting in on the fun. Steve Smith defends the last ball of the over. So a bit of the old and a bit of the new in that. And 12 in all from it. 6 for 411. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley. Completed home and move in now.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently somewhere between Burke and Broken Hill. Leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Sharon. Oh, look, I'm in a bit of a pickle. I could really use your Hilux. I was cruising across the Simpson Desert in my ute when its GPS system just cucked it. It says I'm in Guam, which I am not. Hoping you can come and help me. I'm next to some sand. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 6 for 411. Smith is 116. Cummins is 49 and he has the strike. The captain drives lustily down the ground. It hangs and he's going to be caught. Cummins goes for 49. Just not quite enough meat on it to clear mid-off. It's a good catch taken by Reddy getting around. And finally, India have a wicket to celebrate.
Yes, he's gutted with himself. Pat Cummins, he batted so well, he deserved a 50. But that's what spin can do. It can lure you into a sense of complacency. He went for the big hit. He didn't quite get it right, but a fine hand from the Australian captain. It's a really good partnership, this. It's put Australia in the driver's seat.
India celebrate a wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. Bharat, Sundaresan, welcome back.
Thanks, Gerard. Morning, Ravi. Yeah, the partnership that's, in my opinion, taken this test match too far away from India. They still were in with a shout at 6 for 311 when we started proceedings today. But you could see it's a deflated Indian team at the moment. And they needed something like that catch from Nitish Reddy. It's been a pretty awful performance in the field so far this morning.
Strange tactics, Bharat, as well. 40 overs. After 40 overs, you're bringing a spinner on. I mean, Jadeja bowling after 40. It took 40-plus overs to get Washington Sundar into the attack. You're playing 2 spinners in the side. So a loss for ideas, India.
Rohit Sharma's captaincy has really come under the scanner ever since he's come in, landed in Australia and taken over in Adelaide, where he's been exposed again this morning.
100 runs this morning.
It's happened in a hurry. So Mitch Starc is the fresh man in. And with Jadeja on, he's likely to give it a bit of a whack. Long on, deep mid-wicket. Slip and a short leg. Jadeja around the wickets. Starc squared up, trying to work it away to the leg. Dropped at his toes. Jadeja now 2 for 59. This is his 16th over. Starc from the crease turns into leg no run.
There's also the ruthlessness that we were used to from Australian teams in the past.
Starc on the pad as he tried to turn away.
If you even go back 4 years, Ravi, Australia were in positions in Sydney, in Brisbane to really pile it on and get to scores of 400, 450, which your Indian team didn't allow them to do.
Starc again can't quite work it where he's trying to.
We've seen in back-to-back tests now in Brisbane, now again in Melbourne. They've made the most of the platform that the middle order has given them.
Last ball of the over, Starc defends to short leg. 7 for 411, the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big December deals sail.
G'day there. Watch out for a broken down trunk blocking the right-hand lane on the Greensboro Highway entry to the Ring Road Altoona bound. There's resurfacing works on the Westgate Bridge. City bound, only 2 lanes open and delays back onto the Princess Freeway, and a crash in Heidelberg. Lower Heidelberg Road closed between Banksia and Devon Streets. Use Pauline Road. At Amart, get 10% of your purchase price back in an Amart gift card when you spend $4.99 or more. Hurry in Sunday. Stores open late tonight at Amart. T's and C's apply. And the Strikers take on the Hurricanes in the BBL here at Live Tonight on SEN.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 7 for 411. Smith 116. Stark's the new man in. Ravi, just before you leave us, as you heard the ruckus that was caused as Kohli went down to the boundary, so he's going to be a central figure obviously in the Test match. The match referee issued a 20% match fee fine last night for the collision with Constas. Smith sees the first ball of the fresh over from Siraj, and he's playing it out to backward point. He was quick off the mark. He should get in and out for 2, and he will. He's 118. What did you think?
Yeah, he was given a 20% fine. You know, and I remember as coach, we knew these rules. You know, they keep a track record of a player over 2 years. You know, his behavior, how many times he's offended the rules, things of that sort. There's a card kept out, and then there's a vote, you know, from the umpires out in the middle, the match referee. I think
Smith dances down the pitch, swing and a miss.
Some others as well, and then they decide on, you know, what the offence should be. I think where this 20% has come from, it stems from the Rabada Steve Smith incident. You know, where a level 3 fine, level 3 offence was handed out to Rabada, who appealed, and then it was brought down from level 3 to level 1. So that, I feel, is a kind of benchmark at the moment, and that was, when you look at it on tape, a little more confrontational, the one between Rabada and Smith.
Smith plays the ball to deep point for a single.
So, but overall, when I see it, I think if Virat sees it, you know, being the senior statesman, being around for a decade and a half, you know, he won't be happy with what he sees there. You know, and I'm sure, I won't be surprised if he has a word with Constas, you know, before the end of the Test match, and you know, sorts things out. Because, you know, I can understand heat of the moment, but, you know, you have to draw a line. Last thing I want is physical contact. You know, it doesn't look good. A lot of youngsters watching the sport at the ground and on television.
Siraj is bowling to Mitch Stark. Stays out of the short. Oh, that flies part as well. That's 4 more. That's 5 wides again against Siraj.
Just think, if he doesn't get a wicket in this over, he should be taken off, because he's just losing the plot here. It's not helping India's cause. There's Washington Sundar as well. You can look at another spinner. You can look at anyone else. You can look at even Akashdeep for another spell.
7 for 419. It's 108 runs in fewer than 90 minutes, or just over 90 minutes now. Siraj is going to come around the wickets. Bowls to Stark, who drives him. He won't beat mid-off, but he will get a single, just placed out to the right. So you think just a square up, an apology in order between Elder and
I think they should both meet, both the management should get them together and just have a chat and sort it out.
Couple to go in the over. Cummins the only man out today for 49.
Credit to Constas though, and how he handled himself, Gerard and Ravi, in the press conference.
Yep.
Smith's on 119. He's back and defending.
A remarkable maturity he showed yesterday. You know, just the confidence, the self-confidence, the belief for a 19-year-old was quite remarkable.
I know you don't like to be flattered, Ravi, but you called for it before the Adelaide Test. You liked what you saw of Constas in that game in Canberra. I said, bring him in.
And precisely for that reason, someone who could take the attack to India. Because you didn't see it in the top order for Australia.
Last ball of Siraj's over. He delivers to Smith, who tried to tuck him down the leg side and missed. 7 for 420. The Tyre Power scoreboard. Big December deals sale. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Jimbo! Could really use your Hilux right now. I tried to rescue Monty from a snowstorm, but my ute couldn't handle the ice.
Hey, Jimbo!
Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
SEN and Bing Lee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
Mum, was that a golden duck or a duck?
I don't know, but I think Peking duck for tea.
An unbeatable partnership. Bing Lee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley completed home and move in now. Adam Collins jumping in. Bharat Sundaresan with me. 26 minutes till lunch. Jadeja operating around the wicket to Stark. He works it into the onside. He's on 1. Smith's on 119. Australia have added 109 runs today for the loss of 1 wicket. That was Pat Cummins for 49 at the end of a partnership worth 112. 4 back, 3 on the leg side. Jadeja flat, defended by Stark on the front foot. Hello, Baz.
Adam, Test match really galloping away from India at this moment.
Jadeja again round the wicket. Stark takes him on. Out to deep backward square on the bounce. KL Rahul, the busiest man in showbiz, collects and throws back 7 for 421.
Rohit Sharma, we know, is going to open the batting. I'm sure a lot going on in his head right now.
So do we know that?
Oh, that's what Abhishek Nair apparently mentioned at the press conference yesterday.
Right, I missed this. So despite the fact that he was carded on the team sheet at 3, he's going to open.
That's exactly what the batting coach has said.
Running games. Smith facing Jadeja around the wicket, wants to lap and misses it. I love that comment from Marnus Labuschagne when we interviewed him this morning, saying that he and Smith were talking during Constance's innings yesterday and saying, well, we may as well give up. He said Smith's going to hand in his resignation. Some attempt at modernity there. Maybe reverse it next time, Steve. See if that works. Jadeja bowls. Smith instead goes across the line against the spin, over mid-wicket, bang. 4 runs for the Australian number 4, taking him to 123 boundaries for Azito. 7 for 425, trusting his swing.
Yeah, and there is an added layer of disdain when Steve Smith hits a ball and then turns around. Doesn't even bother looking at where it was going. Just give it a glance, just flying towards mid-wicket.
Classic Rohit, change in field. Where the ball's gone, Rohit puts a fielder. Practically where it landed. Deepish mid-wicket. Jadeja bowls to Smith, who threads the needle out to deep cover point. Deep cover by the time it's collected. For 1, 7 for 426, 124 for Smith. What have you made of Rohit's end of the over? We'll return to this conversation point in a moment. 6 runs from the over, 7 for 426 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Big December deal sale.
Grab the kids. Everyone's beloved high-speed hedgehog is back in Sonic the Hedgehog 3, the must-see movie these school holidays. Sonic the Hedgehog 3 in cinemas now.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
With the Isuzu D-Max X-Terrain, life is reinvigorated. All the power, performance and style you need from just $67,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu Ute dealer today. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes by Henley completed home and move in now. Tommy Morris with us as well, the good oil for Cobram Estate.
Jasprit Bumrah's gone for 88 in this innings, the most he's ever gone for in a Test innings across his career. Siraj has gone for 106. The most he's gone for is 108. That was against Australia in the World Test Championship final. So India's 2 main quicks, very expensive.
Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Thanks, Tommy. Sundar, change of bowling. Round the wicket, our end, northern end. To Smith. Slipping a leg, short leg there for him, and he laps over the top of where leg slip might have been. Down to the rope and gets a boundary. So he had a crack at that in the previous over. But this time just got down far enough. 128 for Smith. 7 for 430 Australia.
He's having fun now, Stephen Smith. You have to be careful before you call him Stephen. The other day, someone in the crowd around the MCG nets went, "Go well, Stephen." He turned around to me and said, "Stephen? Not everybody gets to call me Stephen." I do.
Of course, it was Smith who called Pat Cummins Patrick.
That is
time
correct.
and time again when he became Test captain. And again, Rohit Sharma immediately moves a fielder to where the ball went. on the 45, even more acute than that. Sundar bowls and Smith plays it out to square leg where there's now a gap created. Superb batting. 129 with the single, 7 for 431. What do you make of Rohit?
Yeah.
Constantly moving a fielder to where the ball's gone the ball before.
I had a theory the other day from someone who knows Rohit really well, and the influence that Rahul Dravid had on his captaincy when he was in charge as coach, and how that seems lost under the current regime. He's really been following the ball, you're right. He's made some big glaring mistakes in terms of field placements and bowling changes.
Sundar around the wicket to Stark, the left-hander, leaving alone into the gloves of Punt.
Ravi mentioned, picking two spinners and then going to them really late in the piece, and it's just let the game drift a bit too much.
Sundar, silly point slip his catching man wide of the crease, and Stark just watches it too short to make him play.
And it almost feels like he's not been in control. He's constantly had a lot of people coming up to him on the field with advice.
So the two left in the over. Two Stark. Makes him play here. Plays and misses with some turn, which will encourage Nathan Lyon watching on in the dugout.
And it's not just the fact that he's not in charge of the situations, but it doesn't look like he's in charge of this team at this moment.
Sundar to finish here. Around the wicket, and Stark to point it goes for one. He'll retain the strike with the single. He's 3. Smith 129. Australia 7 for 432. Leading wicket taker in the innings is Jasprit Bumrah. But before you dig, before every job, search before you dig online every time. He's got 3.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food, never quite as good as Mom's.
The sound of joy, which takes you back to that family wedding.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love, no matter the distance. Stay close when you're far apart. Send money worldwide with the Remitly app.
Great time for Simon Katich to join us with Australia in a strong position. 7 for 432. Jadeja bowling the Stark, round the wicket, 4 out on the rope. Watches this defensive line outside the leg stump. Lets it pass his bum into the gloves of Rishabh Pant. Hello, Kat.
Good morning, Colo, Bharat, all our listeners.
Just at the point where it could have gone either way for Smith a couple of tests ago. Jadeja bowls, the Stark goes back and takes one to long on. Easy as you like. He's 7 for 433. He's really stood up when it's mattered most. Hundreds in back-to-back test matches.
He has, and now he just has to determine whether he wants to get the 10,000 here at the MCG or whether he waits to his home test in Sydney.
I reckon it'd be appropriate if it were here, This has been his happiest hunting ground over the years. His 5th ton here today. Jadeja to that man Smith, who goes up, inside out, ultimately with the spin, wide of long off. 2 men to beat, bisects the pair. Nitish Kumar Reddy gets there just and drags it in. Great bit of fielding. That gathered pace towards the deep extra cover boundary. They'll take a look upstairs, for that is the custom, but I reckon he's done well there, Baz.
Oh, he's done really well.
So they're upstairs with the 3rd umpire for Aymar. Cashback rewards with insurance.
No, he
hasn't. That's Aymar, and that's 4. So he did well to get to it.
Yeah, the first act was great, but not the finish.
It's unfortunate the ball didn't quite get off his hand in time.
68 more to go. Does he want him here? And the way he's going, he's probably going to get him by lunch.
So they'll update the board in a moment. They haven't quite finished the deliberations. 3rd umpire decision. 0% alcohol, 100% beer.
Just 68 runs, Simon, but I was telling you this off air. You better get it before he leaves Australia. There's no guarantee there'll be a lot of runs scored in goal.
Oh. Here we go. Confirmed upstairs by the 3rd umpire, Mr. Saikat, this week from Bangladesh. Around the wicket here to Smith. Jadeja is placed down to mid-off. 134. He's milking it here. 7 for 438, doing everything on his terms, Kat.
Yeah, it's been a phenomenal knock. He looked brilliant yesterday. Just amazing what a substantial knock can do. Time in the middle. Worked hard in Brisbane.
Jadeja around the wicket. Stark plays it past the bowler. Just sneaks it through towards long off. 1 for him as well. 7 for 439. 34 test tons as well. That's a significant number in the history of test cricket. Pulling level with Yunus Khan, Sunil Gavaskar, Brian Lara. Mahela Jayawardena. Finishing here is Jadeja. He's off the back foot, Smith to extra cover. No run there. 7 runs from the over. 7 for 439. Smith 134. Stark on 5. India have only celebrated 1 wicket in this session for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934.
They're the tradies, mate. That's Simon.
Jolly Christmas Android deals at Telstra, like $500 off Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra when you buy on a payment plan. Sale ends December 30. Eligibility criteria apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Summer's here and your artificial turf has taken a hit with kids playing, weeds creeping in and those lingering pet odours. Let Turf Glow eliminate bacteria, weeds and moss, making it perfect for families, entertaining outdoors, even cricket pitches. Visit turfglo.com.au.
With Royal Caribbean, come seek Royal Caribbean if he does halal financial services. Adam Collins, Simon Katich, Bharat, Sundaresan and Tommy Morris. He's got something on Smith's 34th test ton. He's down and on striker's end. Sundar to Stark. Field spread. Bowls here. Stark gets forward and knocks it to silly point. One of the 2 catches, Tom.
So he's equal 6th in test history now, behind some pretty good names. But he's the 3rd quickest ever to 34 test centuries behind Tendulkar and Ponting.
Stark waits for Sundar. Round the wicket, wide on the crease. Full and beats him. Brings him forward. Turn.
Been turning since yesterday. The ball gripped. And Nathan Lyon would really be waiting to get his hands on the ball.
I might get the list of those ahead of Smith as well. Yep. So level with 4 on 34. Sundar bouncing in, northern end. Stark back in defence.
So Tendulkar made 51, then Callis and Ponting. Sangakkara 38, Root and Dravid both 36, and then Smith is on 34. Took him 201 innings.
Sundar halfway through the over. Bowls to Stark, who's forward defending to silly point.
Funny how that 34 number when Sunil Gavaskar got there in 87, just before he retired, nobody thought people would get close, and it took Tendulkar 18 years later to go past him. Now so many have done it.
2 left for Sundar here. All dots in the over. Stark defends to point, but does get 1. There's enough of a gap for Smith to call him through. Stark 6, progressing in singles so far, the number 9. Australia 7 for 440.
I think part of that,
sorry, Kat, my apologies.
Do you think part of that's due to the volume of cricket played nowadays in terms of, you know, England have played, 20-odd tests in this calendar year? Or in the cycle?
Might be the cycle, but yeah, so much more than anyone else. Last ball here, Sundar to that man Smith, who plays out to mid-wicket. A loud call of no. Kohli does the fielding. 7 for 440, Smith 134, Stark on 6. Our coverage is for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean if he does halal financial services.
Don't get run out on your way to work, lose the commute, and work closer to home. Waterman Workspaces offers private offices and ergonomic co-working areas with flexible memberships and outstanding amenities for teams of all sizes in locations across Melbourne. With fully equipped meeting rooms and bookable spaces, your team will enjoy working from alongside a thriving business community. Raise your run rate on your business and daily productivity and visit waterman.com.au today.
So the crucial moment in this dominant session for Australia was Steve Smith getting to a 34th test ton, 11th against India, the most of anyone in test history, 5th at the MCG. That's for New Farm, Australian through and through. So Root's on 36, Cat. He's made 19 in the last 4 years or something absurd. So those two are kind of duking it out in the mid-30s now. That'll be fun.
They are. And Joe Root hasn't got one in Australia yet, so he'll want to rectify that in the Ashes next year.
Not wrong. That'll be a big part of the narrative ahead of the series, won't it? Bumrah's back. Always the play when it isn't going India's way. Fair enough too. He's 27th over. Round the wicket, bowls to Stark, who defends into the onside. An important part of this is that Bumrah's been forced to bowl spell after spell, at last getting some overs into him.
Yeah, India have been dismantled here, and it started at the top with Rowett. You've spot on Bharat before. He's been moving the field, just following the ball the whole time. It's not been proactive captaincy at all. From yesterday to today, it's been reactive, and they look like they're in disarray at the moment.
Have to find something here. Got to go through the lower order. Can they get one more before lunch? Bumrah round the wicket now to Stark. He goes up and over the top of mid-on. No need to run for that. And it's carried the ropes as well. Stark unleashes for the first time. Moves to 12. They're punching hard here. 7 for 446. Partnership already up to 35.
And that says it all. Mitchell Stark's just hammered that off a length. And straight over mid-on for 6. India are getting bullied here. Australia are bullying them. Steve Smith is playing with contempt, and now Mitchell Stark's getting in on the act as well.
Gosh, it's a long way since Perth, isn't it? Bumrah, 3 for 94. Still wickets to take. Delivers here. Stark gets out the way of the inevitable short ball response.
Yeah, the last time I remember India being bullied in this fashion is 10 years ago, when MS Dhoni was captain. And even though he did captain for a long time in Test cricket, there was always this question mark about his captaincy, wasn't there, Simon? Great T20 captain, but does he get the rhythm of Test cricket? And it's a question that's being asked about Rohit a lot now. He seems okay in those fast Test matches, the ones that we saw in India earlier this year. But when the game drags out, he's been found out.
Bumrah approaching from the southern end. Round the wicket to Stark, who defends a ball on the off-stump line. He threatens to pick it up and throw. Some rare frustration from Jasprit Bumrah. He's been such a force in this series, Tom Morris as well.
Just a reminder that Jasprit Bumrah hadn't been hit for 6 in 4 years in Test cricket. He'd never been hit for 6 more than once in an innings. It's happened 4 times this innings. Twice Constance, once Smith, and now once Stark.
And you can understand why he's frustrated, because he's had to shoulder the load the whole series, and it's caught up here.
Partnership after partnership for Australia. Bumrah delivers to Stark, who evades a short ball. That's towards the badge, but gets out the way in plenty of time.
And just going back to your point, Bharat, about those quicker Test matches, you generally don't have to captain much because the wicket does the work for you. It's all happening. It's pretty stock standard tactics. Whereas this is where you get tested when it starts to get a bit flatter. I'm not saying this wicket's flat because the Australian batsmen have made it to look flat. I just think India have been really reactive, and the fields they've set have been defensive. There's been covers in when they needed to have extra slips and enticing driving, but it hasn't happened.
Started in the first half an hour. Sam Constance, big role in all of that yesterday, setting the tone. Bowling here is Bumrah, and driving straight, or at least trying to, with Stark, but it doesn't get far. Bumrah collects in his follow-through. He's got 3 for 94. It's 7 for 446, with Smith 134 and Stark on 12.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Adam Collins with Simon Katich, Bharat Sundaresan. Tommy's got some news about our pitch invader earlier.
So this has been tweeted by an Indian journalist. It looks like the same pitch invader that was on the field in 2023 at Narendra Modi Stadium at the World Cup final is the same one as today.
The young kid,
same person.
Well, he put his arm around Virat Kohli.
Yes.
That evening.
That's right.
Yeah.
When you've done it more than once, there's that idiot in England who ended up going to court last year, but he somehow got out of. He was meant to go to prison. He was meant, because he'd done it 4 or 5 times, and there was a charge that carried a custodial sentence, but he got away with it. It's all for social media clicks, all for YouTube views and that kind of thing. Shut down their business model somehow. I don't know how. Sundar round the wicket to Smith, wide on the crease to start the over, and he just helps himself to another single. Waits it well enough that he can consider 2, and Smith always wants the second. Never in doubt. Could be an overthrow as well. Backing up required. A diving stop needed from the reinforcements. Jadeja there. Smith 136, 7 for 448.
We nearly heard the Benny Hill music start playing then. That was comical, but great effort from Jadeja to back that up. There was no one at the bowler's end. Throw came in wildly.
Still 7 minutes before lunch. Field spreads now for Smith. After one ball again, we've got the long off back. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, deep backward point. Just one catching man. Not even trying to get him out. Band-aid after Band-aid, Rohit Sharma. Sundar passes umpire, Goff delivers. Smith forward in defence, but because there's so many gaps, there's an easy one to deep square leg. He's dropped back 20 yards after the previous ball. 7 for 449, Smith 137.
it's a kind of innings from the opposition that can really, he's already exposed Rohit Sharma's captaincy, but the stage at which his career is in, the batting form he's in, now he's gone back to open is what we've been told by the team management. Disrupting what has been a successful opening partnership, at least KL Rahul's, just when he's found his feet again at the top of the order. All of it can just come down on you very quickly tonight, Simon.
It can.
Sundar extra catching man in for Stark, and he goes past the edge for the third time in a couple of overs. From when he goes fuller, he's in the game.
Well, if it goes pear-shaped for him in these last two tests, does he make it to England for that last series?
I would be surprised, especially if there's no WTC final to play for.
South Africa have got 1 foot in that. Played well yesterday. Sundar bowls and Stark leaves alone. So South Africa bowled out Pakistan for 211 and they're 86 for 3. So a good day for them, taking all 10 Pakistani wickets.
Some Baji there as well.
What's that?
Yeah. Kamran Ghulam having a go at some of the South Africans.
Sundar bowls and Stark edging, but pass slip, thick edge. Down towards the rope at third man, won't reach it. Enough time for a collection to be made and 2 runs to be added. Stark 14, 7 for 451, another mini milestone along the way. Another chance for the crowd to appreciate this Australian side who've responded so well after being knocked over twice in Perth.
Go find the clip on social media. I'll talk about it in the next over.
Last ball here. Bowling to Stark is Sundar, left alone outside the line of the off stump. 7 for 451, 137 Smith. Stark 14. Please continue, Bharat.
Yeah, I think it was someone moving behind the side screen. Rabada was the bowler and Kyle Verena was obviously keeping. And Kamran Ghulam started throwing around profanities like a lot of young kids in India when they've just learned their first cuss word in English. You can imagine what that is. He just kept spraying them. He sprayed Rabada with it, and Kyle Verena walks down to him to explain what's happening, and he just goes bang, bang, bang. Yeah, it was
punchy.
It's quite something. For no reason.
I think I like him. Pakistan, who are currently coachless in both formats. Aqib Javed, the stand-in, with Gary Kirsten and Jason Gillespie having both parted ways with the PCB within 8 months of taking on their respective jobs. Anyway, that's a story for another time. Steve Smith with probably 1 over until lunch. Bumrah. He's got the split cordon. Field spread. Smith 137. Bumrah to him here. Leg stump line. Full and push to mid-wicket. Takes the single on offer. 138 for him. 7 for 452. So just a reminder that if South Africa win that first test match, they are through. And it'll be a contest between Australia and India for the second spot at Lord's in the final, which begins on the 11th of June. And if Australia win both of these test matches, which is a long way to go, of course, it'll be a huge celebration because they'll have won the Border Gavaskar for the first time in a decade and their chance to defend their title in London. But who would doubt the twists and turns? We've seen plenty in this series already. 2 slips. Bumrah in. Stark facing, ducking a short ball.
Just going back to Rohit Sharma's captaincy as well, Simon obviously joined the team a little late. I heard before the series about there being a lot of uncertainty within this Indian dressing room under this new regime. Players not sure about roles and approaches and whether the same playing 11 will be stuck with. That hasn't happened. I wonder how much that Perth test papered over those cracks. And it's all coming to the fore now.
They certainly had the wind at their back, but as Bumrah bowls here to Stark, it's Yorker length, and he tries to flay it through mid-wicket. It spills out to mid-on, no run.
I mean, that performance was superb there, and it was backs against the wall, because it's easy to forget they got rolled for 150 on day one, and, you know, it could have easily gone the other way, but there has to be something not quite right for this team to be playing the way they have since. Because look, Australia deserve a lot of credit because I think they've bounced back beautifully, and it started in Adelaide and then it followed up in Brisbane last week, even though there was rain around.
Bumrah passes umpire Wilson, bowls to Stark on the pull. It's square of the man at deep backward square. They get 1. Well struck though. He's 15, 7 for 453.
But just looking at the way they've gone about it and the body language and the energy, or the lack of energy, and even the fact that Ashwin's just pulled the pin out of nowhere, like something doesn't add up with all that. And you have to look at, what's going on with all the decisions that are being made. Even the fact, I mean, the one that hasn't probably been spoken a lot about this test is Shubman Gill. I mean, this kid, he's a future superstar of Indian cricket. Yes, he's had a tough time of it so far. He's probably been a bit too aggressive. But last time he was here, he played a crucial role in India winning the series.
Yeah, missed out last week, but is that what he's being dropped on the basis of? Bumrah bowls here. Smith works it off his hip, as he's done so many times in this innings. For one, he's 139, 7 for 454.
So someone who's been looked at as the next captain. Like, it's between him and Bumrah. There's been the talk. And for him to be left out, I mean, he looked okay in Adelaide. There have been others under pressure as well in this team.
It's a good point. He did look good in Adelaide, didn't he? He got out against the flow of play, but he got starts. 866 runs this year, 3 Test centuries, a couple of crucial tons against England. It does jar a little bit, but they wanted that extra bowler here. So this will be the last ball before lunch, almost certainly. Bumrah up, bowls to Stark, drives out to cover at the middle of the bat. Wade on's the call. Half a misfield, but they won't take one. And time is called by umpire Wilson, which ends a most productive couple of hours for the home side. Australia resumed at 6 for 311. A 112-run partnership between Smith and Cummins for the 7th wicket got them to 7 for 411. And the pair of Smith and Stark have added 43 since, with Smith advancing to his 34th Test 100, 11th against India, 5th at the MCG, and the 2nd in as many Test matches. 139 not out for the former captain. Stark down the other end on 15. At 7 for 454, they can dictate terms as they wish in the middle session here, Simon.
They certainly can, and it's been brought about by a brilliant partnership between the skipper, Pat Cummins, who made 49, and Steve Smith, who's just gone on his merry way. It's been a superb knock, 139. He's wound back the clock to his glory days of 2019. It's been dominant, and once he got to the 3 figures, he's been able to just hit the ball wherever he wants at will, and he's got India at his mercy now.
And the whole Australian support staff went out there to receive Smith on the way back down the dugout. What a great moment for him on a ground where he made 400s in 4 seasons. But it has been a while, and getting to celebrate here in front of 62,000 people at the MCG. Such a special time for him after nearly 88,000 here yesterday. 200s in 2 Test matches when it genuinely could have gone either way after missing out at Adelaide.
Yeah, look, obviously he's been under some pressure given what's unfolded in 2024. You know, opened the batting in New Zealand, didn't quite go to plan, moved back down the order with Cameron Green's injury and the reshuffle, but that time in the middle and the way he had to work for his 100 up in Brisbane has done him the world of good, because he's come here at the MCG where he loves batting, and he's had a situation where Australia got off to a good start yesterday, had a dominant position, but the way he struck the ball yesterday, I mean, you could see it in his strike rate. He was up over 70 for most of his innings yesterday. He looked really good. And I think for me, the sign's been playing the hook shot and the pull shot. There was a 6 yesterday that was dominant, and then even today, playing that for some 6s down to fine leg. It's been brilliant to watch. And it wouldn't surprise me if he passes 10,000 this afternoon.
Yeah, he's about 45 away from that or something like that. Thank you, Simon Katich. You'll be back in the second half of the lunch break. You're up for the quiz today. Looking forward to this. We'll get the lines opened up for that in the next segment, which will be hosted by Tom Morris. Bharat, you'll stick around for that as well. And the quiz in the second part of lunch, where Australia dine at 7 for 454. Smith 139, Stark 15. They've put on 43. It's smooth sailing so far. Back in just a moment.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Tonight, if you get absolutely and end up with some weird, we don't care. Just don't drive home. Go out responsibly this silly season with DD.
Listen up, thrifters. Get ready to save 50% on clothing at Savers during their one-day clothing sale. Today until 9 p.m. at Savers. Some restrictions apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently setting up the kids' school fair, so leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Carl. I'm in a bit of a pickle and I could really use your Hilux. I promised the school I'd round up some goats for the fair's petting zoo, but they're running circles round my ute. It's humiliating. Oh yeah? Breed all you want. A Hilux is on its way. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Escape the everyday on a Royal Caribbean cruise holiday that has something for everyone. You only have to unpack once to discover the picture-perfect islands of the South Pacific. On board, cheer on your family and friends on the Ripcord by iFly skydiving simulator. Then compare stories over homemade pasta at Jamie's Italian by Jamie Oliver with a glass of Ponting Wines, the Pinnacle Shiraz. And wrap up the night with a wow-worthy show at 270 Theatre. Your next memory-making adventure awaits at royalcaribbean.com.au.
There's so much going on during summer, figuring out what to watch can be a bit of a mission. For some, it's all about rewatching classics like Home Alone or debating which of the Die Hard movies is the best. But it's also the perfect time to catch up on the year's biggest blockbusters, like Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds teaming up in the hilarious, record-breaking Deadpool and Wolverine. You can stream all this and so much more on Disney Plus right now. So there you go, summer entertainment sorted. Sign up at disneyplus.com.
At Robot Building Supplies, ChatGPT doesn't get a look in. We ask our own robot.
Robot's got it.
Got Merbu decking and timber sleepers?
Robot's got it.
Steel framing and building supplies within 24 hours?
Robot's got it.
The original robot since 1946. Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. We're robot, but we're human. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT. Robot Building Supplies.
Historical Test cricket moments, thanks to Acquired Financial Services, helping you acquire a better tomorrow.
On July 11, 1930, Sir Donald Bradman would amass what was at the time the highest individual batting score ever, with 334 runs at Leeds. Bradman dispatched the English attack to all parts, with 46 fours at an impressive strike rate of 74.55.
Acquired Financial Services. They understand that financing your dreams is more than just numbers. AcquiredFinance.com.
Cricket fans, ever wish you had a 12th man at home? As proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, Liquorland is making sure the best delivery isn't just on the pitch, but at your place. Get drinks delivered to your door with free express delivery when you spend over $99. Liquorland is your 12th man, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Express delivery not available in SA or NT. Delivery fees may apply. Choose to drink wise.
Charisma potatoes. With 25% less carbs, it's the healthier all-rounder. Isn't it time you started cooking with Charisma? Australia's favourite lower carb, tastier and super versatile potato. Available exclusively at Coles.
Want a fuel-efficient ute? Get the 1.9 litre Isuzu D-Max SX Crew Cab from just $45,990 drive away. Limited time only. Hurry to your local Isuzu ute dealer today. Terms and conditions apply.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
Smith faces up. He plays through the field and adds to his immense deeds here at the MCG with a 5th Test century. Faces up to Siraj. He goes after the boundary. He hooks it superbly. Down to the boundary for 6. Siraj not having any success. Smith dances down the pitch and with disdain floats him through extra cover for 49, and he has the strike. The captain drives lustily down the ground and hangs, and he's going to be caught. Cummins goes for 49.
The lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
It was Australia's session at the MCG here on day 2. 143 runs, just the 1 wicket. Steve Smith, 34 Test centuries. He's 139 not out, 11 of them against India, 8 at home and 3 away, and Mitchell Starc is playing a good role alongside of him. Pat Cummins was out for 49 just before lunch. This is the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. From stumps to roof, we'll bowl you away with our better prices, and Bharat Sundaresan's bowled me away with his knowledge so far this summer. What did you make of the first session, Baz?
Oh, it felt like I was watching India and Australia from 20 years ago or even 10 years ago, because they've rarely been bullied the way they were in this session, not just by Steve Smith but by Pat Cummins, and some of those shots also came of Jasprit Bumrah, and by the end of it you felt bad for Jasprit Bumrah, didn't you? Especially when Mitchell Starc just slapped him over long on for 6 with utter disdain. But coming back to Steve Smith, I told you, Tommy, before the last test, I told you before the summer this is going to be the summer of Smith.
I've been waiting for it to be proven correct.
Well, he got the first bowler in Perth. He was strangled down the leg side in Adelaide. Like, I'm making excuses for him.
No, but you said that at the time, in fairness.
I did, and he started looking good in that second innings in Perth. He got a really good delivery from Siraj, and he was nicked off. But he's just looked so happy with his hands and toes and fingers and fingernails and head and everything else leading into this summer. And I'm not surprised with the way he's batting. He had to fight it out at the Gabba, but yesterday from the moment he walked out, been chanceless.
We made the comment yesterday, he hadn't had an innings in 4 years where he's made more than 35 runs at a strike rate of better than 70 until today. So he's free, the stats show that, and he's charging towards 150, and it's been a while since he's done that as well. So we'll see how that goes in the second session. Just going through the state of play for IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. Visit eipechealth.com.au. The scorecard is bleak reading for the Indians, Bharat. Jasprit Bumrah, there was always going to be a breaking point at some stage, or at least from the Australian perspective. Whether it's now, whether it's in Sydney, we're not sure. But there's only so much one man can do. He has 3 for 97 from 28 overs, been hit for 4 sixes, and he's never gone for this many runs in a test innings across his career.
You spoke about neck pain. I'm sure Bumrah has neck pain. He's training his neck to see if someone else will stand in and support him. There's been no support for him. Gerard called it in the last test, Bumrah or bust, and it's been proven true again. Even yesterday, he came and broke the Usman Khawaja Manas Labuschagne partnership, and then he came back on and dismissed Travis Head and Mitch Marsh, and he keeps bringing India back. But at some point, it had to give. This is what we didn't see from the Indian team 4 years ago. Australia kept throwing punches, but they never really went down. But this morning, it looks like they've gone. It started with Constas yesterday. They really flattened him, or he really flattened them, and it took them a while to recover from it. But what Smith and Cummins have done this morning has taken this game so far away from them on a pitch where, just hearing from some of those Chilean players last night, they feel like they thought 300 was a lot of runs. But now they're galloping towards 500. It'll take something special from India, who dropped a specialist batter, who have Virat Kohli, who's looking for runs and angry, who have Rohit Sharma now back to the top of the order, bereft of runs, and Yashasvi Jaiswal, who hasn't scored too many since that famous 100 in Perth. So it's an under-pressure batting lineup, a pitch which will support the seamers and Scott Boland in particular, and now spins coming into play as well, and there'll be a mountain to climb as well.
Just feels like Australia is batting India out of the series. Doesn't mean they're batting them out of the Border Gavaskar Trophy, but it's making it almost impossible now for India to actually win the series, which of course is significant with Sydney to come. That's for IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain, as you said, Bharat. Visit eipechealth.com.au. Steve Smith, unsurprisingly, is the player of the day contender, thanks to Bing Lee, better living every day. The Bendix breaks, big moment. Bendix, the best known breaks. Anything stick out for you in the first session, Baz?
Yeah, no, I think it has to be the Steve Smith century moment, right? Like when he got there, and it wasn't an animated celebration like we saw at the Gabba. That was a release of pressure. Today was just like one of those, I'm back to being the boss in these conditions on a ground he's done so often, and I'm back to being the boss of India. This is what we saw from him 10 years ago, and 10 years on, he's still dominating India.
Steve Smith, first innings 100 against India in Australia, is the most common 100 phrase in Test history. It's happened more than anyone else ever against this opponent on these shores, and there's a reason why. He loves playing in Australia, and he loves playing at the MCG. The dig for Sherlock Wheelbarrows, lighten the load with Sherlock Wheelbarrows. Who are you having a dig at quickly, Baz?
Well, India's fielding's been terrible this morning. It's they used to make fun of India's fielders or fielding back in the day 30, 40 years ago. That isn't the case anymore. But it's been shambolic this morning. Thankfully, Nitish Reddy took a good catch, smart catch, but overall, I'm taking a dig on Rohit Sharma's captaincy, but also the fielding.
He's got a big job to do later today, Rohit Sharma, with a bat. From the job site to your backyard, lighten the load with Sherlock. Baz, appreciate your time. We'll see you after lunch. Steve Smith spoke to Ricky Ponting on Channel 7 a short time ago.
Test match 100, number 34, edging closer to 10,000 runs. Having some fun out there?
Yeah, it's been good. Had to work hard sort of early yesterday off the back of some really good work from some of the guys. Kind of got into my work quickly, actually. Probably not quite right. It's been good fun. It was a nice partnership with Camo. He played with really nice intent. Fortunately, missed out on his 50, but we're in a really nice spot.
Back-to-back Test match 100s. Obviously worked hard up in Brisbane for that one up there. Things have happened a little bit better for you down here today, but it must be nice to feel like batting's easy for you again.
It's never easy, Rick. It's never easy. But, it's been good fun. The wicket's probably done less than most of the other wickets, so if you get yourself in, you can sort of cash in. So, it's been good fun out there.
Bat on after lunch and bring up the 10,000, that the plan?
What do I need, mate? I don't know, 50 odd, something like that? I don't know. We'll see how we go. I don't know. See you.
52 you need, mate. All the best.
Thank you. Cheers.
Steve Smith knows exactly how many runs he needs to get to 10,000. This is the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean, and Hajaz Halal Financial Services. Up next, and this is what I've been waiting for. It's the big ticket item. It's the lunch break quiz. 1300 736 736 to be involved. And the reason why it's a big ticket item is because you get to go head to head with the most competitive person in the MCG, bar none. His name is Simon Katich. 1300 736 736. And if you win, you'll get something pretty valuable. Stay with us on SEN Cricket. 1300 736 736. The quiz against Simon Katich is coming up after the break.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hajaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
What's better than hitting a 6? Hitting a 7. At Host Plus, we've brought home the CanStar Award for Outstanding Value Super for the 7th year in a row. Outstanding Value Superannuation? That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Search Compare Host Plus today.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. It's a statement, making every task uniquely yours. Ozito doesn't just have your back, we're right there with you, powering your DIY journey. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, this is your moment. Do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
Summer's here, and that means one thing. Whether you're on the road, at home, or cheering from the stands, there's nothing better than a 4 and 20 pie. Whether your favourite bowler's taken 5 wickets or our best batter's been trapped LBW, any break in the day's play is your chance to enjoy the classic taste of 100% Australian beef in delicious gravy wrapped in golden, flaky pastry. Pie's so good, they'll have you cheering with every single bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
There's so much going on during summer, figuring out what to watch can be a bit of a mission. For some, it's all about rewatching classics like Home Alone or debating which of the Die Hard movies is the best. But it's also the perfect time to catch up on the year's biggest blockbusters, like Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds teaming up in the hilarious, record-breaking Deadpool and Wolverine. You can stream all this and so much more on Disney Plus right now. So there you go, summer entertainment sorted. Sign up at disneyplus.com.
When you're freezing cold or when you're boiling hot, who you gonna call? We're the world.
Take advantage of the VEU government rebate and trade in your old gas heater for huge discounts on ducted reverse cycle systems, multi-splits or split systems. With solutions for every budget and all the biggest brands. For your free quote, visit weatherworld.com.au.
Who you gonna call? We're the world.
Parkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
Are you a gamer waiting for the deal of the year? Well, wait no longer. End-of-year offers are now on at Harvey Norman across the Acer Nitro gaming range. Acer Nitro V15 comes with the latest Intel Core i7 processor, giving you the gaming performance you need. Buy at Harvey Norman now. No need to wait.
Gerard Whateley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
Siraj not having any success. Smith dances down the pitch and with disdain floats in for extra cover for 4. That's a smashing shot.
Nice cover drive. Switch and save on your business insurance in minutes. For on-the-go cover, go Biz Cover.
It's a lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. From stumps to roof, we'll bowl your way with our better prices. 7 for 454 Australia, with Smith still there on 139 odd out. Stark with him on 15, losing just 1 wicket in that first session of day 2. We're at the lunch break, though, which means one thing.
The Lunchtime Quiz with Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan.
It's not Baz. It's not Baz. It's Adam Collins and Tom Morris. I'm feeling so much in for Bharat at the moment. I think I actually might become a permanent fixture. I think I've done more than Baz this summer in this slot. Happy to be here, Colo. It's one of those things. Where's Bharat is something I say about 30 times a day. So where's Baz Ball? Where's Baz? Where's Baz? It is time for the quiz. That means that one caller gets the chance to go up against the most competitive man in Australia, Simon Katich. And that man today is Sam in Blackburn. Are you there, Sam?
Yep, I'm here.
Brilliant. Are you familiar with the format? Are you familiar with Kat and how he plays this game?
No, but I think I'm in for a chance.
That's red rag to a bull. The key thing, Sam,
the confidence, Sam Constas.
I'll let you in on a trick. You've got to get in quick because Kat doesn't muck around. Fastest finger first. Your name is obviously Sam, therefore that is your buzzer as well. And if you win, you get the $50 voucher for pontingwines.com.au to purchase Ricky's own Ponting Wines. Experience Ponting Wines on every Royal Caribbean cruise. The theme today is Boxing Day debuts. Thought that was appropriate, Tommy, given what happened yesterday.
Close to my heart, Colin, close to yours.
As distinct from sort of like Melbourne debuts, right? There are Melbourne debuts and there are Boxing Day debuts. There is a small distinction there, because not every Melbourne test was a Boxing Day test and all the rest of it. So let's tuck into it, shall we?
Let's go.
Are ready to roll? Question 1. An Ashes debut at the MCG on Boxing Day brought 4 wickets in the match, but nearly won the test with the bat. Who was it?
Kat,
who was it?
Matt Nicholson.
Bang.
Can I make a point here? Colo, you need to turn your screen away from Simon Katich. Not suggesting any foul play. I can't read from up here, mate. My eyesight's not that good at 49.
That gives you a sense, Sam, of how we're going to play the game. Kat's going to be quick. Occasionally, you'll have to jump in before the questions asked. So, Matt Nicholson batting out here in the twilight with Steve Waugh on the final, what became the final afternoon of an iconic test match, with Dean Headley taking 6 for Darren Gough, the final wicket. The Barmy Army sprinting across the MCG to pull stumps out of the ground and all the rest of it. So 1-0 up, Kat after 1. Tommy, question 2.
Very close to my heart. I played Milo cricket on this day on the MCG itself. It's 25 years to the day since Brett Lee exploded onto the test stage. How many wickets did he take?
Cat.
Sam.
Cat. Oh, no! Can we get a replay on that?
In the innings?
Yeah.
5.
Correct. 5 for 47. You were close, Sam. Must be some sort of delay to Blackburn, I reckon. Were you here that day, Sam, by chance?
Bit stiff there.
Were you here? Were you here at the G on the 27th of December 1999?
I wasn't even born yet.
You weren't born yet. Okay, at a bit of a disadvantage. I acknowledge that. In reference to the next question.
Oh, no.
You might get this. You might get this if I give the right clues on the way through. In 1983, there was a Boxing Day debut for an Aussie spinning all-rounder with attitude and a modern vocab to match. Who was this cool dude?
Cat. Greg Matthews.
He's ruthless. He's like 6 love, 6 love, 6 love.
It was Mo. Yeah. Against Pakistan out here. He came close to making 100 as well, didn't he?
He got 70 on, I think.
Something like that anyway.
Cole, I was trying to think to myself, what clues could you give Sam that Cat wouldn't understand for Greg Matthews? I couldn't think of any.
I saw Mo yesterday in the official function. Guess what he was? It won't surprise you what he was wearing, Cat.
Did he have the purple jacket on?
The Cricket New South Wales blazer that he wears everywhere. Mo. We all took turns putting it on one night after a couple of glasses of wine. That was quite good fun. Tommy with question 4. There's still a chance back here because I might make the last question worth 2 or something.
Yeah,
like
I think Simon's answers aren't worth fully 1 point.
No.
Yeah. You can tell that
Maybe
before my
needed.
sisters. There was consecutive Boxing Day debuts for Australia in 2011 and 2012. Both played for Tassie. Who was the second?
Cat. Doolan.
Incorrect. Here we go. This is your moment, Sam.
Here's the opportunity. Who debuted? Big fella, still playing in the Sheffield Shield, dominating for New South Wales, opening the bowling still. Didn't play enough Test cricket. Would have if.
Trent Copeland? No.
We didn't hear that. We didn't hear that.
No. Prank call.
Yeah.
You could say that he is reminiscent of a character from Sesame Street.
Yeah. There's a Family Guy skit. Da is the word. Word. It rhymes with the word word.
Still dominating for New South Wales. 3, 2,
First name Larry.
1. You missed out. Jackson Bird. Bowled well on debut as well. That's the day that Maxie nearly made his debut unexpectedly. Anyway.
There's a dead rubber, Colo.
Yeah, we can tweet. We can see how we feel. It's me here, isn't it? There's an Italian feel to this MCG debut from 2014. Who was that? Love the clock from Matty. An Italian feel. Opening batter.
Surname the same as a Simpsons character.
Sam.
Still playing. Sam, who is it?
Ed Cowan.
Cat. Joe Burns.
Yes.
Look how smug he is.
No, I wasn't.
Ed Cowan was debuting here in
Italian
2011.
twit.
Joe Burns, the Italian link, of course, is he's recently been named the new Italian captain. Joe Burns made his debut here in 2014. We'll do one more. Why not? This is worth 5 points. We've got to keep fudging this cap.
Yeah, this is worth 5. I love this question.
In 2002, let's go with he's not a hater, and he made his debut here in 2002. If you're not a hater, what are you?
Cat. Martin Love.
Sam.
Great test match, that one, actually.
Sam's been beaten comprehensively. Never fear, though, mate. If you call on the day that Tommy's on, he's at your age, you'll be a decent shot at this. So don't let this dissuade you or put you off. Simon Katich is extremely competitive.
He's ruthless.
You've still won your $50 voucher for pontingwines.com.au to purchase Ricky's own Ponting Wines. Experience Ponting Wines on every Royal Caribbean cruise. Sam, thanks for being a good sport.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I think the age has got into me.
Yeah. No, that's a good experience. Counts. What on, Sam?
Kat, you've played a blinder. What I'm going to do here is, first of all, celebrate our Liquorland local legend. My apologies. Liquorland supporting local legends, bringing the drinks to this cricket season. Choose to drink wise. Today's is now. Let me get nice up close to this. George Karagiorgio from the Doncaster Cricket Club. George is president, and he brings pride to the navy and white. George has picked up a $100 Liquorland voucher for your chance to win make your Liquorland Local Legend nomination by texting 0433 98 11 16 or emailing cricket@sen.com.au. Thanks to Liquorland. That's a straightforward thing to do. Who's been a servant to your cricket club over the years, and you get a chance to win $100 thanks to Liquorland. We'll do that again tomorrow. We're not far from the resumption.
Colo,
a few minutes.
The Caraggiorgio name is very famous in Melbourne club cricket, and it fits it as well, given the Greek connections with Sam Constas, and Caraggiorgio is, of course, a Greek name. I know a number of batters along that Doncaster line, Caraggiorgio, so I'm sure he's a great servant of Doncaster Cricket Club.
Talking about Greeks, there's 2 Greeks opening for New South Wales at the moment, not just Sam Constas, young Blake Nikitaris.
Amazing.
Played with his old man in WA, who he also played for New South Wales beforehand, so there's a few floating around. It's
could be a good text topic through the day. Greek cricket lineage, 0433 98 11 16. Of course, Kat, you came to the Australian team with Croatian heritage, proud Croatian heritage, but it is an interesting part of the story, isn't it? We joked there about Joe Burns being the captain of Italy, but modern Australian story, having had family from elsewhere, coming here, finding this sport and making it his own Sam Constas.
Yeah, no, it's great, and it's a great example that cricket has embraced the fact that it's going to be more and more multicultural, and not just obviously the Greek boys, but also look at Usman Khawaja as well, who's blazed the trail.
Marcus Stoinis too. Yep. He's got Greek heritage.
Yes, there'll be a whole slew of them that aren't quite coming to mind right now, but yeah, with Constas, with both sides of the family, both Greek parents, so having that through line and meeting his brother when he came into the box yesterday and getting the chance to kind of appreciate the extent to which this has been a family journey, Kat, where they've all been so invested in the progress of young Sam, and what an amazing experience. I mean, I love the family component to the Melbourne Test, full stop. There was a nice piece on Channel 9 News a couple of nights ago. Sam Jordan, who's next door, who had beautiful pics of Steve Smith's dad on Christmas Day, standing behind the net, watching his son bat for the whole net, probably like he's been doing since he was, 8 or 9 years old or something like that, and still sharing that experience with his son all these years into his career, only to walk out here today and strum another Test 100.
And that's the part of it. They've been part of the whole journey, and they know their son and player better than anyone, and that's why it's important that when things haven't been quite going to plan, that they're there to give advice, which is great to hear.
Because it could have gone either way for Smith. I think that's part of the story here, and all the pressure that was heaped on Marnus Labuschagne has been some of it Khawaja, some shared for Mitch Marsh, but when Smith's out in the first innings at Adelaide with that strangle down the leg side, others make a contribution there and he doesn't. There was pressure loaded on his shoulders heading into Brisbane, and 2 of the next 3 innings he's converted into Test hundreds. What a way to turn it around.
Yeah, no, and done it under pressure too, particularly in Brisbane where, tricky conditions, you got sent in and set the Test up with Travis Head. Obviously the rain wrecked chances of Australia winning, but here again, even yesterday afternoon, I thought it was a magnificent knock, and then he's followed it up today, and I don't think he's anywhere near done yet.
But do you think it's fair to say, Simon, that India now can't win the series? They're not going to win 2-1. They're not going to come back from this sort of deficit and overtake Australia, then bowl them out again. So then it becomes a case of, well, can they retain the Border Gavaskar Trophy, which is a new question altogether. And that changes the landscape for Sydney, doesn't it? If they need to win to retain it rather than they need to draw to regain it. And that's what Australia's done. They've essentially battered India out of the series as a result in isolation.
Yeah, they have. And that's the dynamic now of the rest of the series, is that they're still alive going to Sydney if Australia go on, and they should win this Test. They're well ahead of the game here. Batting first yesterday, as we saw, if Australia had made 350, they would have been happy with that, but they're now at 450 and probably going to get 500 the way it's going, and maybe even 550, and just bank them and know that they've given their quicks plenty of time off. There's going to be some tired Indian legs. A couple of their batsmen are under big pressure, the older boys in Virat Kohli and Sharma. So, I think it's set up for Australia to be able to win this series outright.
Colo, every day we're getting more data on how this series is being set up, and Kat made a good point in the break before. It feels like since Perth, Australia's fundamentally outplayed India for the vast majority of the cricket that we've seen. And I'd love to know what's happening behind the scenes, but, multiple team changes across the series. When you look at the game, you're not quite sure who the leader is at any given point, whether it's Bumrah or Kohli speaking to the team or Rohit Sharma doing DRS and senior players out of form. This is the touring makeup that you expect to see from teams of the past, not this Indian current team. And I just wonder how they're going to be able to recover.
Often the blueprint, isn't it? Putting touring teams under immense pressure. The difference has been with India, Australia haven't been able to do it in the last decade. They did it in 14-15 when Smith was the stand-in captain, and maybe there's something there as well about stand-in captains and the energy that Bumrah took to the role at Perth and the extent to which that had an influence on leading from the front and going back to vice-captain over the last couple of weeks. As we wind our way to a break, we've got here a recommendation for John Tracos, who didn't play for Australia, but an extraordinary career, starting for South Africa in 1970 and finishing with Zimbabwe in 1993. I don't mind that. So not Australian, but a few Greek names coming through on the text line on 0433 98 11 16. We better take a break here because we're only 7 minutes or so from the resumption on day 2. Australia 7 for 454. Stephen Smith 52 runs away from 10,000 in Test cricket. Do not miss a moment on SEN. Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. After the break, Gerard Whateley starting commentary after lunch.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
G'day there. Reports of a crash on the Mornington Peninsula Freeway near Sky Road. City-bound delays back past Cranbourne Road and Peninsula-bound delays back to Eastlink. Resurfacing works on the Westgate Bridge causing delays city-bound. Delays stretching back to the Ring Road. Panadol helps relieve everyday pain. Not the pain of dropping your ice cream on the beach, but for that crowded beach headache, Panadol's got you covered. Always read the label and follow the directions for use. Incorrect use could be harmful. And the Strikers take on the Hurricanes in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
50% off everything Christmas sale is on now at Lombard. Stock up for next Christmas at a Lombard party store near you. Shop in store and online now. Lombard.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
If you can't live without Netflix,
Can't live without Netflix.
then you can't live without the AGL Netflix electricity plan. With Netflix included for the life of your plan. So you'll never miss great Netflix shows like Bridgerton, Avatar: The Last Airbender, and Emily in Paris. Join AGL's Netflix electricity plan today. AGL Netflix plan includes Netflix Centre with ads with upgrade tiers at an extra cost. T's and C's apply. Fact sheets containing key details of our plans are available at agl.com.au/VEFS. For clear advice on the right plan for you, contact AGL on 131245.
There's so much going on during summer, figuring out what to watch can be a bit of a mission. For some, it's all about rewatching classics like Home Alone or debating which of the Die Hard movies is the best. But it's also the perfect time to catch up on the year's biggest blockbusters, like Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds teaming up in the hilarious, record-breaking Deadpool and Wolverine. You can stream all this and so much more on Disney Plus right now. So there you go, summer entertainment sorted. Sign up at disneyplus.com.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Plantation Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Step up to the next generation of professional power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. With limitless professional power, reliability and runtime, XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back.
The 7-seat Isuzu MUX. All the style and substance to keep your family going your own way. From just $51,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu U dealer today.
Go your own way.
T's and C's apply.
Planning a stay in Melbourne? Look no further than Brady Hotels and Apartments. Located in the heart of the CBD, you'll be close to the city's best restaurants, bars and shopping. Book your stay at bradyhotels.com.au.
Looking for a super fund that is halal and affordable? Get halal super from Hijaz Financial Services. We help Australians invest their super while your funds remain true to your values. Hijaz Financial Services, keeping halal super affordable. hijazfs.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The second session for work blocker Karen Downs and Packman. Workwear for wherever you work.
Australia 7 for 454 as players are walking towards the middle for the middle session of day 2. Australia added 143 runs in that 2 hours. The weather for Beacon Trade, the tradies' key partner in lighting, fans and electrical, it's 22 degrees in Melbourne. That's the likely high. It feels like 19. It's breezy across the ground. The pitch for Mole Map, get a Mole Map. 1 check, 2 experts. There were no demons in it. But we'll see how Australia bowls, which presumably will be in this session at some stage. Steve Smith is 139, so as he walks to the middle, his career total is 9,948 runs. And Mitch Stark is on 15. Gerard Whateley with you. Ravi Shastri is with me. Ravi, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Gerard. And Australia, I think, will carry on from where they left just when they went in for lunch. At least tactically, Steve Smith would look to up the ante. He'll try and take the attack to the bowlers, try and score as many as he can, because from Australia's perspective, the ideal scenario would be take that score to 500, bat for about 45 minutes, an hour, and then have a crack at India either side of tee with the new ball.
So India, their heavy numbers now. Jasprit Bumrah, 28 overs, no maidens, 3 for 97. Mohammad Siraj, 21 overs, 3 maidens, none for 115. Akashdeep, 24 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 89. Ravindra Jadeja has bowled 18 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 72. He's going to start from the members' end. Nitish Kumar Reddy, 7 overs, no maidens, none for 21. And Washington Sundar, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 49. Just something left behind by the umpires, delivered out into the middle, and that will see us ready to play. Well, they're scoring at 4 and over. Just foot to the floor through the first session. They're back on the straight head. They're back on both sides square and back at fine leg. So 5 around the rope with Smith on strike.
Hey guys, let's play it.
Jadeja given the all clear around the wickets. Smith drives the first ball back to the bowler.
Just saw just before lunch when Washington Sundar was bowling as well. Ball just beginning to grip. I think Nathan Lyon would bowl well here.
Smith forward, driving and gets it past Jadeja down the long off for a single. He's 140.
And he will come into play. There is a lot of talk about all the fast bowlers. Fast bowlers will always be in the game, but I think Lyon might have a role to play in this test match if Australia have to get those 20 wickets quickly.
So they bring a couple in from the deep with Stark on strike, but 3 around the rope on the leg side. His favoured hitting zone. Jadeja to Stark, who's bowled. Jadeja went right through it. He's taken 3. Stark out immediately after lunch. Australia 8 for 455.
Yeah, it's a good piece of bowling. Just playing inside the line. The ball just going past the outside edge. Pretty much a straight delivery. It was Stark playing for the turn that wasn't there. And the ball crashing into off stump. So India striking straight away after lunch. And Spin doing the trick.
Right on cue, Ravi. Just saying the role that Spin might play. So I just saw you next door doing Star during the lunch break. How would you describe the mood around the Indian media, the way that this has turned?
Oh, it's they'll feel that India are up against it here. There's no question about that. There would be disappointment with some of the tactics and some of the bowling, which we saw today, which was at times pretty ordinary. And yes, there will be a reaction because, they played well up coming into Melbourne, though one must say that they were a little lucky at the Gabba with the rain. But the performance today from Australia, that would have, made all the people in the media as well pretty disheartening.
It's a lot of years since that's happened.
Exactly.
Your team's never suffered this fate.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of an old school about it. This is how Australia has bullied tourists through the generations.
Yes.
India had made their stand really from 14 onwards here at the MCG and then winning 2 tests in a row. Nathan Lyon is the new man in the middle. Jadeja to him. He leaves close to the off stump.
And now you use the word bullied their way through. Now you can see the value of that Constance innings. That's what Warner would do. He would come and bully you, if you're not up for it.
Lyon beaten past the outside edge.
There's spin, there's bounce. So you get all the Australian bowlers now in the contest. And they would come out punching Australia. Before that it was Matthew Hayden who would do it.
Lyon plays back, keeps Jadeja at bay.
They always had someone attacking at the top. And that made a lot of difference.
A wicket taking over, celebrated for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. 8 for 455. Jadeja's figures, 19 overs, 3 for 73. Jasprit Bumrah, 3 for 97. And then it's Akash Deep, who's been tossed the ball at the worn end. So SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. In an innings long like this, is just to get the right attitude to batting, is convince yourself that it's a good batting pitch and match the feats.
You can be fooled by that. I think it's a new ball pitch.
Yeah.
And the taller Australian fast bowlers will get something out of it.
Fielders spread far and wide. Smith has a strike, dances down the pitch, inside edge, trickles into the stumps, and he's bowled. One of the most curious dismissals of the veteran's career. It squeezed out and then agonisingly went bump, 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 and tickled the bail off. Smith goes for 140 with the job superbly done.
Yes, and he was so far down the track he couldn't come running back to try and kick it away from the stumps. It trickled ever so slowly. He had his heart in his mouth when the ball hit the stumps and the bail fell off. But now, hear the ovation.
It's our grandest sporting venue, and Steve Smith, with really only one before Don Bradman to dominate it from a cricket sense to the same degree. A 5th Test century here to be fully savoured. 140 from 197 balls, 13 fours and 3 sixes. And he leaves the scene with 9,949 runs to his name, turns to all parts of the ground to acknowledge the applause. Always disappointed to get out, no matter how big the number is.
Yeah, and straight away, a bit of an anticlimax. Straight away after lunch, the expectations would be a flurry of boundaries from Smith.
Scotty Boland's big roar from the home crowd.
Imagine when he gets the ball in his hand today.
There's going to be some big pantomime and theatre to play out when Boland takes the ball at first change, when Kohli comes out to bat. So the huge crowd, which I'm sure is nudging 70,000 as we look around the ground now, has some great times ahead. For the progress of the game, this is not the worst result that it's happening quickly after lunch. There's an eagerness to see how Australia will bowl with that new ball. Really prosecute the advantage that they have set up. So Australia's 10 and 11 are now in the middle. Akash has 2 wickets. He's bowling to Scotty. He clips off his pad straight to mid-on. No run. It doesn't bring a whole heap on the batting front. Scott Boland, 47 runs in his test matches so far. highest score of 20 and an average of 5.87.
I think it's a great day for bowling as well. It's overcast, it's nice and cool. 450 runs on the board. Can't ask for anything better.
Akash to Boland, ducks to the bouncer. .455. Hefty totals on home soil, which has just been missing for a few years. A lot of rationalisation going on around balls with bigger seams and batter-friendly pitches, but this team has really got to work. Consecutive test matches now. Boland off his hip, plays it to mid-wicket, no run.
And just the approach, you know, you knew with Steve Smith it was coming, after that grind in Brisbane. Those first 40 runs where he scratched around a bit, didn't give it away, had his share of luck. But once he reached that 60, 70, some sort of fluency started coming back, and it was evident from the beginning in this innings.
Boland on strike, bouncer way over the top.
I think from Australia's point of view, when they get the ball in the hand, they can attack. They can have men in catching positions. And the extra pace and bounce will make a difference.
Can sense the all-out attack. It's the way Australia has loved to play its cricket. Big leads, get after them. Boland plays right in behind as he defends the last ball of a successful over from Akash Deep. It's 9 for 455 on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butcher's Secret Specials with Frank and Mario.
This week, Farm 88 yearling beef porterhouse steak, only $29.99 a kilo. Minimum 1 kilo.
That's gold!
Farm 88 lamb barbecue chops, only $15.99 a kilo. Minimum 2 kilos.
The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. 9 for 455. 2 wickets in 2 overs. First Stark for 15, then Smith for 140. Lyon and Boland are in the middle. Neither has scored. Ravindra Jadeja is 19 overs, 3 made, 3 for 73. They've pushed a few back. Deep backward square. Deep cover point. Long off. The sweeping position's the most important one. The short fine leg. Line back. Plays from his stumps and pitches a single out to point. 9 for 456. Rohit and Rishabh making their decisions. They've decided a short leg. Jaswell's tossed the helmet.
Every time Jadeja just slowed it up a bit, as did Washington Sundar. The ball has gripped. Saw Nathan Lyon in the morning taking a good look at the pitch, looking at the areas where he might want to bowl.
Jadeja bowls. Boland beaten on the outside edge.
You can see immediately Lyon having a word with Jadeja when he saw that spin and bounce. They get along well. There's always banter there.
Not the short leg anymore. A silly mid-off instead. Jadeja to Boland. Forward defending to Jaswell under the helmet. Boland faces up. Forward, bat and pad tight together. Jadeja fancy he was getting through there. Bright sunshine over the MCG. Boland. Oh, that's that pass close. It's close.
He's bowling at pace and he's still getting the ball to grip.
Last ball of his 20th over, Jadeja. Delivers to Boland, who has the front pad covering it all as it spins past. 9 for 456 on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Boxing Day is bigger than ever at Chadstone with hundreds of offers in one destination. Skip the cricket and head to Chadstone. See the offers and real-time parking info at chadstone.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today. Trade up and drive away in style at Chadstone Toyota.
Looking for a sleek sedan or a spacious SUV? Drop by and make a deal. They'll beat any trade in price.
And check out their competitive finance offers today. Your dream car awaits.
T's and C's apply. LMCT 8169.
Oh, what a feeling.
SEN Test cricket this middle session for work. Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. The wave is on its way around the MCG. A familiar boo as the members refuse to participate. It's been that way for generations now. 9 for 456. Nathan Lyon faces up to Akash Deep. And Lyon is slicing the ball out to deep backward point for a single. 457 on the board.
I think from Australia's point of view, they'll just like to bat time now. Try and see if they can stretch this innings for another half an hour or so. Get another 15-20 runs, take it closer to 475.
Just irritate the Indians just a little longer. They await their turn to bat. Boland on the back foot defence, squeezes out across the popping crease. They go. Kohli picks up, throws, misses. A single taken. 9 for 458. Just on the bowling front, Ravi. So Bumrah's gone at 3.46 and over. That owes heavily to what Consis did at the start. Is the worry Siraj? 21 overs, 3 maidens, none for 115, going at 5.5.
Yes, yes. I thought they overbowled him today. Seeing that he's low on confidence, I think you would have preferred more spin.
Lyon has the strike, stays out of the short ball.
And going into the next test match, I think India will be thinking about that. There's Prasidh Krishna there, there's Rana as well. I think one of those bowlers sitting on the bench might get a crack. And even yesterday, I just felt after Brisbane in the second innings, I thought Akash Deep will get the new ball.
Yeah. Akash is bowling. Lyon tucks off his hip down to fine leg. And will take a single. Lyons to 3.
So plenty to ponder for the Indians. Rohit Sharma has said he's going to open the batting. He's not been in the greatest of form, so the pressure firmly and squarely on him when he comes out now to bat. When the scoreboard tells you that the opposition has scored over 450 runs. Be interesting to see his approach.
Yes.
At the top.
Australia with 459 at their backs. Akash trying to end things. He bowls to Boland. Full toss. Clipped away straight to mid-on. They go. The single throw comes in. Boland reaches and makes his ground. It misses and then is missed on the backup. So an extra run taken on the overthrow. Boland to 3. So Rowett and Jaiswal?
I would imagine.
Yeah. Bold attacking pairing, and then KL's the blanket at 3.
KL will be at 3. We'll have Kohli 4, Rishabh 5, Jadeja 6. Already. They might split the 2 left-handers.
Yep. It won't be too far away now. Akash bowling to Boland, who defends the last ball of the over. 5 from it. The Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. 9 for 461.
Summer's here and your artificial turf has taken a hit with kids playing, weeds creeping in and those lingering pet odours. Let Turf Glow eliminate bacteria, weeds and moss, making it perfect for families, entertaining outdoors, even cricket pitches. Visit turfglo.com.au.
Just like the pitch before the toss, your skin's worth a second look. At MoleMap, an expert melanographer thoroughly checks your skin, then a dermatologist provides a detailed review and diagnosis. One check, two experts, a double take that can save your life. molemap.net.au.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 9 for 461. Jadeja is in operation from the members' ends. Lyon and Boland each have 3. Lions on strike and coming forward to defend. Three in the deep for Lyon, who swings hard across the line. Rahul will get there from mid-on. Takes 10 strides away to his right and keeps it to a single. Lions 4. First moment of real aggression. So Rowan and Jacewell will go at a good clip if they get in.
Yes, I think so. I think I think both those players will look to attack.
Slip and silly mid-off in place. Jadeja around the wicket bowls. Boland is beaten on the outside edge.
I remember saying before the start of this test match that all the 3 centurions in this series.
Boland plays inside the line.
I have a feeling that they'll add to their tally. Smith's done it. 4 innings left for Kohli and Jaiswal.
Yes. Boland's wrapped on the pad. Jadeja liked it. So too did the umpire. Boland didn't. He's gone immediately to the review, suggesting inside edge.
Yes, he went up straight away.
So this will go for Imar, trusted by tradies for insurance. Call 13 Imar today.
To director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I've checked the feet placement and it's a fair delivery. Front on first, please.
Yeah, I reckon it's bat.
I think what sort of judge he is. Not doing it for vanity as a number 11. So rapidly, we're just getting our first look now.
Keep rolling. And just to be there is a bat involved. Can I have RTS to check? Yeah, just roll back once again. I can see a deflection and a spike as the ball is next to the bat. Satisfied, Michael? You need to change your decision. Stand by. On screen signal now.
Michael Goff reverses the decision.
Very rarely gets it wrong.
Yes.
Very rarely gets it wrong.
Boland knew, so Jadeja tries again. Boland runs him to backward points, and he'll get bonus runs. A couple of them. Fielded down at third. And the throw's a bit woolly as well. 9 for 464 at the end of the over on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
They're the tradies, mate. That's Imar.
Sometimes it's the little things that make us feel close to family.
Like the smell of food. Never quite as good as Mom's.
The sound of joy, which takes you back to that family wedding.
With Remitly, sending money is a way to be there for those you love, no matter the distance. Stay close when you're far apart. Send money worldwide with the Remitly app.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Australia 9 for 464. Mohammad Siraj is coming back into the attack at the Warren stand end. Our experts for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Ravi Shastri is joined by Simon Katich. Welcome back, Cats.
Good afternoon, Gerard, Ravi, all our listeners.
Did you ever have one of those moments of suspended animation as you watched the ball just bobble away towards the stumps?
No, I don't think I did.
Miss?
No, I don't think that ever happened. I've probably been pinned in front, got me in the pads. Didn't get a chance to get past there.
Mohamed Siraj begins his new spell. He's bowling to Nathan Lyon, who gets it away to the onside. Boland and Siraj come together as Boland's trying to go through for a run. Not Siraj's fault, but he gets the ire of 70,000 anyway.
He's copying it from. I think anything he does, he gets the crowd going.
Siraj coming across, trying to get to the ball exactly at the moment that Boland arrived. No venom in it. Only a mild collision. Great pantomime.
It's nearly time for that Sharon to get out in the middle.
Rowett is moving his field. He's brought the deep point up. He's trying to get the field exactly as he wants it. 2 slips in place, a fly slip as well. Boland's on 5. Siraj bowls to him. Boland strokes him away to mid-on. No run.
The atmosphere's picking up again here, like yesterday with Constas, now with Boland. Geez, if he gets a few wickets late today, it's going to erupt, just like it did a few years ago.
It's a tailor-made situation for him.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good bowling day. There's big total on the board. Put the opposition under pressure. Can have men in catching positions.
Siraj to Boland, too close to cut. He had a dash at it nonetheless. Lunchtime attendance 70,679. So there's sort of a degree of impatience. Right, let's get at it. Let's get at it.
I think it'll increase by the end of the day. 88,000 yesterday, so over 150,000 already over 2 days.
Boland tapping away, readying himself for Siraj, who's wicketless. Boland plays him back down the pitch. He won't get a run at mid-on.
Ravi, I've always wanted to ask you this. We're obviously here, Shane Warne stand in the background, talk about his legacy. You absolutely belted him at the SCG. Did you think at that point in time that he was going to become as good as he ended up becoming?
I'd lie if I say he would take 700 wickets, but I knew there and then, and in fact I told him.
Boland's wrapped on the pads. Siraj politely asks, and he gets it. And Boland reviews again.
He's gone upstairs again.
Inside edge as well. So Mohamed Siraj is pretty desperate for a wicket here. He's had it given.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I've checked the fit placement and it's a fair delivery. Front and first, please.
With the third umpire, 0% alcohol, 100% beer.
I think the umpire just asking Scotty Boland, did you get a nick? If not, I think you're out.
First look front on.
Doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Can I have RTS to check if there is any?
Boland's playing on the line of the leg stump, I
just roll back once again for me. Yeah, ball has clearly missed the bat, satisfied. No bat involved. Ball tracking whenever it is ready, please.
Here we go.
Pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets and missing.
Boland
you need to change your decision. Stand by.
I think he's the best umpire. He goes up straight away.
Been given out twice, reprieved both times, and no thought of conversation. No, that's not out.
Not out, and the crowd loved it. The crowd favourite here. So just coming back to what you were saying, I would be lying if I said 700 wickets, but I knew there and then. And I remember telling Sachin as well, I think this bloke will take 250, 300 wickets. And for the simple reason was his accuracy and the command over his leg break. He had a big spinning leg break, you know.
Boland is proving unmovable. Siraj to him. Scotty keeps it out, jams it down to the leg side. No run.
And he bowled a lot of overs because it wasn't easy. Because I'm a tall man. Sachin's a little bit on the shorter side. So, you know, he had to be accurate on that day. And he bowled a lot of overs very accurately. And spun it. And I remember telling him at the end of the test match, he was walking past. I said, young man, you'll bowl a lot worse than this. and pick up a 6-4 or 7-4. And I think 7 months later, at this very ground, at the G, he took 7 for 54, I think, against the West Indies.
And he didn't have much joy that day at the SCG, though, did he?
No. But right through his career, he just backed himself with that leg break. And then he got better and better when he could bowl into the rough and around the wicket, better control.
Jadeja to the line, sweeps out into the deep, but lands safely and they'll take a single. Ravi, thank you. Lovely memories of Shane Warne. Ravi Shastri, part of our team on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. By a Henley completed home and move in now. 9 for 466, Cat. Line is 6, Boland is 5. Plenty has happened in 28 minutes. Stark straight away bowled Jadeja. Smith soon after bowled Akash. Boland has been given out twice LBW already. Survived them both and is defending Jadeja. Two around the bat. Just the deep backward square in the deep. Boland full face of the bat in defence. Down to Jace Will. Jadeja 3 for 78. Boland keeps him at bay as he plays away to mid-on. And one more to come in the over. Or two more. Jadeja bowls bat and pad tight together. They'll probably have to bowl him, Cat, to get rid of him the way this has gone.
Yep. He's not letting me get through.
No. Last ball of the over, Boland defends it. So 9 for 466, 1 from it. The Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Adam Collins will come in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Take one, Ray. Too fast, Ray.
You did say to read it faster than a NAB home loan approval.
Touche, Ray.
Search NAB Home Loans. NAB, more than money. T's and C's, fees, charges, eligibility and lending criteria apply. See our website for details.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
AirAsia's big sale is on. Fly direct from Melbourne to Kuala Lumpur from only $299. Visit airasia.com and book your holiday now. T's and C's apply.
This session is for Worklocker, Carrum, Downs and Pakenham. Adam Collins in. Cat with me. Tommy as well. 10th wicket stand continues. Lying well forward. Pushing Siraj back down the pitch. Tommy Morris has got something for us for the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Thomas.
The pitch invader from earlier today has been charged by Victoria Police. 25 years old. We believe he's the same man as was on the pitch during the one-day World Cup final in India last year. He's been charged with entering a sporting competition space and disrupting play.
He certainly did that. Here again, Siraj to line inside part of the bat, having come forward out to one of 4 men set deep for Nathan Lyon. What a lovely position to be in for him. Moves to 7 with a single, 9 for 467, Tom.
Now, I've got some police sources, and they tell me that you are more likely to get a hefty punishment when you disrupt play as opposed to when it's in a break of play. So this man, who's been bailed to appear at Melbourne Magistrates Court on March 3, could be fined more than $10,000 and with a ban, a long-term ban, potentially life as a max.
There you go. Siraj to bowl on southern end. Scotty gets behind it, knocks it on the head well forward.
I had a pitch invader in, we had a pitch invader in Christchurch one year. I think it was about 2005, playing a test there. And Gilly and I managed to get hundreds, and he came out just as I was saluting for the 100. Nothing on. And when the media asked me afterwards, because the security guard got him bad, I said that was one of the biggest tackles I've ever seen. Which one are you referring to?
It should be compulsory, I think. If you're going to hop the fence and have a crack as Siraj arrives and bowls and Boland defends into the offside, you've got to take your clobber off. I'm not having this. If you're going to streak. If you're going to run on to have a little cuddle with Virat Kohli, then throw away the key. Because there's the famous Lord's Freaker incident from 1975 where the bloke tackle out, jumped over the stumps famous photograph from Patrick Egar. I mean, that's one thing. But just to go out and, pat Rowett on the bum and cuddle Bharat, come on, pull the other one.
Well, we had one in 2001 at Leeds. The guy came out fully kitted up, like he was Nasser Hussain coming out to bat next.
Siraj bowls here, Boland off the hip. Round past where leg gully isn't to KL Rahul. Another stat for him. Make that 6 for Boland. 9 for 468.
Colo, it's good text chat. Your most iconic streaker moment.
My favourite one was doing a test at Christchurch as well. Jeremy Coney, we were off air, the great Jeremy Coney, often a member of our SEN commentary teams. And he commentated the route the streaker took from one end of the ground to the other, including hopping over the fence and jumping into a car. Got it word perfect, as you'd imagine from Coney. Siraj, 2 singles from the over. Sun beating down on the MCG. Line drives down the ground and on drive. Beautiful shot. Earns himself a boundary. What a way to move into double figures. The crowd love it. Over 70,000 at the G. Lines 11, Boland 6, Australia 9 for 472. The final wicket stand is worth 17. And that is all on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
You gotta love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? And the only air conditioning company with over 500 Dakin specialist dealers who all love air conditioning and looking after you. Transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au to locate your nearest Dakin air conditioning specialist. Dakin, perfecting the air.
What a shot, Nathan Linecat. Today's new over begins here to Boland, who's forward defending, as we're told, between overs. Scotty Boland's got 6 at the G again. Thanks to Matt Donald in the studio for that one. But line on the up.
Booming on drive.
Jadeja straight into his work once more. 2 catches on the offside. Boland goes back, rides the bounce to slip, no run. It's Lions' high score at the MCG, Tommy.
Stand by.
It's got a smattering of Test 40 odds. We're a long way from that at the moment. But these two batting well. Jadeja to Boland, forward again. Bat and pad close together. Boland's most important Test innings was as night watchman last year at Edgbaston in that 4th innings chase. He was magnificent, batting for about an hour. Jadeja in, Boland, forward again. Rinse and repeat, out to cover, no single. Perfect for Australia. Drag this out. Waits for Jadeja, round the wicket here, and he's playing with the inside part of the bat to mid-wicket. There won't be a single to Reddy. Knows his ground as well as anybody out there, Scott Boland.
25, Nathan Lyon's top score at the MCG.
When was that?
South Africa, 2022.
Thank you. Jadeja to finish, all dots so far. And Boland allows him to complete a maiden defending to mid-wicket. 9 for 472. Toyota scoreboard, don't send you to do a Hilux job. This final pair are put on 17.
Jolly Christmas Android deals at Telstra, like $500 off Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra when you buy on a payment plan. Sale ends December 30. Eligibility criteria apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Get your aircon ready for summer and save with these 2 great offers from Chadstone Toyota. AC service for $295 and AC sanitise and deodorant, including AC filter replacement, just $199.
T's and C's apply. LMCT 8169. Oh, what a feeling.
SEN at Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. We're seeing on our screen Mitchell Starc warming up, ready to roll. He'll be in need. Will be needed rather soon for Australia, but for the time being, this pair continue. Bumrah being brought back for, gosh, God knows how many spells. Tommy, you can work it out for us. How many times has Bumrah bowled in this innings? He's bowled 28 overs, 3 for 97. Can he get a 4th here bowling to line? 3 men set back. Southern end, line beaten outside the line of the off stump.
Beat the bat so often this Test match. Been another magnificent effort from him.
Got here. My favourite streaking moment was at the Basin in 1995 when Elvis Presley ran out in the full kit, then took guard asking for 2 legs. Yeah. Excellent. At least have a bit is my point. Bumrah in, Bowls, line, turns, past the square leg umpire in front of Michael Goff for an easy 2. 13 for the veteran, 9 for 474.
Timing the ball nicely, Nathan Lyon. Just getting a little bit straight there, Bumrah. Got picked off through square leg. Ball's coming on the bat nicely today. You can hear when the batter's tapping on the crease. Sounds hard.
Should be quick out there with some fresh bowlers at a new ball soon. Bumrah, southern end. Can he finish it here? Bowls to line. Yorker digs it out. Does well. Bowl down played.
Yeah, Nathan Lyon knew it was coming at some point. Tail ender. Big Yorker. Right on the money. Right on the crease line. On off stump. Dug it out beautifully. Wonder whether he'll throw in that dipping slow ball as well.
Nice little throwback to this day back in 2018. Poor old Sean Marsh on the receiving end of that. Bumrah took 6 that day. He's got 3 so far in this innings for 99. Bowls to line. Hits him on the pad. And he's given by umpire Wilson. Straight away, Lyons both reviewing and walking off. It's as though he's duty bound to send it upstairs because that's what one does. But he's essentially conceding defeat. He's walking from the field of play concurrently.
So the player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I've checked the fit placement and it's a fair delivery. Front on first, please.
Umpire Sarkat upstairs this week. We'll go through the process for Aymar, but in all probability, Australia are all out for 474, and Bumrah will finish with 4 for 99. He won't concede 100 runs. Tommy Morris.
He's now got more test wickets at the MCG than Damien Fleming and Fred Spofford. 57.
Close to the bat. I need to check with RTS, please.
Hold on, that Lyon's seen the replay and stopped, not unreasonably, because there's. Is it outside the line?
Missing.
Maybe just outside the line of off on impact. Lyon's walking back. This is brilliant. Lyon's starting to walk back. The body language from Lyon's like, I'm going to be all good here, guys. The Indian guy, they're all stood there. I'm going to take a photo of this. They're all stood there looking at the screen.
Yes, satisfied.
20 metres from the rope. Most unusual modern scenes, this. Everybody thought
standing by
innings
for
over.
Ball tracking, it's building.
But it could be over the top as well, albeit noting that it's out on the field, so it won't need to be hitting entirely. Clipping will be sufficient. So impacts in line and wickets. Umpire's call. It's a bailed trimmer. So Lyon can continue his journey off the field. Leg before wicket for 13. Scott Boland joins him as they sprint down the race. He's unbeaten on 6. That final partnership of 19 got Australia to the princely tally of 474. And Jasprit Bumrah, 4 for 99. Didn't concede 100. Came back, got the wicket. 28.4 overs of hard yakka for the Indian spearhead. And we'll reboot shortly. But Simon Katich, your thoughts on what we've seen after lunch?
Well, India fought back there with those quick wickets, particularly with Stark and Smith getting out quickly. But then a 19-run partnership between these two, Lyon and Boland, was finished by that man, Bumrah. He deserved the 4th. Got the nod from the skipper and got the job done. I thought Jadeja did a good job as well, picking up 3. Akashdeep toiled hard, 2 for 94. But in the end, a very, very strong first innings total for Australia, 474. And there's 50-odd overs left today, so fresh attack will be able to go out there with the clouds around. It's a cool day, so I dare say this Australian attack will pose some problems for the Indian top order.
Batting for 122.4 overs. There were 27 sundries. Boland faced 36 balls for his 6, but they did drag it out for another 8.5 overs after the 9th wicket fell. So just making it just a little bit tougher, especially for the opening batters, Simon. This was a job you had to do many times going out to open up, having been in the field for 4 or more sessions. It's not an easy task.
No, it's not, but I think they're prepared for it. It's been cool today, so conditions haven't been too bad. And, you know, it's part of the job. You've got to get out there and face the music. So I think this Australian attack will certainly be attacking the stumps and looking to hit the seam early on. I think it'd be interesting to see whether there's any swing movement as well.
Also interesting to see who walks out with Jayaswal. Will it be Rohit? Will it be KL Rahul? We suspect it's the captain. We'll find out in a few moments from now. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services, Australia all out for 474.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
You gotta love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? And the only air conditioning company with over 500 Dakin specialist dealers who all love air conditioning and looking after you. Transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au to locate your nearest Dakin air conditioning specialist. Dakin, perfecting the air.
Step up to the next generation of professional power with Makita XGT 40 volt and 80 volt max. Experience premium professional power with cordless convenience that's setting new benchmarks in performance and efficiency. With limitless professional power, reliability and runtime, XGT simply outpowers, outsmarts and outlasts the rest. When power means business, choose Makita XGT. It's power without limits.
I want my Makita back.
New year, new backyard. Extend your living space with Australian Outdoor Living's New Year sale. With huge savings across the entire product range, don't miss out. This won't last long. On now at Australian Outdoor Living.
The new highly anticipated limited XUV 700 Black Edition is now at Werribee Mahindra. It's the ultimate family vehicle with black design highlights and a range of unique extras from $43,990 drive away. While stocks last, T's and C's apply. LMCT 12710.
The Barbecues Galore Epic Boxing Day sale is on now. Buy a barbecue you'll love with up to 50% off barbecues, outdoor furniture and more. In-store and online at Barbecues Galore.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Just like the pitch before the toss, your skin's worth a second look. At Mole Map, an expert melanographer thoroughly checks your skin. Then a dermatologist provides a detailed review and diagnosis. One check, two experts, a double take that can save your life. molemap.net.au.
Get 40% off at Bonds. Stock up on your faves with 40% off in-store and online now. Terms, conditions and some exclusions apply. Visit bonds.com.au for full details.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Summer's here and your artificial turf has taken a hit with kids playing, weeds creeping in and those lingering pet odours. Let Turf Glow eliminate bacteria, weeds and moss, making it perfect for families, entertaining outdoors, even cricket pitches. Visit turfglo.com.au.
What's better than hitting a 6? Hitting a 7. At Host Plus, we've brought home the CanStar Award for Outstanding Value Super for the 7th year in a row. Outstanding Value Superannuation? That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Search Compare Host Plus today.
To Stark, who's bowled. Jadeja went right through him. He's taken 3. Stark out immediately after lunch. Fielders spread far and wide. Smith has the strike, dances down the pitch, inside edge, trickles into the stumps, and he's bowled. One of the most curious dismissals of the veteran's career.
Bowls to line, hits him on the pad, and he's given by umpire Wilson. Straight away lines, both reviewing and walking off. Impact in line, and wickets umpire's call. It's a bailed trimmer. Australia, the princely tally of 474.
Change of innings for Trojan. Tools built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Yeah, the highlights so far of the middle session for Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Australia added 20 runs after lunch, but lost their last 3 wickets. Stark for 15. Smith top scoring for 140. His 34th Test ton, 11th against India, 5th at the G. And Nathan Lyon, the last man out, leg before wicket to Bumrah for 13. Not out, Boland 6, 27 extras. Bumrah 4 for 99. from 28.4 overs and so many spells. 3 wickets for Jadeja, a couple for Deep, 1 for Sundar, and Siraj and Reddy were wicketless. We're waiting for the resumption of play. The Aussie quicks are going through their process. Mitchell Starc will take the first over, which is relevant, Kat, given he's taken a wicket in the first over a couple of times. Once at Adelaide, at his first ball of the Test match, of course, and then at Brisbane last week. Jaiswal out on both occasions. 23 times Starc's taken a wicket in the first ball, in the first over, rather, of a bowling innings for Australia. So all eyes on that at the moment because he's got the hot hand. He'll open with Cummins, and then it'll be the hometown hero, Scotty Boland, bowling first change. So much to play out here across the next 50 or so overs.
Yeah, there certainly is. It's going to be a great afternoon. I think Australia have set themselves up beautifully, and I think the attack's going to be well rested, and there's a brilliant crowd in. The atmosphere was brilliant while Boland was batting, so once he gets that ball in his hand, if he strikes, the MCG is going to be rocking like it was yesterday when young Costas was going off early.
Got Damien Fleming jumping in as well for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. The chance to watch the Aussie quicks on this track should be fun.
Yeah, I can't wait. Actually, we batted too long. I've been waiting too long to watch our quicks bowl. And Nathan Lyon, there's 1 degree extra turn already from day 1 to day 2. Sundar was spinning it, and he bowls darts. So I think Lyon's going to enjoy it, but hopefully he doesn't bowl for a fair while. And I think the crowd's over 70,000.
It's above 70 at lunch, I reckon. Yeah.
So we might be getting a record day 2 crowd.
It's a great shout. We'll get Tommy Morris to look that up.
No, he's on his phone. He's not concentrating. Oh, here we are. We've got him.
Day 2 crowds at Melbourne. My guess would be 2006, but we'll find out as we work our way through. As the Aussies make their way out.
Tommy's on it.
All over it. Highest day 2 crowds at Melbourne. That's what you want, is it?
He's here for the Cobra mistake. Thanks, Tommy Morris, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil, doing a terrific job. And just looking out to India, it's certainly Yashasvi Jaiswal, and it is Rohit Sharma. So KL Rahul confirmed as number 3, even though on the team sheet he was opening. It's been that kind of week or so for India, ringing the changes, but it is going to be the captain back up the top of the list. He averages 44 when opening in Test cricket, Rohit Sharma. I'd love to get at least 44 out of him here to get into the series, which he isn't so far.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's an interesting decision. He probably has to do something different because it hasn't worked for him down middle order, but I'm just not sure I agree with the whole process of it all in terms of Shubman Gill missing out, given his performances in 2024 and where he sits within Indian cricket, not just now but also into the future. But also, more importantly, KL Rahul. I mean, he's been the best, I think, the best top order player in this series so far, comfortably. Technically, mentally, because let's not forget, he's had to comp this Australian attack, and that's a little bit different to facing the Indian attack, which has really only been led by Bumrah, and that's it. This Australian attack collectively is harder to face, so I'd be disappointed if I was KL Rahul after the job you've done at the top of the order. And Rohit Sharma wasn't here for the first test. He grabbed that opportunity, and now he has to slot in at 3.
It doesn't seem like it's been a well-planned, executed tour by India, has it? I mean, the Shubman Gill injury before the first test can live with that a bit. But everything else is just very reactive.
So being called to attention here by umpire Goff. 3 slips of gully, a catching backward point as well. Sam Constas wearing his baggy green for the first time at forward square leg. Starc's going to be clapped in by the MCG crowd away from us at the northern end. Into Jaiswal. Left arm over, bowls here. Jaiswal watches it through to the gloves of Alex Carey.
There's swing straight away for Mitchell Starc.
And good pace and carry, wasn't there? 141 to start. That's a promising sign that carried through nicely to Alex Carey.
And Jaiswal's really battled with Mitchell Starc's dot ball, the ball he wants to bowl on just outside of stump, swing away to the slips on that good length around 5 to 6 metres away from the stumps.
Starc sets off to go again. 14 wickets at 23 in the series. To the crease and delivering to Jaiswal. Full and straight and dug out. Nearly deflected onto the stumps at the non-strikers end. That would have been interesting. So they're away with a single, but Starc put his hand up as if to say, oh, gosh, that's going to be a run-out opportunity. Instead, it's none for one. Jaiswal's off the mark with that single.
That would have summed up Robert Sharma's test so far if he'd been run out there, backing up too far.
See it again.
We could have got run out if it got fielded. Or someone, because he actually didn't run.
Yeah, he stopped. And Jasewell was coming down. He was already halfway past, or halfway down the wicket.
So Robert, to his credit, got back. On the downside, he wasn't backing up at all.
No.
So he was able to put the bat back straight away. He would have been fine regardless, but it was ever so close to the stumps. For Rowett, the field remains the same. 6-3, 4 in the cordon. Stark left arm over. Bowls to the captain. Hits him on the pad, goes down towards fine leg, possibly via an inside edge. We'll see in a moment. Either way, it's none for 2. That was a leg bye.
I'll be interested to see what line the Australians attack Robert Sharma with, because he nicked off in that Gabba test just in the channel, particularly Pat Cummins, because his front foot just keeps planting straight down the line of probably middle stump. And so he's set up for making sure he doesn't get bowled or LBW, but it's that ball that's probably 4th, 5th stump, much like Coley, that he's playing away from his body.
The Jaiswal made the ton at Perth, not much sense. Stark to him here, and he beats him. Shout from behind the wicket. Stark's got his hands up as if to say, I heard nothing, fellas. It's certainly given not out by umpire Goff. I can't imagine they'll be reviewing on the evidence of Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne getting excited in the cordon, and they won't.
It simply was just too good a ball. He did too much. That could have knocked off stump out of the ground if it hadn't have swung. So it's fast. Oh. But what about the angle of the bat from Jaswell? That was facing square leg.
That is missed off stump by 1 stump. Missed the edge by a centimetre at most.
Not many bowlers in the history of the game could have bowled that ball right there.
Great ball, but he should be hitting that to mid-off, not mid-on.
Replay for pay.com.au. Stark on the money right away. Bowls to Jaiswal. Yorker length, dug out. There's a gap. Well, not quite a gap, but to the right of Cummins at wide-ish mid-off. In any case, they get the 3rd run of this over. None for 3. 1 ball to come in it.
Saw a stat on the TV. Jaswell 6 for 103. Off 157 balls against left-arm quicks and knock him over. That was an interesting bat play.
And that's the...
When he was going with 100, he had a very vertical bat.
Yeah. And that's the angle that the left armour provides. It looks like it's going to keep tracking in towards the stumps, so he gets lured into playing that clip through square leg like he got out in Gabba. But as soon as it shapes, he's in trouble.
Stark to row at last ball of the over. He leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. Full and wide. Stark. Good start. None for 3, India. On the Toyota scoreboard, don't send a year to do a Hilux job.
G'day there. Resurfacing works continue while the Westgate Bridge city-bound only 2 lanes are open and speed back to 40 k's. Delays back to the Ring Road and reports of a crash in Rosebud Bonio Road between the Mornington Peninsula Freeway and Browns Road. Absolutely everything is on sale at Freedom. Get up to 60% off all mattresses. Plus, for a limited time, get free delivery only at Freedom. And the Strikers take on the Hurricanes in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Under 71,000 people here at the MCG, most of them applauding the captain, Pat Cummins, who's going to take up the attack from the southern stand end. Loves bowling at the MCG. 35 wickets at 17 here. Was player of the match this time last year, taking 5 in both innings. Got the fly slip of sorts here. Behind Gully, Nathan Lyon. Odd position for Jaiswal straight away. Cummins over the wicket to him. Jaiswal in behind it defensively. It's going to be picked up at mid-on. So 3 slips of Gully. And Lyon, I suppose technically it's backward point, but it's a floating position. It's almost behind Mitchell Marsh in the gully, waiting for that slash. Gone wrong.
Deep gully.
Deepish gully, yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise to see Pat Cummins get another couple of fifers here.
He's got 3 of them at this ground. In here, close to the stumps, over the wicket. Cramps up Jaiswal, keeps it down towards cover via silly point, if you like. Constas collects it. Jaiswal moves to 3 with the single, none for 4.
Yeah, and this is the matchup I'm looking forward to watching here. Pat Cummins knocked over Rohit Sharma in the Gabba. It was Pat Cummins, wasn't it? Wasn't Hazelwood? think he was already injured.
Hazel was injured by that.
The one thing he does love,
Pretty sure
Cato,
it's
is
come
knocking
on.
over the opposition captain.
Yeah, but
Loves
also just the manner in which he does it here.
Yeah, caught behind by Carey last week at Brisbane.
Now, he's very laconic with his footwork. Rohit Sharma, beautiful time of the ball, excellent puller of the ball. But I just think that there's the two-way threat from Cummins is that the natural nip-backer, but then the wobbled seam that goes straight on.
So it's going to be short leg in, Travis Head, with Rohit Sharma facing his opposing number for the first time. Cummins bowls, it's full of length, it's driven straight, past the stumps. Cummins stuck a foot out, didn't make contact. Conscious with work to do, down from mid-off, just drags it in. Does all the tidying up himself, doesn't use the relay man. 3 added for India, none for 7. Rohit Sharma, the captain, off the mark with that 3.
Timing on that. It's a serious bat he's got. He's just jammed down on that full ball from Pat Cummins. And it's raced away.
Oh, that's a defensive stroke. We're seeing it back on the pay.com.au replay screen.
Yeah, it's just
all timing.
Check drive.
And they're checking the Constas collect as well to make sure that his hand wasn't on the ball when he eventually slid into the rope. He had to have 2 cracks at it.
You've got to make the most of when Cummins goes full, because generally his natural length's a bit shorter than that and hitting splice high.
So that'll be confirmed as 3, not 4, with the second flick. He got there. Oh, I think it will be anyway. We're getting another look. Umpire Saikat upstairs. And that's fine. So we return to Jaiswal. Second most runs in the world this year in Test cricket. Over 1,300 of them. Facing Cummins here. 3 slips on the hip. Works him down the fine leg. His 4th single. Jaiswal with India none for 8.
He's getting a tad too straight there. Tucked nicely down a fine leg. I still think, yes, there's a bit on offer on this pitch, but I still think it looks a good surface to bat on.
This morning I was surprised how pristine it looked.
Yeah, same.
And even.
Yeah, the ground staff said this morning they're expecting pace today. And Cummins finds some here to Rohit Sharma, leaves alone a ball that swings away after his shouldered arms. Knocked over Rohit with the ball of the series at Adelaide.
But definitely, I think if the bowling's average, you can play your shots. No problems whatsoever.
Rohit Sharma may well be playing for his Test career these next 2 weeks. Made hundreds at Rajkot and Dharamshala earlier this year, but that feels an eternity ago. With India winning just 1 of their last 6. Has to dig deep here. A lot of scoreboard pressure from the Australians. Cummins in, got the short leg, bowls to Rohit, who pulls awkwardly towards mid-on, and it's taken comfortably. Cummins gets Rohit. It's an ugly dismissal. Bowler takes the catch. India 1 for 8 in early strife. Rohit, his career is really on the line now.
Yeah, that was indecisive. It pays the price. Just climbed on him, but it wasn't there to be playing that shot against the new ball. He looks dejected, trudging off the MCG. He goes for 3. And the early breakthrough for Pat Cummins. India now 1 for 8.
Yeah, woeful shot, indecisive. We know it's his feature shot, the swivel pull shot, but in the second over, you've only faced, that was the 5th ball you faced, and not committed. I wonder if he really had a go with it, would he have got away with it? But a soft dismissal, bonus for the Australians.
A long way to go as well. 49 overs left today. India lose the wicket in the second over of their reply. A few further thoughts from Simon Katich, and it'll be Gerard Whateley jumping in to replace me.
Yeah, great start by Australia. Scotty Boland was never dropping that. Comfortably taken at mid-on. And now the man that had to make way for Rohit Sharma at the top of the order, well, he may as well have opened in the first place. Comes in the second over. KL Rahul, the standout option for India at the top of the order. And that decision in itself highlights what's happened for India and the clouded thinking they've had throughout this series.
There's a whole lot of heightened scrutiny around it all. Stark starts his fresh over. Jaiswal clips out of his pads to mid-on. Good piece of fielding to knock it down and only concede the 1 run. Travis Head quickly into action. 1 for 9. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. Ideal scenario for Australia. Part of the modus operandi through the generations has been to pour the pressure on the visiting captain, and we have seen that out in the field and now with the bat, and it just becomes suffocating, unrelenting. One generation learnt it from the next, and Rowett has progressively unravelled at the MCG. Terrible with his strategy and reactive with his field changes, and then out so quickly. The description of an ugly dismissal is about right. Australia have celebrated the first wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. KL Rahul in early. Stark over the wicket to him. Rahul flicked the ball down the leg side, didn't catch up with it.
Well, what a bonus wicket for Australia. Rohit Sharma, the change, it's thrown the Indian batting lineup into a bit of disorder. And KL Rahul will just revert to his position of the first 3 test match, basically, as an opening batsman. Jaiswal looks like he's moving around the crease okay. But it's such a big win momentum-wise when you just bowl an average ball and the batsman error gives you the first test wicket.
Stark to Rahul full, left alone, flies through, taken up above the eye level.
Wow. That's up there with the fastest ball we've seen in this test match. Carey's a tall wicketkeeper. He's taking that at head height. What about his accuracy this summer, Gerard? I can't remember Mitchell Stark being this accurate. You know, in the past we know, well, this is what you get. He's trying to swing the ball, so there is inconsistency with his accuracy. But he's got everything at the moment: pace, accuracy, and swing.
An ever-present threat, the last at 144. He bowls Rahul out of his pads to mid-wicket, quickly fitted by Constas. No run. It is, so we were having a chat at the back of the box. The unanswerable question of this summer has been, what if Rowett had never come?
Would they be in a worse position? No. Jasprit Bumrah, if he'd captained the whole up until now, I'm not saying it'd be drastically different, but I just think their team balance is better, and a captain who showed really good signs, didn't he?
Yep. Stark to Rahul, plays inside the line, that's a pass.
And he was just a lot more proactive. We just saw once again the first session just was allowed to run its course. There's no proactive. His biggest innovation is bringing Bumrah back on, Rohit Sharma, really. Besides that, there's nothing with the field placements or bowling changes that say, wow, this is a proactive captain. Even when things aren't happening, what can I do just to put a seed of doubt in the 2 batsmen out there? There's nothing like that.
Rahul's India's leading run scorer in the series. Full, almost chopped it on.
Wow.
Got down to keep the Yorker out, and suddenly it was behind him. But over the stumps, he lives to tell the tale. India 1 for 9 on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send you to do a Hilux job.
You wouldn't go out to bat without the proper protective equipment, and you wouldn't let your fleet of vehicles or machinery hit the road or worksite without the protection they deserve. So, give your fleet the right support with Cinepec's premium lubricant. It's got the runs on the board for protecting Australian fleets for over 13 years without compromising on quality. Make the right switch for your fleet today. Discover the Cinepec difference at cinepeconline.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. India 1 for 9. Jaiswal is 5. Rahul yet to score. Pat Cummins is the wicket taker. He's in from the worn end, bowling over the wickets. And Jaiswal, full face of the bat in defence, guides it away to mid-off. Now, Tom Morris is pouring through the numbers here. He has the good oil, thanks to Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil. What are you trying to illustrate here, Tom?
How much Rohit Sharma is struggling in Australia. So since he's arrived, scores of 3 versus the PM's 11, then 3, 6, 10 and 3 in the test matches. So that's 25 runs from 5 hits. And across his last 14 test innings, 152 runs at 10.8. That illustrates it, I think.
It does. They're grim times. Cummins bowls. Jaiswal leaves outside the off stump.
Averaging 5.5. Siraj is averaging 6. How are you going there? Hey, Tom, while you're busy, how many times has Pat Cummins dismissed the opposition captain?
Oh, that's gone up.
And how many times has the opposition captain dismissed him?
Well, it's 20 he's dismissed it in Test cricket. So it was 19 as of the last Test. The second one I'll get back to you on.
0?
Ever. Is that true?
But Bumrah got him when he was captain.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that could have been the one to stump us with.
Cummins to Jaiswal. He went after the bouncer and he put it through the cordon. Didn't get the uppercut that he was looking for. It went through fourth slip at a very catchable height. A boundary off the blade of Jaiswal. He moves to 9. It's for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools.
First it looked a risky shot here. But in the end, no, it was pretty short and wide. Pretty short and wide, and he controlled that shot.
Got it higher than first glance.
Pardon?
He got it higher than at first glance. It just sounded a bit hollow. It has brought the fly gully in. Cummins bowls Jaiswal full face of the blade out through cover. He'll get one, and he's sent back by Rahul in his endeavours for a second. Jaiswal to double figures. It's 1 for 14 with a couple to come.
Plenty of pace and hostility in this opening bowling partnership from Australia. Good signs. There's still some swing. There's a little bit of movement still off the seam, but it's probably the pace and bounce that's the most impressive. Like test wickets like that on day 2 and day 3. I think everyone gets to play a role, don't they? You know, not Lyon will enjoy the extra bounce and just a little bit of turn. And batsmen can play the shots.
Yep.
As long as you're executing it properly.
Rahul, 235 runs at 47 in the series. A couple of half centuries. A bat pad in place. He's defending right there. The helmet picks it up. So Quadra at first, Smith at second, Labuschagne at third. They've gone with the 2 gullies, Marsh and then Lyon. Although no Lyons, just taking a few steps toward point. He was in that fly gully position for the last ball against Jaiswal after he played the uppercut. Constas is at mid-off. Ever present with his voice from the sound of teammates. Boland's at mid-on, heads under the helmets. Rahul all wrapped on the pads. Cummins likes it. No! Oh,
Great
it
appeal.
was the elongated appeal. Dennis Lilly style.
I was just going to say that. You beat me to it.
Will he go?
He has.
He's going.
That was Lilly-like.
No, he's not going to go, Fleming.
Oh, I thought he went there.
Run out. He was down low and pleading.
Oh, I think it's going down leg, isn't it?
High and down leg in all.
Like it, Paddy. If that's your appeal, your new appeal, I like it.
1 for 14, Toyota Schoolboy. Don't send you to do a Hilux job.
The King Summer Sale is on now. Save up to 50% on selected Australian-designed award-winning furniture. Hurry, limited time only. Shop online or visit a King Living showroom today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Police and speed cameras are there to keep you safe. Speeding, chances are you will be caught. Anywhere, anytime, anyone. A message from the TAC.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Stark to Jacewell, start of the fresh over. Jacewell on the move, plays and misses. SEN Test Cricket is for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. It was the full-throated shout from the Australian captain. It was shown to be high and wide. Missing the leg stump. How's that get amongst it with Tinnies? How's that hazy pale ale? Available at Liquor Loan. Choose to drink wise.
Well, when we saw the replay, I was surprised how confident the appeal was. Well, that was hot, easily too high and going down there.
Yep. Cummins is clearly feeling it. Stark looking to get in on the axe. He bowls to Jacewell, who leaves outside the off stump.
Yep, nice.
So you've got some old school photos of Dennis Lilly appealing.
I'm going to have to post it.
It's the low down, knees bent, arms high, and Lilly had the fingers up, didn't he?
Yes,
which was his trademark.
And I mean, it was very distinctive. I think we all used to try and copy it. But the modern era, I haven't seen a Lilly appeal for at least a decade. And if Paddy's bringing it back in, I want it to trend.
Yep, we're all for that. Jacewell on the move leaves. So the art of the appeal, Flem, I'm all in on this. But when you're a youngster coming through, did you settle on something by the time you reached your international career?
I think there had to be some of Lilly in my personal appeal.
Yep,
I think. I didn't quite get just the two fingers up like the umpire. I had two or three fingers, but I definitely went down low like Dennis. And in some ways, it was taught in you, the art of fast bowling, is if you don't appeal, you don't get.
Yeah.
So I was definitely influeed by Dennis.
Jacewell on the move. He's playing and missing, so he can't quite get there. Yes, so you would actually at times have one full hand and the other with the two middle fingers, or with the first two fingers and the thumb up.
And I think the more confident appeal, the lower you got down. I reckon a low down appeal means that you think it's out. But I don't think I'd be the only one of my era, though, that had the low down Dennis appeal and the two arms up.
Stark to Jacewell. Again, he's on the move. Inside portion of the bat. Squeezes it out past mid-wicket. Constas gets motoring. They'll take a couple to come back. I do think that's what the modern fast bowler who likes to run down the other end misses. It's much more effective to swing around and just confront the umpire full-bodied.
Yeah, and what I liked as well, if you're down low, both arms are up, and you get the one, it was a big sort of uppercut fist pump. So you do miss that if you appeal down. I mean, we had the Brett Lee chainsaw.
Yes.
So that was Brett's.
Stark, last ball of the over. Jacewell drives straight to Boland at mid-off. No run. 1 for 16. Toyota scoreboard. Don't send a ute to do a highlights job.
Tonight, if you get absolutely and end up with some weird, we don't care. Just don't drive home. Go out responsibly this silly season with DD.
Are tax worries keeping you up at night? Take the stress out of tax with RJ Sanderson and Associates. Whether you're a small business, a company, or managing your self-managed super fund, RJ Sanderson can help maximise your refunds. Visit rjsanderson.com.au.
Australia running hot for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water. That's steady, hot and strong. 474 posted and 1 for 16 India in reply with the captain already gone. Pat Cummins is in on the act. Damien Fleming, appealers of the past. It does feel like an audience.
Yes.
Question, doesn't it? 0433 98 11 16. The quintessential fast bowling appeal. Cummins bowls, Rahul drives so stylishly out through extra cover. It's been the trademark of his summer. And KL Rahul picks up at the MCG. Beautifully struck boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. His first run's 1 for 20.
Yeah, exactly. That has been a feature shot of KL Rahul's batting throughout this series. The cover drive and the square drive. He gets a full forward press. He completes his step before his down swing of the bat starts, and it is a beautiful vertical plane of his bat going through the ball.
Cummins back out. Rahul squared up, squeezes it out and hit him up above the pad, I reckon. He's feeling that.
There's been a lot of box hits.
Yeah.
I think that'd be up there in the most I've seen for a while. What about Cummins just adjusting his length then? Cover driven. Still want you to play on the front foot, but I'm just going to adjust it by a metre or so.
Yep.
And that one nipped back.
Cummins in the bright sunshine of the MCG. Strides in, bowls to Rahul. Squirts it out. It's a point. He was trying to play it to the leg. Leading edge. Lion swoops. Ball wasn't in the air, but a false stroke.
Yep. That's good adjustment. Oh, that is seen back. If he'd missed that, that's out. So that's not his natural move, and that might have been a wobbled seam. So instead of nipping back, that's actually seamed away towards the slips. There's enough encouragement in this pitch for Stark and Pat Cummins.
Great bowlology on the pay.com.au replay screen. Cummins midway through his third over. Bowls to Rahul, who drives him away through cover again. Not quite as much on this. Constas is off in pursuit, and he will get there as they turn for 3. Rahul goes to 7. Playing through the biz covers. Save with biz cover. Business insurance on the go. 1 for 23. Have you got crowd numbers for us, Tom Morris?
We've ticked over 71,000 people today. It's the highest second-day crowd for a Boxing Day test outside of an Ashes. And just looking back through the numbers, this corresponding test in 2018-19, there was 36,000 people here on day 2.
It just sounds so much bigger for
no Smith, no
non-Ashes.
Warner, I guess.
So what's the highest day 2?
78,000 people, 2013-14 against England.
We are not far off that. That is brilliant.
Yep, it's a thumping good crowd. It's a bit kinder weather-wise. Plenty of sunshine, but cool. Cummins is whirring away. He bowls. That struck Jacewell on the way in on the pads. Not the full appeal. Height the issue. Now, Jeff Lawson and Carl Rackerman are the common threads that have come through from an Australian perspective.
Gee, I'm trying to visualise.
This is a niche topic.
Mocker. I mean, Jeff Lawson was as enthusiastic a peeler, wasn't he? He'd be a hard bloke to captain these days with DRS. Henry would think everything's out.
Yeah.
Trying to remember Mockers, Carl's.
What a sensational LB appeal. Mel in Pakenham. Jacewell sees the last ball of the over and lets it pass. Terrific, Flem. Good on you. 1 for 23 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Take the fast ferry to Geelong or Port Arlington these summer holidays. From winery tours and beer gardens to family fun along Geelong's waterfront. Visit portphillipferries.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Beacon Trade. We've got the gear. Everything for the residential home. Lighting, electrical and Australia's biggest range of fans. With Beacon Trade by your side, you'll never work alone. Partner up at beacontrade.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Nothing draws a crowd like a crowd to a sporting event in Melbourne. There's a great crowd in on a Friday in this town and a record-breaking prospect.
We're almost at 78,000. The record is 78,358.
So it's the last 500 that might make all the difference.
Come down.
KL Rahul is on strike. Stark to him. Rahul jumpy as he plays to the leg side. Fends it away down to fine leg and will be able to come back for 2. as there was plenty of ground to cover in the deep. 1 for 25. So we'll keep tabs on that number. It's a good fun afternoon to come. Australia bowling. The villain of the piece will be in next. What a reception there'll be for Virat Kohli. Adored by Indian fans, and the Australian crowd will let him have it full-throated, I reckon, when he walks to the middle, given the shenanigans of the test match so far. It'll be quite the atmosphere to be a part of. Stark bowls past the outside edge of Rahul. He likes to tuck the bat in, but he got beaten on that occasion. The next batter will be suited up for the famous Peter Jackson half-year sale on now. Bharat, Sundaresan, welcome back.
Gerard, and the best part will be Virat Kohli, the big villain, the big heel, walks out to bat, and the hero of the G-Scott Bowl and gets the ball in his hands. That'll be the battle.
Sam Constance just should put himself in his eye line somewhere.
Yes. What little we've seen of Constance, I think he'll do that as well.
KL Rahul's a 9. Stark bowling to him. Rahul leaves outside the off stump.
But yeah, right now, just coming from the press area, the written press area, Gerard, the Indian journalists have started writing the epitaph. It's one more innings left for Rohit Sharma in this test match, but just the manner in which he got out. And for years, we've all seen him just rock back on the back foot and turn length deliveries into short balls and just swivel and pull balls away. But it's not just the fact that he got out cheaply, but the way he got out. That's alarm bells ringing everywhere.
The position captain under enormous pressure. Rahul is beaten just past the outside edge.
And the fact that after 2 test matches, he decided to go back to the top. I think in hindsight, it would not have been the worst thing for him to stick to number 3 once he said, I'm going to the top of the order. Not to break this successful opening partnership, or at least not move KL Rahul from a spot that he's made his own. The fact that that hasn't worked out and KL Rahul walked out to bat in the second over of this innings is... And that there was this consensus there, oh, KL Rahul's opening the batting anyway. So, not good to be Rohit Sharma right now.
Just feels a bit superfluous to needs. Rahul squared up past him.
And I said this before the start of this test on new ball with Tom Morris, that the rumors have been doing the rounds that Ashwin won't be the only retirement. And the only 2 other potential candidates, you wouldn't put Jadeja in that mix, but it has to be between Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli. And just the way these 2 days have gone for Rohit, you have to wait and watch. You have to wonder how long he's got left in Test cricket.
Stark hits the crease. Rahul plays inside the line, passes through to the keeper. End of the over. 1 for 25 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Tired of running out of sparkling water or having to carry heavy bottles from the supermarket? Then get a SodaStream and make fresh sparkling water at home whenever you want. And if you feel like getting creative, add your favourite flavour like Pepsi Max, Lipton Iced Tea, ginger beer or passion fruit. There's a flavour for everyone. Never run out of sparkling drinks again this summer. Fizz, mix and enjoy with SodaStream.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Jaswell's on 12. Cummins in to him. Jaswell drives him for 4. Straight through mid-on. Overpitched and set on its way. Lovely stroke. Boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. Jaswell is 16, 1 for 29. And Cummins is unusually expensive, 1 for 21.
I don't know whether it's the new ball or he's gone much fuller than what you expect from Pat Cummins. Maybe just looking for some sort of movement. It's been driven down the ground a couple of times already by both these batters.
Cummins on the follow-up, bowls. Left alone by Jaswell outside the off stump. They've moved the leg slip in between deliveries.
And Jaswell needed that boundary as well. We all celebrated him as being the next superstar of Indian cricket when he made that famous 100 in Perth. Hasn't really been amongst the runs since. He got a 20 odd in Adelaide in the second innings, but just looked very edgy against Mitchell Starc. Spent a lot of time practice sessions in the lead up to this test practicing leaving the ball. Hasn't left too many today.
It's a really interesting field. A fly gully and a leg slip in place. Cummins to Jaswell, rose on him, fended it down safely to the offside and goes through for a single. His head closes from mid-off, 1 for 30. And Lyon, who was at the fly gully, just started his warm-up too.
There was something in it for the spinners when both Jadeja and Washington managed to hit the right lens. The ball was gripping. His bounce, and Lyon will enjoy that, but have to wait his turn, you'd imagine. So they would want one more wicket with the new ball, or with this spell from Cummins and Starc. KL Rahul just looked sublime throughout this innings, and he started very solidly again.
It's the 8th over of the innings. Short leg in place with Rahul on strike. Cummins bowls to him. Clips off the pad straight to mid-on. No run. Boland does the fielding. Just Bharat, where Greg has just picked me up. Cool. We're baking in the bottom tier of the Shane Warne stand. I suppose it's all about your perspective. It's 22. It feels like 19. But if you're in the full sun in the lower deck of the MCG, you're basking in it. It's a terrific day of cricket. Saw a Steve Smith century, his 5th at the ground, his 11th against India, his 34th in Test cricket. He made 140. Rahul's on strike. He's driving for 4 more. Pounced on it, sent it through mid-off. Cummins is getting tapped around. Rahul is 13, and that'll look good on the pay.com.au replay screen.
And once again, Pat Cummins going very full. Don't see him do this very often early on in a spell. Don't remember the last time he took the new ball in a red ball test. He did this in Adelaide a couple of weeks ago, but continues to go full. That was a half volley there to be hit, but like always, Rahul looks so good when he drives the ball down the ground.
Rahul just calls Cummins off. He wants to remark his guard. Time for Scotty to start limbering up.
Oh, he is, Gerard. And you know what generally happens when he does.
So you want to be on your guard early. Rahul runs the ball into the court and knocked down by Labuschagne. It was on the bump, so it's safely played. It's 1 for 34. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a completed home and move in now. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
With the Isuzu D-Max X-Terrain, life is reinvigorated. All the power, performance and style you need from just $67,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu dealer today. T's and C's apply.
New year, new backyard. Extend your living space with Australian Outdoor Living's New Year sale. With huge savings across the entire product range, don't miss out. This won't last long. On now at Australian Outdoor Living.
Our coverage for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. Starc begins his 5th over. 3 slips the gully. Bowling to Jaiswal over the wicket, who leaves alone. Adam Collins jumping in. The change of commentary for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Baz with me, Tommy as well. 78,000 people at the G, all waiting to watch Scott Boland get chucked the ball, which I suspect will be soon.
Oh yes, could be the next over from the far end where Pat Cummins has been operating from. It's just not looked in great rhythm, even though he got the wicket. He's been very full, been driven down the ground a few times, Pat. So he might want to change of ends, and yeah, there you go, Scott Boland.
Warming up.
Warming up.
That much is certain. So it's Starc away from us, northern end. Passes umpire, Goff delivers here. Jaiswal drops his gloves on a ball that's back of a length.
Cricket at times disappoints me, Adam.
No,
you got Scott Boland at the G. You need some theme music. You need, add some glitz to it.
Well, we did briefly have a bit of theme music here at the G for the one days about 25 years ago, but that was dispensed with, sadly. What would you go with for Scott Boland's entry music? 0433 98 11 16. What are you going with? Mr. MCG. We'll dig deep into those numbers with Tom Morris soon enough, I'm sure. Stark bowling in the low 140s. Point of difference. Swinging around. Up here to Jaiswal. Back of a length again. Leaves alone an early leave. So Australia also have the chance to give Nathan Lyon a proper crack as well on a surface that should suit. We saw that earlier today, especially with Washington Sundar.
Yeah, he's getting the ball to bounce. Similar kind of spinner to Lyon, overspin. And Nathan Lyon, you can see he's Seji just having a word now with Mitchell Marsh at Gully. But yeah, it'll be all about Scotty very soon.
They've all bowled so much at this ground. That's the thing. This group have been together for so long, and Boland at the G as well. 3 slips to Gully plus the unusually positioned backward point. Stark in, Jaiswal on the front foot driving and stopped at mid-off by Cummins to his left. Saved a certain boundary there. That's the standard, they'd be saying.
Yeah, on a day where India were terrible on the field. Mohammad Siraj, the number of times he was diving over the ball, that would have gone through if that was India. These little things matter. Yashasvi Jaiswal has just not looked comfortable against Stark. He's played a lot of shots. He's been jumping out of his crease, jumping at Stark. He's flashed at a few. So it's so important that Australia keep him on strike, and you never know. It's the kind of fielding that can get you a wicket of the next ball.
Indeed, and he hit the cover off that one as well. Stark up to Jaiswal, rides the bounce, keeps it down with both feet off the ground, down to point where Nathan Lyon does the fielding. 1 for him, Jaiswal 18, 1 for 35, 1 left in the 9th over.
Enter Sandman, I like that. Enter Sandman for Scott Boland.
I'm too sexy, right, said Fred. Okay, there we go.
Final countdown, maybe.
Countdown.
Yeah, I can see that.
I like Enter Sandman, Metallica.
That'll be good.
I think Damien listens. Well, didn't Damien listen to that on the way to the 91 Grand Final? I think that's right. Usually listening into SEN Test cricket.
Oh, is Derma Metallica for? There you go.
These are the things you learn when you make these greatest season it was shows, mate. Last ball of the over here. Stark. He's still got 3 slips in the gully. KL Rahul started well on 13. Facing up here, leaves alone. Full and wide of the off stump. 1 for 35 the score. India, they still trail by 439. Jaiswal 18, Rahul 13 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
Wait for the roar here. About to be announced around the ground that Scott Boland is replacing Pat Cummins at the Shane Warne stand end. Victorians have loved bowling from the southern end at the MCG for decades. Boland certainly one of them. 6 for 7 on debut. One of the most famous moments at this storied ground. No play on music, plenty of suggestions here.
So
another
many.
one bites the dust, another one here, owing to how many batters Boland gets right away. 40 test wickets at 20. At home, that's 33 at 13. Loves his first overs. Boland over the wicket to Jaiswal. 3 slips to Gully. Jaiswal in behind it defensively. There is so much expectation around Boland's first balls. Tommy Morris.
Scotty Boland overall, 40 test wickets at 20. Very impressive. Scotty Boland at the MCG. Small sample size, 10 wickets at 13.8. So the biggest sample size is Scotty Boland in the Shield at the MCG. 117 wickets at 24. He's tailor-made for this ground. He was always going to play here in the Ashes a few years ago because of his knowledge of the conditions.
Boland's second delivery. All eyes on the Victorian. Delivers to Jaiswal over the wicket. Defends into the onside. Constas does the fielding. Yes, that 117 first-class wickets Boland's taken here since his debut. He's 43 wickets more than anyone else at the ground at the same time. So when we talk about him being an MCG specialist, Bharat, It's borne out by the data. It's borne out by what we've seen with our own 2 eyes when we watched him in the 2 test matches here.
Very much so. And yes, the pitch for that first test match for the Ashes was an interesting one, but it was all Scotty Boland. It was a lens that he bowls.
Boland up. Jaiswal waiting, delivers here, leaves alone in the channel about the 5th stump line. A few hands-on heads round the ground. Sam Constas, who's taken his jumper off between overs.
And he was bowling from that very southern end, the Shane Warne stand end now. And he took all 6 of his wickets, wasn't he, Adam? Against England, yeah, very much so.
Someday that, it was the 2 parts, wasn't it? There was Act 1 on the 3rd evening, or the 2nd evening, my apologies. The MCG was pumping. Then the next day, well, folklore stuff. Jaiswal's 18, facing Boland, delivers here, plays and misses, fishing outside the line of the off stump. Boland in the shoebox right away, in that channel which he adores.
So already in this over, he's got Shastri Jaiswal walking at him, really batting well outside his crease. To his credit, Jaiswal looked like he withdrew his bat at the right second, so wasn't a play and miss to an extent, but immediately asking questions, Scott Boland.
And Jaiswal caught behind in the 2nd innings at Adelaide. 2 left in this over. Bowls to the left-hander who leaves the ball alone that's wider of the off stump. So in that 1 test he played in this series, Shubham Gill, that was in his first over, Rohit Sharma, Jaiswal, Kohli, Siraj, the 5 wickets.
And that's the battle I'm really looking forward to seeing as well. Virat Kohli versus Scott Boland. Really set him up beautifully with that pink ball. Landing it on a hanky and getting him out. There is Virat Kohli. It's a windy day.
If that deepish backward point is in the frame at some point, it'll be one of the great fielding positions. Nathan Lyon hovering there behind Marsh at gully by about 20 metres, a pitch length or so. Boland, change of angle, final ball of the over, around the wicket, and Jaiswal does the right thing and defends out to mid-off. A maiden to start for Boland on the Tyre Power scoreboard, customer safety first. India, 1 for 35, Jaiswal, 18, KL Rahul, 13.
Just like reviewing an umpire's decision, it's worth taking a second look at your skin. At Mole Map, you'll get a comprehensive skin check from an expert melanographer. Then your images go to a dermatologist for thorough analysis and diagnosis, like Snicko for your skin. 1 check, 2 experts, a winning combination that increases early melanoma detection when it's most treatable. Book your full body Mole Map today. It's quick, it's easy, and you'll get a double take that could save your life. Visit molemap.net.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Baz?
Oh, I love this one. Boland's entrance music. I'm a Victorian to the same tune as I'm an American. Hulk Hogan. Back during the Hulkamania days.
The Hulkamaniacs. The Bolandaniacs, something like that.
You can hear our producer Mitchell Squat already singing it in the background.
We can get this going. You should record it, Baz, and release it as a single. Now you're a national living treasure. It'll probably do okay. Simon Katich jumping in as well. For 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Stark, new over here. Rahul back in defence. No run. Kat, so exciting watching Boland back at the G.
It is. Love seeing the crowd reaction, but I'm also loving these two, reminiscent of the partnership they had in Perth in the first test. They've looked good.
KL Rahul, Simon, we've spoken about him throughout the series, just looks in such great touch. The time he has on the ball, everything seems very precise at the moment with his technique. He's always been one who's very solid, not too many trigger moments, stays still.
Good through the series, Rahul. He's reached 13. He's facing Stark, bowling here, full and driven away beautifully. Classical cover drive. Out towards the rope. It's a long boundary and it'll reach it. Boundaries for Azito. KL Rahul's got a couple of them. He's up to 17. India 1 for 39.
And that's the shot that he set up for so well. We saw him play a couple of beautiful ones earlier off Pat Cummins. But he's getting forward. He's getting good stride into the ball, getting across the line of the ball. He knows that Mitchell Stark's trying to nick him off. I just wonder whether Stark will go back to trying to hit the surface a bit more like he did in Adelaide. Got him out, nicking there day one. Because because Rahul's set up beautifully for the front foot at the moment, so you can see Mitchell Starc mixing his length to him to unsettle his footwork.
Hefty spell, there's 6th over from Starc. In here, 3 slips the gully to KL Rahul, beats him, great response, just short of a good length, committed to the shot, through to the gloves of Carey.
Yeah, that's exactly the length that Stark's got to try and unsettle him with, because he's wanting to get forward as much as possible. Problem is when it's full, he's in a good position to play it, but he's not really in as good a position on the back foot because he's pressing forward, he's not likely to get on the back foot as quickly.
Gorgeous afternoon at the MCG. Wind blowing from fine leg to extra cover or thereabouts as Starc approaches, left arm over, delivers here to Rahul, plays out to mid-wicket, gets it through Constas. The man on debut has work to do to tidy up his mess. They'll come back for a couple. Constas, interestingly, hasn't got a number on his shirt. Bit of a throwback there. 19 for Rahul, overtaking Jaiswal, 18, 1 for 41. Suppose they didn't anticipate he'd need a number on his shirt when they pulled him into the squad a couple of days before Christmas.
That's right. He's been part of the squad for a few days, though. I'm surprised they didn't find time to get him a number.
He's been issued number 6, which was for a long time Mark Waugh's number. Well, obviously in one-day cricket, because the test numbers only came in 4 years ago.
Has it only been 4 years?
19.
Yeah,
feels
19
like
Ashes. Forever. Yeah. That's great.
Starc to Rahul, 2 left in the set. Bowls here, and he beats him again as he did 2 balls ago. Identical line and length, Cat.
Yeah, that's the area. You can just see there he's a little bit uncertain about whether he has to play at that on the back foot or try and press forward to it. It's in between length, and it's a really good length and line, just angling across. If you can get that ball pitching on probably off stump, then it might just lure Rahul into defending it, and that's where the angle will help him feed the slips.
Now Rahul averaging 47 in the series before today. 2nd for India on that measure. Facing Starc. Short of a good length, thought about playing something of a glance off his hip, but pulled out at the last minute. So just, 2 runs on the boundary from the over. 1 for 41, India. They trail by 433 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Hosting the whole crew this summer just became a lot less stressful now that Menulog can instantly deliver any forgotten groceries or last-minute essentials. Did somebody say
Menulog? Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The XUV 700 AX7, an exceptional value 7-seater SUV, is now at Werribee Mahindra. This safe and feature-packed family SUV packs in upmarket equipment and technology from just $36,990 drive away. T's and C's apply. Werribee Mahindra. LMCT 12710.
Adam Collins with Bharat, Sundaresan, Simon Katich. We've got quarter of an hour until tea, and Scott Boland is in the attack. Brought in to shake up the bowling for Manshake. 2 million Aussies have shaken the weight. Boland operating around the wicket to Jaiswal. Maiden tomb first up, driving here through cover. Gets plenty of that. Out towards the old Bay 13 it goes. Work to do for Travis Head, and just reaches it. No more than a foot before the ball was otherwise going to reach the rope. They return for 3, Jaiswal to 21, 1 for 44.
Yeah, there was some talk about hiding Travis Head in the field a few days before this test. When there was talk about the quad strain, he looked okay there.
Yeah, I was just going to say exactly the same, Bharat. The way he chased that ball to the boundary, I reckon he's actually moved quicker to that than previous tests. But saying that, he's probably not as heavy in the legs because he unfortunately missed out this test, but he moved to that one nicely.
Yeah, what did you make of that between tests, Bharat? It's kind of the insistence that he wasn't injured, yet it was pretty obvious that he was going through a process.
Yeah, because he was barely doing much at practice sessions. Yeah. He didn't bat on the 22nd when all of them batted. He had batted only for 15 minutes facing throwdowns from Brad Hodge on the 23rd, and then we find out it's not. It's an actual strain. So,
So Boland, southern end. He's got a short leg in for Rahul. Bowls him for the first time, goes back, rides the bounce down into the offside. Good point brought up by Bookers on the sunny coast that Constas, when batting yesterday, had the 6 on the shirt. So he wasn't batting with a jumper. It was too hot for that. So it must be that he's maybe only got one one of the team-issued shirts at this point, something like that. No number on his back in the field.
Maybe he's retired the one which he was wearing in when Virat Kohli showed up on special. Go for something.
Got Virat to sign it on debut.
Could be worth a bob or two regardless, given the nature of the performance. Boland up to the crease. The KL Rahul here, and he beats him. Classic Boland line and length. It flew past the edge. He was committed to the shot. He was off balance as well, Rahul, for the first time in the innings.
Yeah, it's another great example of the length. Back of a length, trying to force KL Rahul. He doesn't really push back. He gets up on his toes. So he wants to commit forward, but then he doesn't push back onto his back foot, doesn't anchor, and he's just a little bit off balance.
Watching it back again, the work Carey had to do just to get there with the webbing. It moved so far to the leg side after passing the edge. Moving both ways. Boland into Rahul, beats him. Consecutive deliveries. That was a little bit wider of the off stump.
Yeah, I think this time KL Rahul just pulled his bat in at the last minute. Yeah, he's hiding it behind his pad. He's not a traditional lever of the ball, is he? He raises his bat and shoulders arms.
Got Tommy Morris with us as well for the Cobram Estate, Australia's extra virgin olive oil.
Today was Steve Smith's quickest test century for 9 years, since 134 not out on Boxing Day in 2015 against the West Indies. 20 test tons ago.
That's the good oil right there. Nice one. Boland in. Rahul pass short leg. Wasn't far away. Out towards the square leg rope. It runs instead. Would have taken a miracle if he had to drag that down. Rahul gets 3. Overtakes Jaiswal. He's 22. 1 for 47. But it was uppish. We'll see it again on the replay screen. Just how close did his hand get there, Travis Head? Went over his lid. Put up the hand after the fact.
Kept it there for a while.
Simon, you did that job for a long time. Any of those for you that were just purely reflex, where it was too quick to know where it was?
Oh, yeah, particularly on that one there where it just did him for height. But you're always trying to hope that you can get some sort of body on, whether it's your forearm or your thigh or something like that, to just try and get it to bob up, take the pace out of it.
Boland to finish. Back round the wicket to Jaiswal, who defends from back of a length. Round the corner, gets 1. Constas in from square leg. So Jaiswal will keep the strike. 7 runs from the over. Both batters on 22 with India 1 for 48. And that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Light up your taste buds at Aporto with our flavour-packed garlic-loaded wrapper. Chicken tenders, garlic sauce, Portuguese salad, mayo and chips, all wrapped up in a toasted pita for only $10.95. Limited time, excludes delivery and airports.
Aporto. Check Kilmore Toyota's website for all stock available. It's not just Kilmore Toyota, but Seymour Toyota is also in our stable. Visit the range of demonstrator models available for test drive and sale, including Toyota certified pre-owned vehicles. Visit kilmoretoyota.com.au. LMCT 808.
A change of ends for the captain. Cummins bowled 4 overs from the southern end. Now beneath us at the northern end, shaking up the bowling for the man shake. 2 million Aussies have shaken the weight. Got a wicket in his first over. The only wicket to fall so far in the innings. Rohit Sharma, ugly pull shot. Caught by Boland a bit on. It was 1 for 8. This pair have put on 40. Cummins to Jaiswal over the wicket. New spell. Knows the call off the front foot out to mid-on. No single.
Just watching Sam Constas on the field, I haven't seen a lot of him fielding. You just assume that young cricketers coming through these days are quick and very agile. He's a little slow, isn't he, to the ball? Even that last one, they ran across for a single. You'd expect you hit it to a 19-year-old. That's the last thing you're allowed to do so easily.
Yeah, he had the little fumble earlier too that sort of cost 2. But at 19, he'd be nervous. He wouldn't have fielded in front of this big a crowd before.
So it's Cummins in away from us. Bowls here to Jaiswal over the wicket, left alone well wide of the off stump. That's the other thing, isn't it, Kat? Going from playing Shield cricket, which isn't well attended, to playing a Big Bash game a couple of weeks ago where he made the 18-ball 50. That's one thing, but yesterday and today we're talking about crowds of, well, it was 87,000, probably 75,000 when he batted, and 78,000 in at the moment. Different oral experience.
And the other thing too is who knows how he slept last night. He might not have slept at all. He would have been buzzing after that yesterday. So he might have come back today a little bit flat and tired from a huge day yesterday and all the anticipation around it.
Cummins to Jaiswal, delivers here and he's in behind it on the front foot defensively. Cummins collects it in his follow through. Yeah, the stimulation of having his phone. Imagine what his phone looked like when he got it back from the team manager last night. There would have been thousands of notifications and people contacting him and God knows what else. It must be overstimulating.
Thousands of notifications on multiple apps that 3 of us are not aware of either.
Quite possibly. On a number of fronts. 4.26 the deficit here at the G. As Cummins approaches Jaiswal on 22, bowls to him here. He plays off the back foot to Nathan Lyon in that deepish backward point position, which is a fraction further forward than it was when Stark was bowling a couple of overs ago. Yeah, the amount of followers he might have added yesterday. I have no sense of this, but let's use Instagram as one, perhaps the most used platform, I assume. It would have gone from a relatively normal number to a celebrity number. Tommy Morris has got that. Here we go.
15,000 before today, and he's over 100,000 at the start of the day.
Oh,
there you go.
24 hours, 85,000 increase. And I'm one of them, Colo.
There's the generation gap. Tom Morris, a decade younger than us, all over this. Cummins in, bowls here to Jaiswal, leaving alone well wide of the off stump, wasted delivery.
I might actually give you a running tally because we're so into it. Sam Constas, 118,000, so he's gone up more than 100,000 in a day.
Wonder how many of those also follow Virat Kohli.
He didn't follow me back, unfortunately, Baz.
Oh, right.
No, unlike you. If you followed him, he'd follow you back.
For sure.
Follow for a follow, as the kids say. So there's that. There's the social media following. Everyone who's probably ever met the guy sending him a message.
Oh, yeah.
About how great it was to experience yesterday. All dots in this Cummins over. Last ball here, Jaiswal leaves once more. Didn't make him play often in the over. It is a maiden, 1 for 48. Both Jaiswal and Rahul are on 22. Our coverage for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
Our crucial moment of the middle session was when Rohit Sharma pulled the ball that wasn't there to be pulled up to Scott Boland at mid-on from the bowling of Cummins out for 3 for New Farm, Australian through and through. And our player of the day so far for his 140, Steve Smith for Bingley, better living every day. So we should get 2 more overs in before tea, but we're not really in a hurry with Cummins having a chat with Boland. 5 minutes until they'll walk off. So I wonder what this is about. Is there a change in field? There is going to be a change. So out comes third slip. It's Marnus Labuschagne. He's going to jump over to the onside. So there's already a short leg cat. And Labuschagne to a relatively conventional mid-wicket. Boland sticking with 2 slips and a gullet.
Yeah, Nathan Lyon's come in front of point.
So he'll go straighty here, presumably to KL Rahul. Boland's new over starts. On leg stump, clipped away. Work to do for Stark at fine leg. Gets there in time, they return for 2. So he knew it was coming, full and straight. Moves to 24, and India bring up their 50. 1 for 50, this pair have got 42 of those together.
Yeah, and it looked like he's really made a conscious effort to almost walk into that delivery and greet it, go down the track. Just waiting for the replay, but the naked eye, it looked like he skipped down the wicket to him.
Playing with confidence, KL Rahul, rightly so. Waiting for Boland here. Those 2 catches on the onside, delivers and leaves alone wide of the off-stump. Attempted there through to Carey.
10 years since he made his debut at this very ground, KL Rahul, alongside Joe Burns. Test match. Batted in the middle order, got out cheaply. Got out to a wild shot, actually.
Yes, he was out for 3 and 1 in that test match to, Nathan Lyon is still out there, and Mitchell Johnson, respectively.
Bharat, why do you reckon he's only averaged 34 or 35 in Test cricket? He looks a much better player than that.
Boland approaching him here. Rahul defends to mid-wicket where Labuschagne's now positioned.
I think there are a few factors, Simon. A, he's never been able to cement a particular spot in this playing 11. Even going back to his first series, he batted at 6 on debut, then opened in the second test in Sydney, made 100. And he had that purple patch in the home summer 2016-17. You'll remember he scored a lot of runs against Australia, made the 199 against England in Chennai, and it looked like he was ready to be the next big thing of Indian cricket with the bat.
He's facing Boland. He's on 24. Boland to the crease. Bowls here. It gets big on him. Shoulder of the bat. Extra bounce from that nagging length. Marsh does the fielding in the gully. Rahul turns to short leg and takes a moment.
And just injuries at the worst times. He's missed a lot of cricket, and always when it's looked like his career is about to take off, and he's had to come back, and whenever he's come back, he's in a different position.
Tell you what, he's made a tough stuff. He was hit on the wrist last week and bounced straight back up again. That's hit him flush on the finger on the pay.com.au replay screen. Boland bowls, edging to second slip on the bounce. Great work from Steve Smith. Had lots of ground to cover there to his right and picked it up and threw it like it wasn't even a thing.
Yeah, this is brilliant from Boland, hitting a very good length. Brilliant from Smith as well. Athletic, save 4 there. That was racing away down to third man.
Tom?
KL Rahul, you speak of him batting everywhere in the order. He hasn't batted number 3 in Test cricket since August 2018. It's been 6 years since he's come out at first drop.
Change in field here. So Labuschagne, who was mid-wicket at the start of the over, with 1 ball to go, he's gone to deepish square leg, about halfway to the rope, punt road end. Boland. Up to him here. Rahul works off the back foot, close to the body, to line at point. Just the 2 runs from the over. They'll get round for 1 more before tea. India 1 for 50. Rahul is 24. He's the leading run scorer in the session for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life. There with Jaiswal on 22. And the wicket taker for Australia was Pat Cummins. For Before You Dig, before every job search, Before You Dig online every time.
You know, I think, and Tom could look up some of these numbers for KL Rahul. I think he's had a lot of low scores in his career as well. Big scores like the 199 I mentioned, and hundreds against Australia, and a lot of runs away from home. And just batting in India in the middle especially has become so difficult in the last few years. All those averages have dropped. Look at Virat Kohli. He was flying at one point in the mid-50s.
Cummins to Jaiswal. He's got the leg slip back in there. Bowls here over the wicket. Rides the bounce to mid-wicket. Gets off strike. To Stark in from Whitish mid-on. Jaiswal 23. 1 for 51. They trail by 423.
And you were speaking about the quick test matches and how it's affected on. Probably at times made Rohit Sharma look like a better test captain than he is. I think KL Rahul's batting numbers fit right into it.
It certainly makes sense. Particularly batting in the middle order against spin in India on some of those conditions. It's not an easy place to start.
It was a nightmare for them, wasn't it? And then we spoke to Rohit about it last year, didn't we, Bharat? And his attitude was, I don't care. We asked him about his own batting and how his numbers are, relatively speaking, not. It's like, I don't care, so long as we win. So it was at the expense of a group of Indian batters, and Pujara was part of that story. Certainly Kohli, Rahane is another, who made 100 at this ground 4 years ago. Their numbers at home went off a cliff. Rahul, one of them on strike now on 24. Cummins to him, leg stump line, pushing to mid-wicket, no run. Labuschagne does the tidying up.
So Jadeja, Ashwin and Akshar Patel have been the major beneficiaries. That's why their numbers are so good.
Incredible numbers for the spinners. But yeah, it is an unusual thing where pitches have been curated to engineer a certain type of test match, if you like, at the expense of some of the biggest names in Indian cricket. Rahul, when the pitches were flatter, he went an amazing streak against Australia. He made 50 every innings for about 4 tests in a row. Cummins bowls here, leaving alone is Rahul outside the line of the off stump, where he was the 3rd highest run scorer in that series behind Smith and Pujara, without scoring 100 back in 2017. So consistent.
Things have changed since the Indian captain could walk up to the Nagpur stadium and say, hey, no, I think I have an injury, I'm not playing this test time. You were there?
Yeah, I was. Harbhajan didn't like it either. He walked away. Not happy.
Maybe pad that one out for us, guys.
This is the 2004 series.
Yeah. The old Nagpur.
Oh, the old Nagpur. What a ground that is. VCA ground. Cummins in here, bowls to Rahul, who knocks it on the head in defence. It's still there. I watched the club game there last year. It's beautiful.
Yeah, we went there 1-0 up after rain in Chennai. We were in trouble in Chennai. They needed about 230 on the last day, and it flogged down all day. They were like none for 20. They were going to get them the way Sehwag came out. So we got away with a draw there. Went to Nagpur. Couldn't believe our luck when we saw the wicket at the old stadium. Had a heap of grass on it. And Saurav and Harbhajan said, no, I'm not playing on this. We end up winning, and the rest is history.
Rahul facing Cummins. 2 slips now. Short leg as well. Lets the bouncer go with 2 balls left in the session. That opened up the opportunity for your cousin to play, didn't it, Brad?
He did. Yeah, he did. He played in Nagpur. I'd have got you out. Murali Katich, maybe.
I know Murali very well. He pinned me in front for 99.
Certainly did, yeah. And then the famous test in Mumbai, the Paulie Kaka special, they call it. Paulie Umrigar was in charge of the pitch, created a pitch.
It was a sand pit, mate. That wasn't a pitch. That thing spun square.
So, last ball here, Cummins before the tea break. Sends it down here and knocks it over! That is an absolute beauty. A Cummins special. KL Rahul had no chance of keeping that out. Bends back the stump. A Cummins classic. What a way to go to tea. India 2 for 51. KL Rahul castles for 24. That is a joy to behold for Australian fans.
Yeah, what a pole from Pat Cummins. Just kept coming back in and zeroed in the top of off stump. KL Rahul just played inside the line. And that's a big wicket on the stroke of tea here. Rahul departs for 24, and India now 2 for 51.
It was going to take something to get Rahul too, Simon. I mean, he was batting so nicely in the last half an hour before tea. And that is a ball reminiscent of the one that picked up Rohit Sharma at Adelaide a few weeks ago and Joe Root at Old Trafford in 2019. That is the carbon copy, the slanting in, hitting the seam, wobble seam, top of off, the stuff you dream of as a fast bowler.
Yeah, perfectly executed that. And just goes to show Pat Cummins asking good questions right until the very end of the session. And that was a big wicket for Australia because those two were playing nicely. Partnership of 43 comes to an end.
Just start calling it the Pat Cummins, the delivery. He started doing it so often.
Right, so there is an interview downstairs, but we're not going to pick it up here. Instead, we're going to go to our tea break where Tom Morris and Damien Fleming will pick up the conversation. I'm pretty sure Flem's going to love talking about that piece of bowling from Pat Cummins. He's got both of the wickets to fall in that session. India 2 for 51. They're 423 behind. Jaiswal still there on 23, and Rahul bowled from the final ball of the session. It is a Cummins beauty. And that means that at this stage of proceedings, they are way behind in the test match. A crucial moment for New Farm Australian through and through. As we go to tea, remember to stay up to date with everything BBL on the Big Bash app. Live scores, exclusive content and player stats personalised for you on the Big Bash app. Download today. That score again, India 2 for 51. Back in a moment with Tom Morris and Flem for the tea break.
Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Around Melbourne, resurfacing works continue on the Westgate Bridge citybound. Only 2 lanes are open, traffic going 40 k's an hour. Delays actually back to the Ring Road till January 4, as well as the Boxing Day test, of course, is offering extra foot traffic around the MCG precinct, so restrictions along Brunton Road can be expected. Absolutely everything is on sale at Freedom. Get up to 60% off all mattresses, plus for a limited time, get free delivery only at Freedom. And the Strikers take on the Hurricanes in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Paddington is back on the big screen in an exciting new adventure, starring Antonio Banderas and Olivia Colman. Paddington in Peru, only in cinemas January 1.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Get 40% off at Bonds. Stock up on your faves with 40% off in-store and online now. Terms, conditions and some exclusions apply. Visit bonds.com.au for full details.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Are you a gamer? Get the Acer Nitro gaming range with the latest Intel Core i7 processor, delivering the power and performance you need. Buy today at Harvey Norman.
iPic Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. As leaders in complex chronic pain management, iPic's team of spine specialists are dedicated to helping you get that pain off your back. Learn more at eipecehealth.com.au.
Tough jobs call for tough stuff. With VisiTread temporary surface protection, you've got heavy-duty projects covered. It's breathable, spill-resistant and rugged enough to handle worksite wear. Prep your space with the tough stuff that's made of 100% recycled Aussie materials. VisiTread, available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Hi, Ian Healy here. For 50 years, Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts have been lightening the load for weekend warriors and tradies alike. Built tough to last, so you can count on them season after season. With a wide range plus parts and accessories also available, Sherlock has everything you need. Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts, because quality matters. Explore the full range at sherlocklastlonger.com.au. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Plantation Main View Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butcher's Secret Specials with Frank and Mario. This week, Farm 88 yearling beef porterhouse steak, only $29.99 a kilo. Minimum 1 kilo. That's gold! Farm 88 lamb barbecue chops, only $15.99 a kilo. Minimum 2 kilos. The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists. Woken up tired but you've got an epic day ahead? Get to work and smash your day with Wakey Wakey Caffeine Energy. Stay alert and boost your energy fast with 100 milligrams of caffeine plus guarana in every effervescent tablet. That's more caffeine energy than a 250ml can of Red Bull energy drink with less sugar. Simply drop it into your glass or water bottle, let it fizz and tackle today. Find Wakey Wakey effervescent tablets and liquid capsules at Coles, Woolworths, Chemist Warehouse and leading pharmacies.
Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
Cummins in, got the short leg, bowls to Rowan, who pulls awkwardly towards mid-on, and it's taken comfortably. Cummins gets Rowan. It's an ugly dismissal. Cummins bowls, Rahul drives so stylishly out through extra cover. It's been the trademark of this summer. Cummins into him. Jaswell drives him for 4. Straight through mid-on. Overpitched and set on its way.
Last ball here, Cummins before the tea break. Sends it down here
and knocks it over. That is an absolute beauty. A Cummins special. KL Rahul had no chance of keeping that out.
The tea break for Dakin, transforming your home into the ideal haven. And for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brewer.
Pat Cummins already has 2 wickets today. He had 5 against India in Perth earlier this summer. He'll love another 5-wicket haul here at the MCG. Australia right on top. India 2 for 51, trailing the hosts by 423 runs. The batters who have been dismissed already, Rohit Sharma caught for 3 by Scotty Boland, an attempted pull shot gone wrong. And then KL Rahul on the stroke of lunch, clean bowled by Pat Cummins, 24 from 42 balls. Damien Fleming, this evoked memories of Joe Root in England. Cummins putting together a pretty good highlights reel when he bowls like that.
That's one of the best deliveries I've ever seen him bowl. I mean, the nip back is his stock delivery, and he can get... He knocked over Pujara in Adelaide when they got knocked over for 36 with a similar ball to that. But the greats just summon something up before a break. Remember, Dennis Lilly getting Viv Richards, the last ball of day one, Boxing Day when I was a kid. Shane Warne did it a couple of times, didn't he? Built it up, and we need this wicket now. And I know it wasn't the last ball of the day, but it was significant. If they battled to 1 wicket down, I thought KL Rahul was batting beautifully. Jaswal, pretty good. So to knuckle over someone like Jaswal, who's been so watchful in defence, good technique, was remarkable. But it's a bit of a sign of his captaincy too. And while there is some negatives sometimes to having a fast bowling captain. One of them is their resilience. You want to make sure they play every test, but the beauty is, like we saw with Bumrah in Perth, they can grab the ball when they sense the moment and knock over the batsman, and everyone's euphoria, isn't it?
Yeah, get the job done. This is the tea break for Dakin, your air conditioning specialist, and for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. The call was made in commentary. I'm not sure if it was you or if it was Simon Katich, that he was just over-pitching a bit. KL Rahul was punching him through cover. JSL was hitting him straight. So his figures don't look too flattering from a runs perspective, but he's got those two important wickets, 2 for 27 from 6. And I'm sure if you're going to offer him being a little bit more expensive in wickets as opposed to miserly and no wickets, he'll take the former.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, with the new ball, if you leak a few runs, but it's more about the strike rate in Test match cricket for me, and particularly when you've posted such a high score. I don't think the run rate's a concern. You don't mind batsmen feeling like they want bat on ball. I mean, he left a really good ball early in the over, KL Rahul. So it's not like he was flashing at those square drives and cover drives. They were delightful, elegant shots. And there was a little tempter, wasn't there? Sorry, a couple of balls before from Cummins, and he let it go. So Cummins goes, well, I've got to make him play. Yeah. So he pitches on middle and hits the top of off. That's insane.
Not a bad way to do it. The state of play for IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. Visit eipechealth.com.au. Australia right on top, but where to now for India? Virat Kohli in at the crease. This is going to be a blockbuster next couple of hours, Flem.
Yeah, he wouldn't want to nick a half volley, a wide half volley, which has been his mode of dismissal, really, for 2 years. This crowd will go off, and particularly if it's Scott Boland that knocks him over, there'll be a balance of cheers and boos, won't it?
It'll be loud.
So, he's got to show something here, Kohli, hasn't he?
Yep.
For what happened yesterday, he needs to really lead by example, because I think KL Rahul, when he walks off, when you walk up and go, I don't know, even if he knew it was coming down, whether he could hit that. That was an unbelievable delivery. But these dismissals, like the Rohit Sharma dismissal, nicking a wide half volley, you can't get done with that this game.
And Kohli consistently gets done the same way when he gets out early, and the slip cord will be on high alert. That's the IPEC Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. Visit eipechealth.com.au. The player of the day, contender thanks to Bing Lee, better living every day. I noted before that Steve Smith, it was his quickest test ton since December 2015. That was against the West Indies here on Boxing Day. He's made 20 test centuries since then, and this is the quickest of all of them. Back to his best?
It's been a sign of the last 3 years that not only the run's been tougher, they've been at a slower strike rate, haven't they? Yep. He's had to work really hard. That second 50 at the Gabba, that was elegant. That was free scoring. So he just carried it on to this. So for me, that looks like the old Steve Smith for me. The technique of walking around the crease, whipping him through leg side, cover driving, and then also one hook shot went for 6. But I think when he's nailing those shots, you know that he's back.
There's always nowhere they can bowl to him. That's the Bendix break. Big moment. Bendix, the best known breaks. Steve Smith making his 34th test ton. Keep cool this summer with Ream Solar branded Cool Cabana. To register now for your chance to win, visit iCanWin.com.au. All right, so what do we expect in this last session then, Flem, from both teams?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty good test pitch. So I think if you're at your best, you're going to get good results. But I like the Australian attack. I think Nathan Lyon's going to enjoy it. We saw Washington Sundar turn a couple of balls. Lyon puts more purchase, more revs on the ball. So I expect him to bowl a bit in this first session, last session, and the quicks will get rotated from the members' end. As we saw with that ball, they're still seen. Stark was still swinging the ball. So for India, they need to get through this first hour and just get that Kookaburra ball a bit older. It'll get easier for batting.
Thanks, Flem. Appreciate your time. This has been the tea break. A great time to have him on, given Pat Cummins' success with the ball against KL Rahul, the bowlologist himself. This has been the tea break for Dakin, your air conditioning specialist, and for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Have one this afternoon, the Great Australian Brew. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Peter Lalor from Cricket et al. He's up next with Gerard Whateley.
Good through the series, Rahul. He's reached 13. He's facing Stark, bowling here, full and driven away beautifully. Classical cover drive, out towards the rope. It's a long boundary and it'll reach it.
Nice cover drive. Switch and save on your business insurance in minutes. For on-the-go cover, go Biz Cover. Dial up your weekend with a Royal Caribbean short escape from Brisbane. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. SEN Test Cricket.
Around Melbourne, resurfacing works continue on the Westgate Bridge citybound. Only 2 lanes are open, traffic going 40 k's an hour. Delays actually back to the Ring Road till January 4, as well as the Boxing Day test, of course, is offering extra foot traffic around the MCG precinct, so restrictions along Brunton Road can be expected. Absolutely everything is on sale at Freedom. Get up to 60% off all mattresses, plus for a limited time, get free delivery only at Freedom. And the Strikers take on the Hurricanes in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Get 40% off at Bonds. Stock up on your faves with 40% off in-store and online now. Terms, conditions and some exclusions apply. Visit bonds.com.au for full details.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Hosting the whole crew this summer just became a lot less stressful now that Menulog can instantly deliver any forgotten groceries or last-minute essentials. Did somebody say Menulog?
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Want a fuel-efficient ute? Get the 1.9-litre Isuzu D-Max SX Crew Cab from just $45,990 drive away. Limited time only. Hurry to your local Isuzu ute dealer today. Terms and conditions apply.
Whether you're buying your first home, upsizing to suit your growing family, looking to invest, or empty nesting now the kids are off, if you've found the right home, MeBank has the right loan for you. That's right, with great rates and personalised support from a local mobile banker whenever you need it, there's really no better time to let me help with your next move. Search MeBank Home Loans today or reach out to your local banker to get started. Me, making money good. Credit criteria, fees and T's and C's apply.
Oh, great. Here we go again.
Right, do you know why I pulled you over?
Yeah, it's my window tint.
Pretty dark, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's...
Looks like a professional job.
Yeah, but...
I bet that's Tint-A-Car Octane, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Darkest legal tint you can get. Looks great. Oh, thanks, mate. Off you go.
This month, get $100 off Octane Tint from Tint-A-Car. Call 13-TINT or visit tintacar.com.au. We also tint homes.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice. Designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room. All with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butchers Secret Specials with Frank and Mario. This week, Farm 88 yearling beef porterhouse steak, only $29.99 a kilo. Minimum 1 kilo. That's gold! Farm 88 lamb barbecue chops, only $15.99 a kilo. Minimum 2 kilos. The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers. Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
New year, new backyard. Extend your living space with Australian Outdoor Living's New Year sale. With huge savings across the entire product range, don't miss out. This won't last long. On now at Australian Outdoor Living.
Buy a Henley completed home from $549,900 and move in now. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years. With technical expertise and performance, with Cinepec, you're in safe hands. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket. The Liquorland last session. Cheers to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
I fancy the theatre is going to be rather rich over the next couple of hours at the MCG. India 2 for 51, trailing by 423. And maybe to tap the national mood, Ronnie text on 0433 98 11 16 of Virat Kohli's arrival. Of the last ball of the session, Ronnie text, that would have got Bradman out. What a perler. Now we get that Sook Kohli for a duck. Peter Lawler, welcome.
Oh, what have you done, Virat? You've inflamed the locals. That is. Do you reckon Douglas Jardine was greeted like that during the Bodyline series?
Yeah, certainly in the mini-series he was. Scotty Boland announced to the crowd right into this. I didn't mind the Kohli strategy. He stood early on the rope.
Yeah.
And then he used the cover of the umpires. Usually the players trail the umpires by some margin. But as soon as Michael Goff and Joel Wilson strode forward, Kohli went with them. It didn't save you many of the reaction, but I didn't mind the strategy of it. The cover of authority.
Wonderful theatre. Absolutely wonderful theatre.
Scott Boland is on the runway.
Villain for our times, yeah.
Weather is for Beacon Trade, a tradies key partner in lighting, fans and electrical. Bright sunshine, 21 degrees, feels like 18. Pitch for Mole Map, get a Mole Map 1 check, 2 experts. There's a bit there for the quicks. Nothing to put the fear of God through the batters. Just the quality of bowling. Scott Boland's around the wicket, bowls to Jacewell. To start the session, Jacewell drives him to mid-off. Cummins fields no run. So Jacewell's 23. Kohli is yet to face the ball. Rowett gone for 3 and Rahul gone for 24. And that last ball of the session, Pete, was something to behold.
Right up there with what some of the best balls Pat Cummins has ever bowled, I think. Unplayable. Pitched, middle, moved away. Just enough to beat the edge, just enough to catch the wicket.
Scotty Boland looking to weave his magic. Jacewell leaves the ball angled in on him.
He's got that advantage, hasn't he? That reduced finger. It almost gives him a natural wobble seam. It hasn't passed my attention that the two of the best bowlers in the game out there at the moment, Bumrah and Pat Cummins, have unnatural advantages. Bumrah's got that the hyper flex, and Cummins has got the finger his sister cut off in the bathroom door when he was 4 years old.
The cricket's equivalent of Ian Thorpe's giant feet. Boland to Jacewell, drives, doesn't beat Pat. Quickly around to his left, dives to field.
Can I just discourage any fathers at home looking at their son's index finger right now?
I'm sure it's a coincidence.
Is it? I don't think it is. It gives a natural wobble.
3
Just
slips.
as Bumrah gives a natural wang.
Yes. 3 slips, gully, and Lyons at this curious fly gully position. Jacewell on strike. He defends Boland again to mid-off.
He's bowling with Pat Cummins, that is, going back to that last delivery. The celebration of his first wicket when he got Rohit Sharma, and then the celebration of that wicket, they seem to have an added element of joy. Like there's something going on out there between him and Mitch Starc. I don't know what it is, but they're playing with a sort of a fuller heart than unusual.
Might have been there. And so we noted the Cummins appeal for an LBW, which had an enormous amount of Dennis Lilly to it right in the contest. Boland to Jacewell, beaten on the outside edge. Came forward to defend. And it passed.
How could you not be having fun? You were 87,000 people that first day. Have you seen the television ratings that have come through?
Share them with us. I did see they were enormous. And the fact that it all happened early, so word spreads in the modern world. And then, so you got 90 minutes of just sheer mayhem, and then the rest of the day to savour it. It's the perfect scenario for all of us. Jacewell leaves the last ball of the over. So it's a maiden 2 for 51 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. What were they, Pete?
The combined ratings from 7 Plus, Foxtel and KO Sports are 2.2 million. That's for yesterday. That's the largest audience for a day of Test cricket since those two took over the broadcast rights 7 years ago. Biggest crowd. Today we've got 70,000 plus. Test cricket's dying, apparently. And it made me... And when I walked up at lunchtime to go and do something on the boundary of 7, and guess who was still down there doing selfies and signing autographs with the kids? Sam, remember the name, Constas.
He's trying for anonymity in a clean white shirt rather than having his new number displayed, but everybody knows who he is. Pat Cummins with ball in hand has Virat Kohli in his sights. 3 slips, 2 gullies. Cummins over the wicket to Kohli down the leg side and flicked away to fine leg. Kohli's underway to the delight of the large Indian contingent at the G. 2 for 52. SEN Test cricket is for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now.
Won't be happy with that delivery, Pat Cummins. Just a bit of a half tracker, angled down leg. Let Virat Kohli get off the mark, get up the other end. He wouldn't have enjoyed facing up to Pat Cummins in that first over after lunch.
The curiosity of producing that ball is he hasn't bowled particularly well. He's been third of 3, I reckon, behind Stark and Boland. He got the early tap, took himself off, and then produced 1 hurler. Jacewell edges short of the cordon.
Not many edges have carried to the cordon in this match. In fact, I'm struggling to remember any. No, Cummins didn't bowl all that well, but Australia with having 4-7-4 on the board, it's like an inverted aeroplane, isn't it? They're able to pitch the ball up and risk going to runs to get you in an attempt to get wickets.
3 slips gully and a leg slip in place. And Jacewell is on strike. He's on 23. Cummins bowls to him. Pitched up on the pads, leg side. Just a reaction, not a shout.
Got that leg trap set, haven't they? And the deep fine legs, so questions in the batsman's mind. We're aiming under the elbow, at the armpit a little bit, under the elbow. God, under the arm.
So it's Constas who's gone in that leg slip. Kawaj Smith, Labuschagne, Marsh. Fly gully is Lyon. Boland's down at fine leg. Cummins to Jacewell. Bouncer, uppercut, played it perfectly. It flies the rope. 1 bounce and over. Jacewell rocked back, rode the bump, sent it on its way. He's 27, battery for a Zito. Do it with a Zito Power Tools.
That's the audacity of youth, the 22-year-old. Can't bowl there to me, mate. I'll just put you over the top of slips. No effort. It's the new V.
Yeah.
It's the flying V. It's behind the batter.
Yep.
Constas exploited it in the first day.
It's all inverted, Pete. Jacewell's 27. Cummins bowls to him. It's down the leg side, up under the armpit that they're searching for. Just a touch closer to the body, and that's right in play.
Uneven bounce on this pitch. I think they're looking to exploit it a bit.
So we'll have 2.5 hours in this session with 35 overs remaining in the day's play. 78,000. All seeing different portions of it.
Well done, Melbourne. Outstanding to have this many show up. It's fantastic.
Cummins last ball of the over. Jacewell plays out to the vacant cover region. Lyon has to do a lot from backward gully. He'll arrive at 2 taken. Jacewell's 29. India 2 for 58. That is on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
When using a knife in the workplace, safety is critical, and Martor's mission is to reduce cutting accidents by providing safer ways to cut, so you'll have peace of mind knowing your workers are in safe hands. With advanced safety features, Martor's top quality knives, blades and accessories help you reduce the risk of injuries in the workplace. By eliminating cutting accidents, you'll increase your safety record and reduce costs and lost production time. Martor Australia, the safer way to cut. Visit martoraustralia.com.au.
Josh Inglis carrying the drinks for Liquorland. Your 12th man bringing you the drinks this cricket season. Choose to drink wise. 2 for 58 India in reply to Australia's 474. Peter Lalor is in place at the start of this session on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Scott Boland, 4 overs. 2 maidens, none for 9. Virat Kohli's faced 1 ball, which he put away for a single. Corden fully stops. Boland to Kohli down the leg side. It hit the pads and just trickles away. Fielded by Carey. The day's play, Pete. So the century of Steve Smith, 140, is 5th at the ground. He's 11th against India. It's dripping with meaning and substance.
You see centuries by batsmen in their later years, and they're often just muscle memory. You remember the David Warner centuries across the last couple of years of his career, the Ricky Ponting centuries across the last couple of years of his career. But
Boland to Kohli, leaves alone.
That wasn't a muscle memory century. That was sheer class. The very fact that he's backed up what he did in Brisbane and possibly looked better fills my heart with joy, because it means that the world is... cricket is Steve Smith's oyster again. He can do what he chooses. He can go on. He can go out on top. And God knows they want him to go on. They don't want... At the start of this summer, and for some time, we've been a little worried that there are a few members of that top order who are being carried.
Boland to Kohli, leaves the rise and delivery alone.
Well, ain't nobody carrying Steve Smith anymore. He's up and about, and that shows he's got enough life in him for another... He should be here next summer. Arnest Labuschagne's up and about again.
Yeah, the late career renaissance is such a genre, and I think probably we've most recently lived it with Roger Federer.
Right.
When we all got a bit fretful that it was over, and then he came again. And Smith seems to be living that arc at the moment. Boland to Kohli. Oh, he let that ball hit the pads on heights. Balloons away to slip. No.
So we're talking about late career here. This is the last time we'll see Virat Kohli at MCG, and he's placed enormous pressure on himself with his behaviour. There's pressure on him because 1 century aside, and was that a muscle memory century? He hasn't shown much in this series. He's a champion. There's absolutely no doubt about that. He's a very, very good cricketer. Loves a fight. But has he picked one fight too many?
He's in it deep at the moment. Boland to Kohli, squirts it out to point. Good fielding by Lyon. Full dive out to his right. Keeps Kohli on strike.
And this is what Australia want to do. He's going to be out there. He can't score. Got to pin him down. That's why Pat Cummins won't be happy with the first delivery to him. Here we go.
It's like being at a footy game where one set of fans chant for their hero and the others try to drown it out in the din. Boland to Kohli, squared up, runs it to cover, takes a run. Denies Boland the maiden and retains the strike. 2 for 59 at the end of the over on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito.
do you?
Looking for marine finance that's simple, fast and tailored to your needs? Call Acquired Financial Services. Accessing over 63 lenders, let their experts secure the perfect loan and best rates. Visit acquiredfinance.com.
Australian credit licence number 488607.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 2 for 59. Jacewell 29. Coley 2. Pat Cummins has gone for a fresh pair of boots. The other major storyline out of today is the struggles of Rohit Sharma, the Indian captain. It has long been said this is no country for old men. And how often have we seen the disintegration of opposition captains, first tactically at the mercy of the home sides and then with the bats. That's what's happening at the moment. Kohli on strike. Cummins to him. Ball defended to the offside.
Yeah, Rohit Sharma's terrible pressure. I walked past the Indian dressing rooms down in the bowels of the MCG last night, and he was in an intense meeting with the assistant coaches. I thought, that's really curious. That's a big dressing room in there. You know, they're AFL dressing rooms that they use. There's plenty of room. Why has he taken this meeting outside? Why none of them looked that happy? What's he asking of them?
Cummins bounds in, bowls to Kohli, defends the ball from the stumps.
And we'll never know, but they were pretty happy with how their bowling went in that last session. And maybe the question was, why did it take so long for us to get the right plans? But got enough of his own problems at the moment. Moved himself back up to the top of the order, and that was an abject shot, wasn't it? You've been out there for more than a day. You've been out there for a day and a half watching others bat. You know that cross bat shot is wrought with danger, and it was such a half-hearted attempt at it.
Kohli faces up. It's full. It's left alone outside the off stump. It's the one that he's been having trouble with. So it was telltale, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's the dismissal of an older cricketer.
That was a dismissal of an older cricketer, second guessing himself, checking the shot, looking just to get off, to get some runs in that sort of leg side region, but nowhere committed to the shot. It was the wrong shot, the wrong ball. This is fantastic here. Will Cummins put him out in that fifth stump line. They've got the two gullies set there.
This goes again. It's tighter. And in behind it is Kohli. Tom Morris has been keeping count of the crowd. He's been very diligent, it should be said. The good oil for Cobram Estate, Australian extra virgin olive oil. So he counted during the tea break. What have you got for us, Tom?
Gerard, I'm disproportionately excited for this. We have a Boxing Day Test Day 2 all-time record. 80,560 people in at the G, eclipsing 78,000 from 13-14 Ashes. It's an unbelievable effort.
The Border Gavaskar Trophy is now officially bigger than the Ashes.
Tell Bharat.
Kohli faces up to Cummins, goes the hook shot, flicks it down to fine leg. It lands just in front of Boland, who took a couple of stumbles and toppled over as he prevented the boundary. A single taken. Kohli goes to 3. Isn't
Thank
that
God
something?
it didn't carry the ball. He tripped over his laces trying to get to it.
Isn't that something? So 87,242 yesterday, and probably just the weather played its role in preventing the 90,000. I wonder if some of those members, particularly who didn't come yesterday, just moved their plans to today.
The real fans come on day 2, Gerard. Day 1's the flashy day. These are the real cricket fans here.
80,560. Jacewell pulls the short ball and he dispatched it well through mid-wicket. That will race to the boundary for 4. Cummins went the short ball and got the treatments. And as we hit 3:50 in the afternoon, the crowd spontaneously did the Shane Warne floppy bow. It's formal yesterday, but not today. It's the end of the over. 2 for 64 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
The 7-seat Isuzu MUX. All the style and substance to keep your family going your own way. From just $51,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu U dealer today.
Go your own way.
T's and C's apply.
Just like the pitch before the toss, your skin's worth a second look. At Mole Map, an expert melanographer thoroughly checks your skin, then a dermatologist provides a detailed review and diagnosis. One check, two experts, a double take that can save your life. molemap.net.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. India 2 for 64. Jacewell 33. Kohli's on 3. Boland bowls to him. Kohli left after initially going to play. He's got a good line going, Scott Boland. When does he not?
Bowling that sort of tight stumps line, not putting it out there where Kohli is renowned for having a flash and getting out. There was a real sense that this was going to be a big test on. I caught the 7:56 p.m. Virgin flight from Sydney to Melbourne on Christmas Day. Every single person, I reckon, on that plane was coming down to the cricket. All talking about it.
Boland hits the crease, bowls. Kohli leaves outside the off stump.
Well, it's like being on one of those buses of fans that come to the MCG for the grand final, you know, from Adelaide or Sydney or something. Yesterday we were sitting out doing the podcast at a picnic table outside the grounds, and a couple of chaps came up. They'd flown over from Bangalore. Mr. Wakanka, he's Bangalore too, isn't he? And Mr. Lele, he's come from South India. I reckon the numbers of India media have doubled for this match alone.
Yes. Yeah. He can get shoulder charged in the coffee queue, that much I know. Kohli runs the ball to point or to gully where Lyon is, so he's in the widest of the two gullies at backward point, and he stops the single again.
The coffee machine's given up. It's broken.
I'm not surprised given the amount of work that was going on. Simon Katich was one of those who flew down on Christmas night.
Yes, he was on the plane.
Experts for 4 and 20 Pies, Australia's original fan food. Welcome back, Simon.
Good afternoon, Gerard. Peter, I wasn't in 1A, mate. Stop. I might have been in an exit row, but not in 1A. I actually sat next to a young kid that's over here from England that plays at Leicester.
Oh, did you?
So we're talking about county cricket.
Boland to Kohli on the stumps, defender the leg side, tip and run, well placed. Constas had to come in from mid-wicket, do the fielding, couldn't prevent the single. It's 2 for 65.
Well, we know who was in 1A, wasn't it? It was Michael Vaughan and Mark Nicholas. They had the business seats up the front.
Good luck to them.
Now you seen the early 4A after tea, Simon?
Well, Scotty Boland, the crowd's just waiting for him to do the right thing and get rid of the villain here, Virat Kohli, after what happened yesterday. But Kohli's hanging in there.
Boland around the wickets. Jazwell on the move, left when he arrived.
I do notice, though, that ball that Virat Kohli left earlier this over, it jagged back appreciably and it just bounced over the top of the stump. So it was a tight leave.
The one that got Rohit moved appreciably as well, I think. And that.
But I think the thing about that dismissal, having watched it live, was that it just did not look like it was short enough, and it didn't look like he was decisive enough in terms of playing the shot. It was an afterthought. His feet were nowhere. He wasn't backing across and in position.
He was second-guessing himself, wasn't he? Not playing on instinct.
Boland. Jacewell drives. Scotty fields in the follow-through, grabbing it with one hand. End of the over, 1 from it. 2 for 65. Glencore's scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
You happen to be on the roads instead of watching the Boxing Day test on the tally. There's been a breakdown on the Westgate Freeway outbound before Montague Street in the left-hand lane, and then resurfacing works happening on the Westgate Bridge. Citybound, only 2 lanes are open, traffic going 40k an hour. Enjoy 20 times Flybuys points on selected drinks at First Choice Liquor Market, like a 10-pack of 375ml cans of Jim Beam, White and Cola. Ends Tuesday. Choose to drink wise. T's and C's apply. And the Strikers take on the Hurricanes in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
The Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. India 2 for 65. Jacewell 33. Kohli's on strike on 4. Pat Cummins 2 for 39. In from the members' end. Bowls to Kohli. Fiddles the ball out to mid on, no run.
I love this from Pat Cummins again. This is the field we saw up in Brisbane, and you expect it up there because there's good pace and bounce, 3 slips and 2 gullies. But here at the MCG, generally you don't see that many catches behind the wicket. But there's good carry in this wicket at the moment, the new ball. So I like the message he's sending here. You can play a cover drive or square drive, but if you get it wrong, we've got 5 men and the keeper ready to catch you.
Coley's on strike, Cummins to him. Coley leans on a ball with Constance at mid-wickets. Just sending Constance back now out of the infield. Go to deep backward square. He's had a lash at one hook shot down to fine leg.
Set up here, isn't it? Give him nothing, then put one out wide and let him throw his hands at it, as he inevitably does. Or on the hook.
So early in the over to do it as well. Put a plan together. Cummins outside the off stump. Coley went out of it. Got it right out of the meat of the bat. And set it on its way for 4. That was the tempter. Coley up to the challenge. He's 8. The boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools.
Yeah, it was the tempter, but I think Pat Cummins just didn't quite get it as wide as he probably was hoping. But saying that, it was met with brilliant footwork by Coley. Gets a good stride towards the line of the ball. And then that full face of that MRF. Look at it come through the line of the ball. That was superb.
It's a beautiful replay. Coley, it's in on the pads. He was across his stumps. It dribbles away, carry up. One glove off, picked it up, didn't throw. Another to Coley's total. I think, yeah, no leg bicycle. So 9 for Coley, it's 2 for 70. And whatever plan was enacted is called off now with the single taken. Pay.com.au replay screen, just that classic off drive from Coley.
Putting in a fly slip here for Jaiswal.
So if he wants to play the uppercut again. Cummins bowls, pitched it up. Jaiswal in behind, plays to cover. Head trots around to do the fielding. Another single taken.
Yeah, that's the only problem with that field. As soon as you use the extra catcher behind the wicket, you have to lose someone and they've lost the point, and as a result, Jaiswal can just rotate strike. So he'll be mindful of that field, and he might still end up playing the shot if he gets enough width and he thinks he can hit it squarer rather than finer. But a lot of it will come down to the height of the bouncer. If it gets too high, then he'll probably bail out. But if it's around sort of chest height, he can still throw his hands at it and try and get it square over backward point.
Coley just making a few adjustments. Rolling at his grip, too deep on the leg side again. He's trying to just set up for the last ball of the over. Coley's in behind defending. Cummins fields in his follow through. 2 for 71. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life. Adam Collins is coming in for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Whether you're first timing, upsizing, investing, or empty nesting, if you've found the right home, MeBank has the right loan for you. With great rates and support from a local mobile banker whenever you need it, there's no better time to let me help with your next move. Search MeBank Home Loans today or reach out to your local banker to get started. Me, making money good. Credit criteria, fees and T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes by Henley completed home and move in now. A relatively quiet half an hour after tea, after the very loud reception that Virat Kohli received upon entering the arena. Good to have Pete Lalor with us for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Lalor, how are you?
Pretty good for a Lalor. Yeah.
It's always more fun when people call you Lalor. Lalor. Cat as well. Here's Scotty Boland round the wicket. Jaiswal full of length, driven back past him on drive. Great placement, perfect timing. Another boundary for this most capable young man. Advances to 38. Boundaries for a Zito. Do it with a Zito power tool. 2 for 75.
Yeah, nicely driven that. It was just slightly full from Scott Boland around the wicket, angling back in towards off stump. And it got greeted with full face of the bat, straight through mid-on. Nicely struck.
Jaiswal waiting for Boland round the wicket, responds with a ball that's set outside the off stump and left through to the gloves.
I was interested to see how batters like Jaiswal would go against Boland in these sorts of conditions, because we saw in England they knocked him off his line, didn't they? They ran at him, they knocked him off his line. Jaiswal's a pretty conventional approach at the moment. When you can drive like that, why not?
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot of opinions around English cricket right now, and that's totally expected given the way that the last couple of years have ran since McCullum and Stokes took over. Bowling here is Boland, and Jaiswal drives, and Boland gets his left mid out and cuts off a run. But you can't refute the point that they did Bazball Australia, so to speak, last year. Their economy rates were all up towards 5. Cummins, Stark, Hazelwood, and Boland was the one that took the most tap of them all.
Yes.
So yes, they didn't win the first 2 Test matches, and Australia retained the earn, but it did change the game in terms of the way in which the Aussie bowlers had to combat what they were experiencing from England. And of course, England won the 3rd Test, won the 5th Test, and they would have won the 4th without rain.
There's no doubt about that.
So with Boland was really in the gun, because they saw with Boland an opportunity, because they know he lands it in the same spot every ball. It's part of his charm. He's back over the wicket here to Jaiswal on 38. Delivers here, and he beats him with a gem. Just misses the edge, just short of a length. We saw him do that a couple of times before tea as well from around the wicket. That's where he loves it.
He's honed in on a very good length there. He just realised after that full ball that got driven for 4 through mid-on, just brought the length back, and that ball has darted appreciably away. Good luck laying bat on that, because that ball's probably pitched outside leg stump and end up missing off stump by probably a 5th stump. That's how much it darted across him.
See from the response from Jaiswal on the replay screen. It's like, what on earth am I meant to do to that? Pay.com.au replay screen. Boland working into it. 7th over. Frugal here. Full and defended out towards mid-off where there won't be a single. And I only use that as a reference point because what we saw with Constance yesterday, with the benefit of 24 hours hindsight, he knew where Bumrah was going to be from the get-go.
Exactly.
Constance had been dismissed a third of times in professional cricket, leg before or bowled. In all probability, Bumrah was going to attack his stumps. He knew that. How do you combat that? Well, not a million miles away from what Joe Root did to Scott Boland last year at Edgbaston.
I think it was very similar to the Bazball approach. You're unconventional. You disrupt the convention.
Modern cricket. Last ball of the over, Boland delivers, and Jaiswal gets forward in defence. 399 is the deficit at 2 for 75 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing every day life.
Been a breakdown the Westgate Freeway outbound before Montague Street in the left-hand lane, as well as a breakdown of the Westgate Freeway inbound at Grieve Parade in the right-hand lane. Jeepers, there's also resurfacing works on the Westgate Bridge. Citybound, only 2 lanes are open, traffic going 40k an hour. The Rebel sale is now on. Buy one, get one half price on all full-price clothing. Plus, get up to 50% off selected footwear. Sale ends January 5th, and the Strikers take on the Hurricanes in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes by Henley completed home and move in now. Gigantic crowd in for day 2. This used to be the day where you'd rock up and pick your own seat. Not anymore. Not with the Border Gavaskar series levelled at 1-1 on Boxing Day.
And again, the challenge has been thrown down to the Ashes now. Can it match what the Border Gavaskar trophy is bringing to cricket? So saw them turn up in Adelaide, saw them turn up in Brisbane, saw them turn up in Perth. And they'll turn up in Sydney.
Oh, definitely.
Stark back in to the attack. Away from us, over the wicket. Bowls hit a Coley. First ball pushed into the onside. No run. 3 slips. Make that... I'd almost call that a 4th slip with Mitchell Marsh. Plus the backward pointy Scully. It's a packed cordon in any case.
More importantly, Pete, hopefully the sun turns up.
Don't you start.
No, it's been so good. The weather has been so good. No one believes me. So... it's like the boy who cried wolf.
When you live in the cricket bubble, as we all kind of do, Sydney and weather. 3 on the leg side. Massive gap at cover if Coley dares, and we know that's how they've been getting him out. Teams around the world, patience in the channel outside the line. Bowls here, middle stump line. Coley well forward defending. He's 9 from 23. Just on Coley, there's been a report filed by Dan Brettig in The Age about an hour ago, which goes to the nuts and bolts of the non-suspension of Coley. So, reads here, Virat Kohli was never in danger of missing a test match for his bump because of a change to cricket's disciplinary code after the Newland scandal. So match referee Andy Pycroft, coincidentally, the match referee over that Cape Town test in 2018, charged Kohli with a level 1 yesterday, so punishable by fine with 1 demerit point. Stark delivers here over the wicket, left alone well wide of the off stump. That option, is the story, was only available to him because the code was subject to a raft of changes in the months after Newlands in 2018, etc. At the time, the most publicised tweaks were to impose heavier penalties for ball tampering, but the introduction of a lesser charge for physical contact took place without any fanfare. Previously, physical contact was an automatic level 2. So the Rabada bit, Pete, got a level 2, and he was given 3 demerit points, which ratcheted up his cumulative points to a suspension. Now, they've brought in after Newlands with that change to the conditions as Stark delivers here to Kohli. It's driven, off-driven, past the stumps, work to do. There's a check drive. Cummins after it. They'll return for a couple. Kohli into double figures. He's 11. 2 for 78 the score. So the main change after the Rabada Smith incident from a body contact perspective is that it used to be automatic no matter what the situation. If you were found guilty, it was level 2. Now they've got provision to make it a level 1, which is where yesterday fell in the end.
It's the wimp, it's the wimp exit, isn't it? Yeah. The lettuce leaf. Look, and you don't mind that because there's contact and there's contact.
There's one more bit of colour I'll give you after this ball on this, which you'll appreciate, Pete, I suspect. Stark out bowls here. Kohli leaves alone, attempts a well wide of the off stump. Part of this was because they were worried that teams, quote, might weaponise the code to bait players into getting suspended, given how certain offences were graded. While physical contact is forbidden in cricket, the degree of force and context of the situation were both looked at closely. So they were worried about Rabada situations being sort of antagonised out of players, which is why they reduced it to... Anyway.
So innocents like Virat Kohli being baited by the talent of a 19-year-old batter who's standing 25 metres from him. Come on.
Anyway, that's the backstory from
it's a good backstory.
Brito and The Age. Here is Stark finishing the over, pushed out towards cover from the back foot. No, one more ball, my apologies. The first ball of the over was a no ball called after the fact.
I don't get that explanation. So we're going to bait you and then you're going to push us and therefore it's not so much your fault. How did they come up with that?
I suspect because they wanted to build in flexibility for days like yesterday.
And I think they're pretty late at night on the Pinotage in South Africa. They came up with that one.
What was that bar in Port Elizabeth where a lot of stuff happened that week? One with the jail bars on the front of it.
Your favourite pub in South Africa. That
Stark
was rough,
finishes
mate.
the over. Bowling here, short ball. Gloves pulled underneath it by Virat Kohli, who's 11. Jaiswal's 38, 2 for 78. That's on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing every day life. Deficit 396.
With the Isuzu D-Max X-Terrain, life is reinvigorated. All the power, performance and style you need from just $67,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services. Keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. Shastri Jaiswal's up to 38. Only Joe Root has more runs in Test cricket this year than him. The Indian opener building nicely, facing Boland over the wicket on the front foot out towards mid-off. No run. We saw him get into a groove at Perth. It feels like an eternity ago in the series, Cat. But once he got to that safe place, he didn't give a chance until he was dismissed on 161.
Yeah, it was just that opportunity to Usman Khawaja, I think, when he was in the 70s, maybe early 80s. But that aside, it was a very, very good knock.
Tom, you might be able to work this out for us. When Jaiswal gets to 40, what's his average in Test cricket? Considering there's a couple of double tons in there, I suspect it's quite hefty. He's nearing that now. He's up to 38. The fly gully's in. Boland to him. Plays and misses. In the Boland channel, fifth stump line seamed away as well.
He's not going to get there again if he keeps playing at those. That's not there to drive, and he's just taken a bit too much of a liberty there. Ooh. Just back of a length from Scott Boland, and Jaiswal trying to advance into the ball, but Boland does him.
Looks more threatening over the wicket, Cap.
Yeah, he does. I like this angle.
He's back in this angle from the southern end. Bowls close to the stumps. Jaiswal in behind it. Knocks it down to mid-off from the crease. No footwork to speak of, but doesn't need to be from that length.
I just think with this angle, it gives him a chance to pitch the ball on the line of leg stump. Whereas from around the wicket, if he was to do that, it's going to head down the leg side and not be as effective. But because he's got the ball nipping across the left-hander, he can change from bowling outside off to then zeroing in on leg stump if he wants to, and trying to get it to seam away from Jaiswal. And now he's come around.
Yeah, he's come around straight away. Thanks for that, Scotty. Nathan Lyon moves from fly gully to traditional fly slip. Goes deeper. Boland bowls. Full, straight, defended to mid-on. Speaking of Lyon, he's warming up.
Yeah,
it's not going to be long until we have spin on from the northern end. We've got Tommy Morris with us as well for the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Tommy,
you asked me what Jaiswal's average would be if he makes 2 more runs.
Yep,
that's right. 54.66666 recurring.
So when he gets to 40?
Yeah, it's only 2 more runs. Assuming he's not out of 40.
Sorry, I meant when he reaches 40 in an innings, what is the average thereafter? Sorry, bad communication. We'll get there.
I was thinking it's only 2 more runs.
We'll get there. It's all good. Bowling around the wicket here. Jaiswal bumps, gets underneath it.
I was thinking it's not that different to his current average.
The only reason I ask is there was a stat with Steve Smith where when he reached 40, his average was 140 for a while there.
Right.
I suspect there's something similar with Jaiswal.
Stand by, Colo.
There we go.
Not far away.
Get in there. Tommy Morris with the good oil for the Cobram Estate. I
thought it was a good start.
Hardest working man at SEN. We'll just send him out to count the crowd. He's been checking all the toilets. It's been
a big addition to SEN Test cricket this summer. Scott Boland. So 2 slips to the gully, the fly slip. Behind the wicket on the offside. Back round the wicket. Jaiswal facing up here. Hit on the thigh pad, ballooning over the top. Crowd interested. Out to Mitch Marsh in the gully. That's a maiden. Stays at 2 for 78. Jaiswal 38, Coley 11. They trail by 396 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Get a jolly Android deal this Christmas at Telstra, like $500 off the Google Pixel 9 Pro when you buy on a payment plan. Sale ends December 30. Eligibility criteria apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Discover Jubilee, a place of affordable prestige in only 35 minutes from Melbourne CBD. Redefine quality living with house and land packages from $503,600 and amenities like childcare, schools, aquatic centre and gym. Celebrate pride of place. Visit myjubilee.com.au.
This final session for Liquorland. Liquorland last session, cheers. Choose to drink wise. Liquorland. Start to continue. Speaking of, Pete, this usually is a topic of yours where you're having a beer in Melbourne after play.
Sorry? Where? Can I disclose that?
Yeah, I reckon we can.
No one else
So many
will go
fans
there.
of yours. Stark over the wicket, bowls here to Coley, leaving alone outside the line of the off stump. Where have you found?
I had
what
to.
postcode do you
I did have my favourite pub in Gore Street, Fitzroy. That's the. Went there with you. Was it the Union?
The Union.
Yeah, I've had to.
Union Club.
I've had to cut them off because they stopped serving Cooper's Pale Ale.
Oh right.
Yeah. In fact, I got so angry about it, I drank soda water all night. I refused to drink any of their beers in protest. And I've moved my love to the Labour in Vain on Brunswick Street.
What a pub.
What a sensational pub that is.
Beautiful deck out the back as well.
I've never been out. It's a bit trendy out the back for me. I like that front bar.
Yeah.
I can see you out the back though, Colin.
Stark away from us, northern end. Bowls here. Coley driving straight, but Stark's there, athletic as always, stopping on the half volley. Yes, the Union Club Melbourne Bitterons hat, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
And the Labour in Vain.
No, I take a personal offence at cutting off the Cooper's Pale Ale. That's my Linus blanket. That's my comfort beer. See, I just look at the green of that grass and I think,
What are you thinking about the green of the grass, Pete?
Cooper's green.
Oh, right,
label.
okay. I thought you were saying something else. Stark here, over the wicket, leaving alone on length. Better go to Tom Morris with a copper mistake.
Quickly.
I'm enjoying the chat,
Tom.
Simon and I, from the back row.
Yeah.
The average score that JS Wall makes when he gets past 40 is 106.5.
Yeah, there we go. So that's somewhat daunting for Australia. When he gets a start, we know that he just goes massive. The 2 double hundreds against England, and the 161 at Perth. All 4 times he's made it to 100. He's got beyond 150 in Test cricket. So that's the challenge in front of Australia right now.
How long before Kohli throws his hands at one? He's shown restraint so far.
And they've pulled out the third slip. Stark bowls here in that channel you're referring to. So, Simon, we've seen this from teams around the world in the last couple of years where they just feed Kohli out there and they just wait.
Yeah, and he's looking patient at the moment. That was a great example again there. He's keeping his hands in as close as he possibly can, because as soon as you start releasing your hands away from your body, that's when you start wanting to hit the ball. But he's keeping him as tight as he possibly can until it comes in line with his body. We've seen him drive, but they've been close to that front foot or to his body so that he doesn't have to release them wide and play away from himself.
2 left here for Stark. Up to Kohli. Bowls here and again leaving alone. That's discipline from India's number 4. We managed to get some Melbourne pub chat into the Maxwell book this year. A little anecdote got supplied to me.
An excellent book, by the way.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thanks to Glenn. An anecdote came my way that after his 201 not out in Mumbai last year, there was a pub in Melbourne writing 201 not out in sauce in every meal they were serving at the pub. That's Paddy at the commercial club in Fitzroy, which I know is another pub that you and I both love. But I love the cricket link there where there's cricket photography all over the walls, footy as well.
One of yours, isn't there?
Yeah, it might be one of mine.
Yours,
A lot of stuff on the walls there, which I adore. Stark to finish here. Leg stump line. Kohli clips through mid-wicket. That's a much better shot, far more convincing, down towards the rope in front of the dugout. So Kohli boundary. That'll get the flags waving. It finishes the over. 4 runs from it. Kohli 15, Jaiswal 38. 2 for 82 India. Glencore scoreboard advancing everyday life.
Police and speed cameras are there to keep you safe. Speeding, chances are you will be caught. Anywhere, anytime, anyone. A message from the TAC.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Barbecues galore epic Boxing Day deals are now on. Up to 50% off big brand barbecues. Up to 50% off outdoor furniture. And up to 50% off outdoor heating and backyard essentials. Don't miss out. Hurry, online and in-store. Only at Barbecues Galore.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services, a warm response for the arrival for the first time in this Test match of Nathan Lyon. 533 Test wickets, 45 of them at Melbourne, including 5 for 50 against England here in 2013 when he took his 100th Test wicket all those years ago. And he'll get a crack at Jaiswal, the left-hander, with a short leg and a slip. We saw the spin earlier today that Sundar was able to generate from our end, the northern end. So point of difference going from the southern end.
Yeah, well, I think what we saw from Sundar, he generally bowls a quickish pace as well. I think Lyon will vary that pace and should get the ball to bounce as well.
And the breeze as well. It's heading towards slip from a left-hander. It's a little bit unusual on that front. Ordinarily, Lyon would bowl into it. Anyway, in he is. Long off straight away back for him and cutting his Jaiswal close to his stumps to Mitch Marsh at backward point. Slip short leg mid-wicket in relatively close. The backward point cover, deepish point, long off, deep mid on. There'll be a 1 there if they try and take it, plus the deep backward square sweeping.
Bowling in a jumper. Big difference to yesterday.
Love that. Lyon bouncing in, wide on the crease, round the wicket, sweeping attempt to sweep at least, and there's half a bit of interest from Smith at slip, but it balloons up and goes nowhere. No leg before shout from the bowler. See it again for pay.com.au. That's why it's hit him in the helmet. That might require a concussion test.
Hit him in the helmet. There was a chance for LBW there.
He was down so low.
He was down really low.
I mean, he was hit. If they ran the technology over the top of it, I suspect the impact is in line with the stumps, but it's going to go over the top eventually, despite hitting him on the lid. So out comes Kamlesh Jain the Indian team to go through the formal concussion test and that kind of thing in the last over before drinks. But that's a pretty good sign for Lyon that into his spell is already generating more bounce than the set batter would expect.
And that's just because of the overspin he gets on the ball.
Concussion test has been completed.
Fancy getting knocked out by Nathan Lyon. Glass jaw.
Slip short leg. Passes umpire Wilson. Those two have history. Lyon bowls here. Jaiswal defends.
Talking about Headingley.
Nathan Lyon going up to Coley. How's Melbourne treating you? Is that what he asked him then in his follow-through? I heard through the stump mic. He certainly was addressing Coley there, Lyon, at the non-striker's end. Loves a chat when bowling. Up again in the sunnies. Delivers here. Jaiswal well forward, smothering any spin there might be.
Lovely goes our Cowboys.
2 left in the over.
His career deserves to be acknowledged when he leaves the MCG, when he's played his last innings in this game. But it'll be interesting how it is acknowledged, given what's happened.
Smith at slip. Head short leg. Lyon bowls Jaiswal forward to silly point where there isn't a fielder. Not quite full enough.
If you're writing the script for that, Pete, he probably salutes with 100, given how many he's made in this country. And the fact that he's under huge pressure, given where the series at, and this is generally what brings out the best.
Lyon being clapped in. Last ball of his first over is fuller. Jaiswal on the front foot, prodding back to the bowler. Naden complete. That'll be drinks, I suspect. Yep, they've been called by umpire Joel Wilson. So after the tea interval, India have added 31 runs in about 45 minutes or thereabouts. Kohli's there on 15. He's got a start. Jaiswal's there as well on 38. The two batters to fall so far, Rohit and Rahul, for 3 and 24 respectively after tea. Our drinks break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Black in a moment.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TNT at hostplus.com.au.
Around Melbourne, there's been a breakdown of the Westgate Freeway inbound after Grief Parade in the right-hand lane, as well as resurfacing works happening on the Westgate Bridge citybound. Only 2 lanes are open, traffic going 40k an hour, and delays back to Grief Parade there, by the way, happening till Jan 4th, those works. Daikin Air Conditioning has been cooling Aussies for 55 years, backed by over 500 dealers nationwide. Make this summer a cool innings. Visit daikin.com.au. And the Strikers take on the Hurricanes in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Jimbo, could really use your Hilux right now. Took my ute off-roading and I managed to get it wedged between a rock and a hard place, which is another rock. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Want to win 10 cases of Yanar 0% alcohol beer for your cricket club? Go to I Can Win or the SEN Win page and tell us in 25 words or less why your club needs Yanar this summer. Yanar, 0% alcohol, 100% beer.
Jaiswal pulls the short ball and he dispatched it well through mid-wicket. That will race to the boundary for 4. Put a plan together. Cummins outside the off-stump. Kohli went out of it. Got it right out of the meat of the bat. And sent it on its way for 4.
And Scotty Boland around the wicket. Jaiswal full of length, driven back past him. On drive. Great placement, perfect timing. Another boundary, start to finish here. Leg stump line, Kohli clips through mid-wicket. That's a much better shot, far more convincing, down towards the rope in front of the dugout. So Kohli boundary. The first of a couple of drinks breaks in this final session for Billy's Superior Instant Filtered Water Systems. India 31 runs after tea without losing a wicket. Mitch Stark is going to continue from our northern end. Got Simon Katich with me for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Stark none for 21 from his 8 so far. He'll resume his stoush with Kohli, which for the most part has been one of resistance, Simon Katich.
It certainly has. He's been disciplined. He needs to be after what happened at the Gabba. His team needs it now. He's still a long way behind in this test match.
Stark is up. Bowls here to Coley. Bowled to him on leg stump. Clips it fine. Work to do for Boland. No chance of reaching it. 4 runs straight after. We saw the ball after this corresponding drinks break yesterday bring the wicket of Marnus Labuschagne. Well, Coley here, nicely inside the line, advances to 19. Boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito power tools. 2 for 86.
Yeah, that's not the line Mitchell Starc wants to Coley. That's his bread and butter there. He loves the leg side. He played a beautiful shot through mid-wicket last over, and then this one here just tucks down to fine leg nicely for 4.
A couple of 4s for Coley. Bharat Sundaresan jumping in. Starc up to Coley. Leaves the line well wide of the off stump. So welcome, Baz. It's well for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. They did this lovely thing here at the MCG each day where they give you a little fact sheet. David Stedham, who does an amazing job as a librarian here, he and Trev produce it. And today's fact sheet's about India's win here in 1977-78. India's first ever win in Australia by 222 runs. The Bishan Beatty side, Baz. World Series cricket days. Chandrasekhar at 12 for the match. One of 4 wins India have enjoyed at this ground over the years. Starc bowls to Coley. Middle stump taken to Constas at mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, unfortunately lost Bishan Singh Bedi last year during the 50-over World Cup. One of his sons was around at the Gabba. Gavaskar Bedi was named after Gavaskar.
Oh, right. Well, Gavaskar got 100 in that test as well in 77.
And every time you read a scorecard from the 70s where India won outside the subcontinent, Bhagwat Chandrasekhar would have taken wickets.
Yeah, those names repeat, don't they? Prasanna, Beatty, Chandrasekhar. Starc up. 4 in the cordon, bowls to Coley. Bouncer. First of those I reckon we've seen from Starc to Coley, Cat.
Yeah, it's good. He's looking disciplined outside off stump, so he's got to try and unsettle him here. That's one way of doing it.
There's been a lot of talk about, speaking of the past, that the double 100 Sachin Tendulkar made at the SCG, Cat, where he completely cut out playing the cover drive, left a lot of deliveries outside off stump and didn't score anything through the offside. A lot of talk if Virat Kohli can do the same, show that kind of discipline. So far he has.
Starc nearing the crease bowls here. Kohli leaves again. Starc bowling, Kohli leaving has been the theme of this session, and you're right, that's a nice historical anchor there to what Tendulkar did all those years ago at the SCG.
And there's a story associated with that as well. I mean, it's become urban legend that before that game he asked to be taken to Bowral for a little drive, and he said, I don't want to get out of the car, I just want to soak in the spirit of Sir Don Bradman. Not sure how many deliveries Don Bradman left, no idea, but no record of that.
He was knocking them on the head down to third man for runs. He wasn't missing out, the Don.
Starc last of the over to Kohli, has to play this on the leg stump line, just in the Constas at mid-wicket. There'll be no run there. End of the over, 2 for 86 the score, and that's on Glencore Scoreboard, advancing everyday life. We've got Tom Morris jumping in for me after the break.
Hosting the whole crew this summer just became a lot less stressful now that Menulog can instantly deliver any forgotten groceries or last-minute essentials. Did somebody say
Menulog? Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Barbecues galore epic Boxing Day deals are now on. Up to 50% off big brand barbecues. Up to 50% off outdoor furniture. And up to 50% off outdoor heating and backyard essentials. Don't miss out. Hurry, online and in-store. Only at Barbecues Galore.
Thanks, Colo. Nathan Lyon's bowling from the Great Southern Stand end, and it's cut away for 4. Jaiswal rocking on the back foot and finding the gap. He moves to 42. India 2 for 90. Baz, good to see you again.
Hey, good to see you, Tom, and good to see Jaiswal doing what he does best. Doesn't leave any scoring opportunity. And we saw Nathan Lyon being cut a few times by Jadeja at the Gabba. Doesn't happen very often. He'll be a little disappointed with that. He was a nothing kind of delivery. He was asking to be cut.
Hasn't bowled much in recent weeks, Nathan Lyon. He does so now to Jaiswal, who's finding one on the leg side where Mitchell Starc fields it forward square leg. We haven't seen much of Nathan Lyon at all. It feels like almost is the missing link for Australia.
Yeah, he bowled over 20 overs in that Gabba test, but really hasn't been amongst the wickets. Obviously just bowled 1 over in Adelaide in the pink ball test. Bowled a long spell in Perth on that hot day.
20 wickets for Nathan, 20 overs for Nathan Lyon at the Gabba. It's not actually a lot for him in Test cricket in an entire match. Kohli's on strike. There's a short leg and a first slip. They're the 2 catches. 2 men out as well. Kohli's defending into the offside. He wanted 1. Stark was quick and he decided against it.
Yeah, Virat Kohli's always busy against spin. Just to rotate the strike. He thought there was 1. He picked Stark as well. Stark's been toiling away at one end, so he thought he might be a little slow onto that ball.
Line to Kohli. Kohli defends down the wicket. Does that sound Constance down at line?
He has been getting the crowd behind him. He's doffing his cap now. He's getting them to clap with him. You'll hear them clap, respond to him in the background.
Oh, wow. That's the Viking clap. All of Bay 13. Right behind the 19-year-old. And Nathan Lyon, who bowls to Kohli. Kohli is working to the leg side, backward of square for no run. That's so good to see.
It is.
19 years old, Baz.
Yeah, now he's doing the Merv Hughes. There you go.
That is awesome.
That is, seriously is. He's having the time of his life. Almost sitting right next door.
Lyon bowls to Kohli. Kohli's on the back foot this time. Back to the bowler. 5 runs from the over. India 2 for 91.
Tonight, if you get absolutely and end up with some weird, we don't care. Just don't drive home. Go out responsibly this silly season with DD.
Want a fuel-efficient ute? Get the 1.9 litre Isuzu D-Max SX Crew Cab from just $45,990 drive away. Limited time only. Hurry to your local Isuzu ute dealer today. Terms and conditions apply.
India 2 for 91 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley, completed home and move in now. 2 slips in a gully in that slightly deep backward point to Mitchell Stark, who'd be bowling from the members' end. Bay 13's found some voice, Baz. Stark approaches, he bowls. Jace, well, edges to third man for 4. Right in between Mitch Marsh at gully and Steve Smith at second slip. He moves to 47, wasn't convincing, but he'll take it.
Yeah, he'll take it indeed. And he's been flashing a lot at Mitchell Stark throughout this innings. He's been walking at him. Quite similar to the way he got out in the first innings of this Test series at Perth. It's a quicker pitch at the Optus, and it flew straight to gully. Nathan McSweeney getting an early act going on Test debut, but here it's well in the gap, far away from Mitchell Marsh's right hand.
He's 3 runs away from a half century now. He already has 8 in Test cricket. Stark bowls to Jaiswal. It's full. Defended back down the pitch for no run.
Well, that's more what you would expect in a few months' time when these two are up against each other in the IPL. Big Yorker from Mitchell Stark. Nicely dug out by the young Indian opener. It's been flashy at times against Mitchell Stark today, but he's once again shown enough discipline, though, to fight his way, face 80 balls. And like always, it's a difficult batter to stop scoring.
And we know when he gets in, he goes big. We've seen it already once this summer. Stark with a cover in place. Bowls to Jaiswal. It's back and it's cut. It's cut beautifully. He didn't quite time it. The chase is on. Nathan Lyon from backward point. I'll get at least 3. Might even be 4. The crowd wants 4. There wasn't quite certainty over it. But that'll be 50 for Jaiswal. They'll settle for 3. 9th in Test cricket. And rousing applause from the Indian fans here at the MCG. An important knock.
Very important knock. India looked in all sorts this morning on the field, and they lost their captain in the second over of this innings. They needed something to kind of lift their spirits up, morale up. And once again, it is Yashasvi Jaiswal has provided them with that. And he saw a young 19-year-old debutant get the crowd on their feet yesterday. Jaiswal a few years older. The Indian fans love that.
Stark's bowling to Kohli here. Kohli's defending off the back foot. He'll have to sneak through for one. He will. Labuschagne was charging across from mid-wicket. In the end, hit fields at mid-on, and Kohli gets himself off strike and moves to 21.
That's what Virat Kohli likes, having a partner who responds quickly to his calls. We saw it in the last over of Nathan Lyon. He was looking for a single, but this time they pushed it nicely in the gap away from Manas, even though Manas was scrambling to get to it. And Travis headed mid-on with the shin pads on. Travis going to struggle to get to that ball quickly. So the scoreboard is ticking along for India.
Constas is back at fine leg in front of Bay 13. Stark's bowling to Jaiswal, and it's flicked. Beautifully played. Wide of mid-on. Superb balance and timing. Lovely shot from Jaiswal, who's making it look very easy all of a sudden.
That's a great shot from Yashasvi Jaiswal. Once again looking for the Yorker Mitchell Stark. I think he landed it as well. Very full. Some late movement as well. Jaiswal just opening that front leg up enough, and then the wrist came into play. A forceful shot, a powerful shot. He's on the move now.
Stark has no wicket for 37. It's the last ball of his 10th over. He's bowling from the members' end to Jaiswal. Again, it's full, and again, it's flicked. Not timed, but he'll pick up one to Cummins, who fields at mid-on. 9 runs from the over. India 2 for 104 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517666, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
iPick Health, helping you fight back and neck pain. As leaders in complex chronic pain management, iPick's team of spine specialists are dedicated to helping you get that pain off your back. Learn more at eipecehealth.com.au.
Last ball of Stark's over, so he'll go again. He's bowling to Kohli with 2 slips and 2 gullies. Bowls and Kohli defends down the pitch for no run. That is the end of Stark's 10th. He has no wicket for 39. India 2 for 105 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life. Jaiswal just starting to find something, isn't he? Ominous signs for the Australians. India trailed by 369.
Yeah, he goes through the gears very quickly, Yashasvi Jaiswal. We saw it in Perth as well. He goes past 50. Doesn't mind playing shots all around the ground. And it was clear what Mitchell Stark was trying in that over. He was targeting his pads, targeting his stumps. Got the young left-hander to dig out a Yorker on one occasion, but every time he missed his length, Jaiswal was ready for him.
The line will continue. He's only bowled 2 overs today. Down the wicket is Jaiswal, and he's lofting him over mid-on for 4. He was out of the crease early, and he whacked it right over Nathan Lyon's head. He moves to 59.
It's been a dream year for Yashasvi Jaiswal already, and he'll want to finish it on a high. India need him to do that. They're behind in this game at the moment. Like I said, goes through the gears very quickly, using his feet beautifully. Mid-on's come a little straighter now.
Lyon approaches. Jaiswal's on the back foot defending, and he'll pick up one to the subfielder. Josh Inglis is at long leg. India 2 for 110. Averages 54 this year, Jaiswal. Only Joe Root has scored more runs in world cricket. What an amazing start to his Test career.
Yeah, considering this is just his 2nd year of Test cricket. Hi, guys. Already broken the record for the most number of 6s. Might add to that today.
Lyon bowls. Kohli works wide of Lyon's right hand. We'll find one to long on where Constas fields to some warm applause from the Bay 13 crowd, most of which looks to be Australian.
Well, yeah, I just had my binoculars on. It's 50-50.
Yeah, right.
So the Indian fans responding to young Constas as well.
Probably a little bit better than what the Australians would respond to Coley in that position. Line to Jaiswal, defends down the pitch. So 35 sixes this year for Jaiswal.
And he's hit them for everybody. From Jimmy Anderson onwards.
Joe Root's hit 2.
Let's put it in context. Pass ball.
Line again to Jaiswal, who's off the back foot, and he's chopping it to Pat Cummins at cover, who fields and throws it into Alex Carey for no run.
A nice piece of bowling there from Nathan Lyon. Slower in the air. It was shortish, but I don't think Jaiswal got on top of it like he wanted to.
Lyon. It's a sweep shot that's gone off the toe of the bat and rolls to mid-on where Travis Head fields. The Australians fancied themselves for a moment there, as did Lyon. 2 for 111 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Boxing Day is bigger than ever at Chadstone with hundreds of offers in one destination. Skip the cricket and head to Chadstone. See the offers and real-time parking info at chadstone.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Find everything you need for your home at Springvale Homemaker Centre, Shop Harvey Norman, Domain, IKEA, Anaconda, JB Hi-Fi and more. Visit springvalehomemakercentre.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley Completed Home and Move In Now. Change of bowling from the members' end. Pat Cummins, the captain. He has 2 wickets for 45 runs. He's got the only 2 wickets of the innings. And he'll be bowling to Virat Kohli from around the wicket, it seems.
Yeah, looks like he's going around the wicket, and Inglis is in for Scott Boland, looks like. He's the only one missing from the field, so
Inglis the sub, and his brimmed hat is fielding at cover.
Boland should be out on the field for the next over. You can see him near the dugout.
I'll have to see
he's
Scotty
back
Bowling.
to over the wicket, Pat Cummins.
So Cummins commences his spell over the wicket to Kohli. Kohli's defending back to the bowler for no run.
I think Jaiswal didn't realise there was a change in bowling, so waiting for Stark from where he was stood. So
I'm just watching Sam Constas at long leg. He's taking the phone from fans and he's taking selfies in between balls.
Yeah, maybe. Just stay away from the phone, Sam Constas. I mean, how do you tell a 19-year-old to stay away from his phone or somebody else's phone?
Can't remember life without an elf.
That's the challenge.
Cummins bowls. Kohli leaves. It's a tight one. Well watched.
Beautifully watched. Virat Kohli's been leaving deliveries very well today, and that was a very good leave on line. You can see Alex Carey just throwing his head back. Straightened just a little bit, but still wide enough of off stump. Pat Cummins knew it was close. Yeah, Sam Constas still doing that.
It's a regulation field. 2 slips and a gully. It's more like a 4-slip Mitch Marsh than a gully. Point, cover, mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. 6-3 field to Kohli, who faces Cummins and works off his legs to mid-wicket for no run. What have you made of the way Virat Kohli's looked early in his innings today?
More discipline than he's shown for a while now. 5-6 times he's got out in this, 5 times anyway he's got out in the series, flashing at deliveries that he could have left alone. He's looked very determined from the moment he's walked out to bat. He needed this, not just because he's been short on runs since that Perth 100, but also everything that's happened in this test match so far involving him.
Cummins from close to the crease. Kohli's looking to work to the onside, but all he can do is squirt it to backward point for no run.
Just the leading edge there. Kohli just closed the face of his bat. He didn't need to.
You can hear the skip up. There's a deep square leg in place for 1 ball, and he's brought Marnus Labuschagne back up in the circle. The circle that doesn't exist, of course. It's Test cricket. He's at forward square leg.
Yes, first false shot Virat Kohli's played in a while, that one, previous delivery.
Cummins approaches and bowls. Kohli defends to Marnus Labuschagne, who's just been brought into the ring and fields at mid-wicket for no run. 5 dots in the over. Kohli's 21, Jaiswal 60. India trailed by 363 runs on day 2 here at the MCG. A record day 2 crowd for a Boxing Day test.
Yeah, I think he should just stay away from the phone Sam contest.
Yeah,
maybe it's...
Why is that? Anti-corruption.
Well, it's interesting. I think there's not very clear how that works.
Cummins to Kohli. Kohli's leaving outside the off stump. It's a maiden. India 2 for 111 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Afternoon, legends. Another big day smashed. Now tackle your hobbies, side hustles or workouts with Wakey Wakey Caffeine Energy. Boost your energy levels and maintain your focus with 100 milligrams of caffeine plus guarana in every effervescent tablet. That's more caffeine than a 250ml can of Red Bull energy drink with less sugar. Simply drop it into water, let it fizz and tackle tonight. Find Wakey Wakey effervescent tablets and liquid capsules at Coles, Woolworths, Chemist Warehouse and leading pharmacies. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
SEN Test cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services, India 2 for 111. Partnership between Virat Kohli and Jaiswal has moved to 60. They trailed by 363 runs. Nathan Lyons continuing. He's bowled 3 overs for 11. And there's just 2 men out. Long off and deep backward square. Scott Boland's back on the field. Line bowls and Jaiswal is circumspect off the back foot, defending to Mitch Marsh for no run at backward point.
Very nice, guys. Come on,
There was a period during the century in Perth where Jaiswal just got a little restless against Nathan Lyon. Remember KL Rahul walking down to him and just asking him to calm down.
Lyon would love one. He bowls. Jaiswal, who defends down the wicket again for no run. Just look at Jaiswal's year compared to the great years of batters in previous generations. He's just gone past Damien Martin's 2004 runs record. So he's 1,355 runs for the year. Jaiswal. Martin made 1,353. Line bowls. Jaiswal again defends. And he's 2 runs away from ticking off Dravid in 2002. And he's 9 runs away from Alistair Cook in 2015. So he's got this innings and another innings potentially as well to tick off as many as he can. Outstanding year. 15 test matches for Jaiswal. Top of the order for India. Line bowls. Jaiswal finds 1 to deep backward square off the back foot. He moves to 61. Now, how did he burst on the scene in India? What's the first you saw of him, aside from the time he hit you for 6?
No, I mean, I think we were fortunate. Mumbai cricket always produces a lot of these potentially generational talents with the bat. And obviously, his story now well told. Came from nothing.
Line to Kohli, who finds 1 wide of mid-off. He was punching on that front foot as he so often does. He scampered through.
Yeah, Lyon would not have enjoyed that. Just these two are rotating the strike quite easily. Yeah, so it's a well-told story about where he came from, the tent he slept in. But yeah, it was started making runs very, very early on, grassroots level and club cricket level.
So he's a prodigy.
Oh, an absolute prodigy. And then obviously his backstory took over, just how dramatic it was, the ultimate rags to riches story, and then the rest honestly has been history.
So this was a plan from Alex Carey at the end of last over. He's going over the wicket to Jaiswal. Is Nathan Lyon. He bowls, and Jaiswal's defending into the offside. 2 runs from it. India 2 for 113 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Sparkies, this summer's going to be a scorcher, and you're going to install lots of ceiling fans. Be selective, be brilliant. Choose the right fan from Brilliant's wide range. Brilliant ceiling fans are the trusted choice, designed for high performance and reliable comfort with quick setup, saving time and money. Plus, innovative features to ensure consistent cooling in any room, all with a brilliant warranty. This summer, be innovative, be brilliant. Choose Brilliant ceiling fans and view the extensive range at brillianttrade.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. India 2 for 113. Cummins continuing to Kohli. Bowls, and Kohli's defending into the offside for no run. And Damien Fleming for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. What have you made of the last half an hour of cricket?
Good, tough Test cricket. 2 batsmen going really well. And I think
Captain Pat feels like this is a big moment. Like we need a breakthrough here. So if Coley and Jaswell can get through this spell, I think there's going to be a little release in pressure.
This is the second over of the spell, Cummins. He's taken 2 wickets already. He bowls to Coley. It's a bumper. It's well over Coley and Alex Carey's head. Carey was no chance. That's 5 wides. Bounces into the fence. India 2 for 118.
We saw a few of these from Mohammad Siraj earlier today. And you're right, Flem. What did Steve Smith say? It's around that 35 over mark where the ball stops seaming around, but it still stays hard enough for the set batters to score runs off it. So it is a crucial period, a crucial spell, this from the captain.
About a metre over Alex Carey's head, that one. Cummins bowls to Coley, who leaves on probably a 4.5 stump line. Off the back foot this time.
Which is the line he's been nicking. So he has thought about his dismissals, not only this series, it's been going for a couple of years now. I mean, that one at the Gabba, that was so wide half volley. And great batsmen should not be getting out of that early in the innings. So owning your off stump, knowing where it is, letting the ball go, making the bowlers bowl to you. I mean, he's cruised to 22.
Partnership 67. Cummins lets one go. Coley does the same outside off stump. This one was fuller. Is there a chance that Virat Kohli goes full Sachin Tendulkar at the SCG on us and just puts away the cover drive? Puts it away.
There was a lot of talk about that. Comparisons have been made throughout the series. Because Sachin did that the last test of that 2003-04 series in Sydney. And so far, he seems to have done that. He played one drive, which was really full half volley. But I think already he's left more deliveries in this innings than he has throughout this series, or like Flem said, in recent times.
Cummins approaches now from the members' end. He bowls to Kohli. Kohli this time is stuck in the crease and defending it into the offside for no run.
And Kohli himself did it in Perth in 2018 when he made that pretty memorable century. First ever test in that stadium. On a tricky pitch. Remember, he left 64 deliveries before he played his first drive. So he's done it in the past.
Yeah, his cover drives were generally against Nathan Lyon. But that was a great knock.
There's 2 slips in place. Probably Mitch Marsh at 4th slip, to be fair. Very fine gully. Cummins bowls. It's a bumper, and Kohli helps it around the corner. You look for 2. Has to be quick, and in the end sends Jaiswal back. Constance the fielder. Limits it to 1. Kohli moves to 23. India 2 for 119. Kohli was off like a dart. He wanted 2. Constance had other ideas.
Yeah, he didn't quite control that, did he, Kohli? He'd take a risk hooking Pat Cummins.
Jaiswal's back on strike. The man at sort of a 3/4 backward point has now gone to deep backward point. That's Nathan Lyon. Cummins over the wicket. Bowls to Jaiswal, who defends it into the ground, and it's fielded by Mitch Marsh. That's the end of that one. India 2 for 119 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Around Melbourne, there's resurfacing works on the Westgate Bridge, citybound. Only 2 lanes open, traffic going 40k an hour. Delays back to Grieve Parade. That's happening till Jan 4. And a crash in Epping as well, Cooper Street eastbound after the Hume Freeway. Only the middle lane is getting through at the moment. Join over 2 million Aussies who have lost weight with the Man Shake. And there's never been a better time with up to 30% off site-wide. Start now at themanshake.com.au, and the Strikers take on the Hurricanes in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley, completed home and move in now. Taking some time to set the field here, the Australians, for Virat Kohli and Nathan Lyon with the ball.
There's been a bit of turn for Nathan Lyon, like more than the Indian spinners.
Lyon bowls and Kohli defends for no run.
India have started well against him though, Flem. Rotated the strike Always annoys the spinner, doesn't it?
Constant enjoying his time at long on. He's one of 2 men out. Line bowls and Coley finds Constant at long on, as he often does. Works the ball from outside off stump to the men in the deep. He moves to 24. Ravi Shastri's view on facing line's a really interesting one. You don't need to take him down to get on top of him.
It's about putting him off his games. And Nathan Lyon is at his best when he's allowed to bowl maidens, isn't it? They didn't let him bowl a maiden at the Gabba. And even here, he's bowled one so far.
Just manipulate him. So Lyon's going over the wicket to JS as he did for the last ball of the previous over. There's a slip in place. 3 men out. And JS defending back to the bowler.
Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Come on,
He played a lovely drive previous over. So quick on his feet to get to the half volley.
Mitchell Stark quite close at mid-wicket. Line bowls. JS beats Stark to his right off the back foot. And he'll get one to long on where Khawaja fields. He moves to 62. India 2 for 121 and the partnership 70.
Very important partnership, isn't it? It's been extra risky either, has it really?
Line approaches. Coley's off the back foot and he's cutting. He's cutting really well. It's a long chase for 2 quicks. Boland and Stark. They'll come back for 2. And they'll settle for 3. Stark with the throw from deep point. Coley moves to 27. Against the spin. What is there? What is left of the spin, that is?
I guess he's earned the right to play these shots the way he's seen off the seamers. Stark, Boland and to the other end.
It's a battle of attrition here. It's partnership 73. India trailed by 350. Line from the great southern stand end, or the Shane Warne stand end, he bowls. And it's well fielded by Pat Cummins at cover after a back foot punch from Jaiswal. India 2 for 124 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Don't miss Razorback 4x4's Boxing Day blowout with up to 30% off store-wide for 48 hours only. Razorback 4x4 seat covers offer the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior. Perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, they're super easy to clean and keep your four-wheel drive seat covers protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. Choose from a range of premium materials and colours with free shipping nationwide. Get in quick. Razorback 4x4's Boxing Day blowout ends December 27. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. India 2 for 124. Jaiswal on 62. Kohli 27. Bharat, Sundaresan and Damien Fleming alongside me. And Pat Cummins will continue. The Aussies thinking how can they get a wicket here? And backward point has now moved to backward square leg. That's Nathan Lyon.
Well, if he can bowl the ball that he bowled to KL Rahul, he'll get 6 wickets in this over. That was unbelievable. But you sense that he knows he needs to produce something big.
It's Cummins, the captain. He bowls to Kohli, who's defending into the offside.
And a different field. He's been nicking wide corridors, so they had a heavy offside field. And now he's got himself set a little bit. There's a mid-wicket in place, which they don't have a lot for him.
Where does that ball rank in the deliveries you've seen live?
Oh, it's the best ball. I think it's the best ball Pat Cummins I've seen bowl. It did more than the Joe Root one. It did more than the Pujara delivery in Adelaide. I don't know what KL Rahul could do to that ball.
Cummins bowls to Kohli. Is off the back foot, and he's wanting one to do backward square leg. Lyon shies at the stumps. Wow, Lyon through from his knees. Kohli had to scurry back. He was sent back by Jaiswal, and he survives. That could have been close on the pay.com.au replay screen.
Not Kohli, just clarifying with Jaiswal whose call it was. I think he was gone.
He was.
He was not even in the frame. if Nathan Lyon had hit the stumps.
Lyon just moved there as well. 2 balls earlier at backward square leg. He had 1.5 stumps to aim at. Cummins to Coley, short. It's pulled away from Coley, and he'll get 1 to fine leg. He moves to 28.
It's not looked 100% against the short ball, Virat Kohli, especially against Pat Cummins.
I just don't think that's the way I remember him playing the pull shot.
How do you remember him playing
it? Looks like he's always going to go in the air. You know, he's lifting that front leg. I thought he used to hit down on the ball more.
So from Ben Jones at CricViz, for reference, the ball to KL Rahul seemed almost 3 times as much as the Joe Root Old Trafford one, and was quicker.
That's significant. Yeah, that's just... It's not the Gatting ball, but it's like a fast out-seamer that... Yeah, and batters have already made up their mind by the time it's 6 or 7 metres down the pitch. You can't change your shot, particularly against seam.
Well, this plan's in place now. It's a short ball plan. No slips. Square leg, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and finally coming to Jaiswal, and predictably it is short. And it travels through to Carey.
Feels like we are back at Lords last year, Flem. This was it, wasn't it, from both teams? Everything was short. I haven't seen it so far being utilised in this series.
Mitchell Stark is very fine at third man. It's actually a fly slip. And Cummins will decide to go around the wicket with 2 balls remaining in his 12th over. The plan is in place. Cummins approaches. He bowls. Jaiswal. It is short at the ribs, but he has no trouble. And he finds 1 to deep backward square. He moves to 63, the left-hander.
The problem with this tactic is that it's tiring, you know, bowling fast bounces. So you can only do it for a few overs.
With 34.5 overs in, I wonder how far away Mitch Marsh is if he's going to get a bowl this afternoon. Didn't see much of him in Brisbane or Adelaide. Probably saw more than we expected in Perth.
He's not warming up. It takes him a while to get warmed up, so not anytime soon, I'd say.
So a more conventional field for Virat Kohli now. Although Nathan Lyon at backward square leg has moved to his right about 5 or 10 metres. Almost like a deep 45. Cummins to Kohli. Defending to the offside, thinking about 1, deciding against it as Marnus pounces. We'll be changing commentary for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Adam Collins is going to step in. It's 2 for 126 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Around Melbourne, there's resurfacing works happening on the Westgate Bridge Citybound. Only 2 lanes are open and delays back past Millers Road at the moment. That's happening till January 4th. A crash in Epping as well. Cooper Street eastbound after the Hume Freeway. Only the middle lane is getting through at the moment. And the Boxing Day test, of course, means extra foot traffic around the MCG. The Rebel sale is now on. Save up to 50% on selected running shoes, sneakers and basketball shoes, plus buy 1, get 1 half price on full price clothing. And the Strikers take on the Hurricanes in the BBL. Here are live tonight on SEN.
We are in the Liquorland last session. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. And Mitchell Marsh.
Oh, well, what do I know?
Foretold. Or not, as it were.
He's always warmed up.
Just sense this might be an important couple of days in Mitch Marsh's journey. Can he be influential with the ball?
Yeah, just a definite option as an all-rounder, isn't it? That, you know, his bowling workloads have decreased so much. Carey's coming up to the stumps
right away.
At Mitch Marsh's peak, there's no way Carey would be up to the stumps.
Marsh up over the wicket to Jaiswal. First ball, gets up on the hip, work down to fine leg where Boland will collect. 2 for 127. Jaiswal 64. Deficit 347. No wickets after tea. So Marsh has taken useful wickets since he's recalled to the test team when we were there all together at Leeds last year. But it's been from fewer overs. That much is absolutely clear. There was that test they played out here in 2015 against the Windies where he bowled up in the mid-140s, took important wickets on the final day, but that feels an eternity ago in his career.
He actually didn't start badly in Perth.
Yep.
Picked up a couple of wickets and his pace was good. And then it's been significantly downhill. He started at 121 kilometres an hour there.
Keep an eye on that throughout.
Getty's gone back to Virat Kohli. Maybe it's just a ploy to keep Jaiswal in his crease.
2 back for the short ball. A deep point as well. Marsh, southern end. Close to the stumps to Kohli. Easy as you like, tucked in front of the square leg umpire, just where Kohli wants it. 29 for him. 2 for 128. I wonder if we'll see a passage of play where we'll see a 7-2 and they bowl genuinely a foot and a half outside the off stump to Kohli for a couple of overs. Just to kind of get into his head that we are not going to bowl to you. I wonder.
Come boys, come boys.
Carey back up, slip gully. Operating over the wicket to Jaiswal, 64 for him. Up and bowling. Jaiswal defending inside edge onto the pad. Just a little slither of movement back towards him after pitching.
Yeah, a little bit of swing. It's tough. Right hand, left hand. If you get it wrong, they're rotating the strike. So you've got to adjust your line every delivery. So you'd love to just get Jaiswal bogged down there. Be able to just get your stop ball going to a left-hander.
51 test wickets, Marsh. That last ball was 123 clicks. He's up again, passing umpire Wilson. Bowls here, and Jaiswal driving off the outside part of the blade down towards deep backward point. Not in complete control, but safe. Out to Inglis, the sub. 2 for 129. 65 for Jaiswal.
The fact that Marsh is bowling is a win for these two. They've now seen off pretty much everyone but Pat Cummins in this spell, and like Flem's been saying, they're rotating the strike quite easily without any fuss. Australia trying everything they can.
Be a great time for a Marsh cameo with the ball. Partnership worth 78. Marsh to Kohli. Middle stump line. Skews away past Gully. Well bowled again. It was along the ground, but definite outside edge. Constance tidies up from deep backward point. 2 for 130.
So it looks like he's going to live in the mid-120s, isn't it, Marsh? So, you know, it's important. He's got to be accurate and move the ball.
At his pace might not be the worst idea to just bowl a wide full delivery to Kohli if he gets his chance in the next over.
And finish to Jaiswal, staying over the wicket. Delivers here, Jaiswal, middle stump line, out towards mid-on. There won't be a single. 2 for 130. Oh, there will be a single. No, there won't be. Sorry, just lost the game for a moment there. 2 for 130 on the Glencore scoreboard. Advancing everyday life. Kohli's 30, Jaiswal 65.
FPOS fees are great for banks, not businesses. Pay no fees or terminal rental with SmartPay. Visit smartpay.com.au. T's and C's and minimum turnover apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Want to hit a 6 for your business? Talk to Australia's apprenticeship experts at MEGT. MEGT's local teams come to you and can provide advice about government financial incentives. Apprentice Connect Australia providers are an Australian government-funded initiative.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services, Nathan Lyon off the field. 15 overs left today. One more before the next drinks break. And Cummins has the ball from our northern end. 2 slips to Gully to Kohli. Close to the stumps, bowls here. Short of a length. Defends from the crease to mid-wicket. Constance into field, no run. So with Marsh not being as much of a presence with the ball, it reinforces his need to turn the corner at some stage with the bat. Looked okay at Perth, but since then, no scores. And knowing that we've got Sri Lanka next in terms of Australian Test cricket in the schedule, on the assumption that Cummins plays both as captain, and why wouldn't he, there may not be room for a second quick, so the all-rounder will need to bowl and take the new ball. Cummins up, delivers here, leg stump line, full and push to Constance at mid-wicket. So I ponder whether that might make life difficult for Marsh as well. That if they want the second seamer.
Green's not fit for that, or not to bowl. I'm assuming Cam Green's not fit for Sri Lanka.
No, he's not.
Might be right for the West Indies.
But when was the last time 2 fast bowlers took the new ball in Sri Lanka? It'll be a spinner opening the bowling anyway.
That's true. That's true. Well, Australia did use 2 quicks in Sri Lanka last time, but that felt one too many.
Excessive. It's in the same. It's in Gaul, isn't it?
Yeah, both are in Gaul. That's right. Cummins to the crease. Bowls here. Coley on the front foot. Tucks it around the corner. Inglis, the subfielder in the floppy hat, doesn't have a ping at the stumps, despite the fact that Jaiswal was wandering up the pitch.
Yeah, for me, if there was a test in Colombo was hot and oppressive, but the ball swung a lot. So I think you can play two quicks there, but Gaul, it just didn't swing as much. Low, slow. Merrill's pitching him on the other pitch and still hitting you on the thigh guard.
That's what Prabhav Chaisarya is doing these days. He owns that ground. Here's Cummins into Coley. 3 dots so far. That's there for the pull shot, and Coley doesn't miss out. No need to run for that. The swivel of the hips, the weight transfer, the contact, it's all there. Virat Kohli, boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito power tools. He's 34. He builds the partnership to 83 at 2 for 134.
Yeah, it's effective. And Bharat, you watch Kohli more. It still looks new. I'd certainly thought he was, his pull shot, he'd come over the top and hit down on the ball. That one looks like it's a half a little punch, but you could easily get a top edge, or it's always going to be elevated that you can get caught. They've got 2 men out back at square leg now.
Change of field. Constance goes out in the direction where the ball pitched. Cummins to Kohli. Short ball again. Same shot towards Constance. Collects it and throws to the non-striker's end. No time for a single. All happening. Not far away from right where they made that change.
Jeez, he played the shot, didn't he?
Yeah, you associate that more with Rohit Sharma. The down to up that you meant.
And he hits it miles, though.
He does.
Yeah.
He has looked trouble against the short ball. You're right. He's setting up on the front foot, ready to pay that pull shot down.
Last ball before drinks. Cummins into Kohli. Bowls here, and Kohli pushes to mid-on. Boland does the fielding.
It's over and drinks, guys.
4 runs from the over. Over and drinks, as you hear there from umpire Goff. Drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. India, 2 for 134. They were 2 for 51 at tea. Jaiswal, 65. Kohli, 34. This partnership now worth 83.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Don't miss Razorback 4x4's Boxing Day blowout with up to 30% off store-wide for 48 hours only. Razorback 4x4 seat covers offer the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior. Perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, they're super easy to clean and keep your four-wheel drive seat covers protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. Choose from a range of premium materials and colours with free shipping nationwide. Get in quick. Razorback 4x4's Boxing Day blowout ends December 27. Visit razorback4x4.com.au.
Get 40% off at Bonds. Stock up on your faves with 40% off in-store and online now. Terms, conditions and some exclusions apply. Visit bonds.com.au for full details.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Are you a gamer? Get the Acer Nitro gaming range with the latest Intel Core i7 processor, delivering the power and performance you need. Buy today at Harvey Norman.
Bowling from the Great Southern Stand end, and it's cut away for 4. Jaiswal rocking on the back foot. Stark approaches, he bowls. Jaiswal edges to third man for 4. Right in between Mitch Marsh at Gully and Steve Smith at second slip. Stark with a cover in place. Bowls to Jaiswal. It's back and it's cut. It's cut beautifully. He didn't quite time it, but that'll be 50 for Jaiswal. 9th in Test cricket, and rousing applause. The line will continue. He's only bowled 2 overs today. Down the wicket is Jaiswal, and he's lofting him over mid-on for 4.
As we end the drinks break, hearing there the crucial moment of the session, Jaiswal reaching 50 for New Farm. Australia's number 1 on hard-to-kill weeds. Adam Collins with Damien, Fleming. Australia trying their best to ring the changes and shake up the bowling for the man shake. 2 million Aussies have shaken their weight. We've seen Mitchell Marsh used. We've seen Nathan Lyon off the field for a period of time as well. We've seen all 3 quicks bowl a couple of spells now. So with 14 overs to go, decisions to make for Patrick Cummins.
Yeah, it's a tough one. The pitch is good, and the batting's been at times superlative, but it's been pretty watchful for two attacking players. There hasn't been too many false shots, and yeah, I think the movement's still there, but it's not excessive.
Look, I'm sure the message from Cummins will be they're allowed to play well, and they've played well for 83 together. But just a little bit of pressure shifting back onto the home side.
Let's see if Mitchell Marsh can just get the stop ball going, get a few dot balls, build some pressure. You know, can Jaswell keep reining it in? If he's not scoring, he looks like a player that he'll be respectful, but, you know, he likes ticking the runs over.
He's faced 103 balls for his 65. Marsh starts the fresh session or fresh passage of play with the ball that beats the bat. He wanted to cut. Got big on him and threw to the gloves of Carey up to the stumps.
Yeah, he's a magnificent cutter of the ball. I think that just actually bounced a bit more than expected.
Yep. So an important spell for Marsh in the rotation. Trying to find something for his captain. Bit of energy here at the G. Over 81,000 people here today. Shadows starting to lengthen from the Ponsford stand. Marsh bowls here, edging through the cordon for through second slip. Wasn't in the air, would have been stopped by a second slip. Not to be. Boundaries for Azito. That takes Jaiswal up to 69, 2 for 138. All the numbers on the board for Jun Heinrich, German engineered forklifts and racking systems.
Yeah, bonus runs. You know, not a bad ball. But with this field set, as you agreed, it was an outside edge. I thought he opened up the face. Yeah. But, yeah, with this field, that's 4 runs.
With control, no weight in the bottom hand. Marsh from the southern end, over the wicket, Jaiswal. Chance to cut that. Gets it in front of point. Nathan Lyons sweeping it deep backward point. Coley wants 2, but Jaiswal's called it off. That was loopy. Hung up there for Jaiswal.
Just a half tracker.
Genuine half tracker. He's in the 70s now.
That Mitchell Marsh is keen on Carey up to the stumps to Jaswal. He's not up to the stumps to Coley. And sometimes when you're bowling, you like, if you bowl a good ball and it goes through to the keeper, you're not just following the line of the ball and help with your follow through. Sometimes the keeper's up the stumps. You don't follow through as much.
Now just one slip for Coley with Carey back. Marsh to him here and Coley defends. So we've talked a lot about them trying to make Coley do something outside the line of the off stump. Not really the field for it, a 5-4. 2 back on the leg side. 1 slip, a gully, a deepish backward point, a cover and a mid-off. So
he's hardly ducked a bouncer. So if Mitchell Marsh bowls one, he'll have a go at it. It's the shorter boundary out this side, though. 2 out.
Trailing by 335. Marsh to the crease delivers. Coley down the leg side. Nothing going on there. Wanted to flick it, but didn't quite make contact.
1 ball to go. Wonder if he just tries a bouncer here.
Well, it used to be one of his weapons. And then it was the swing, that test match at the Oval in 2019 when he was hooping the Dukes around corners, but neither here nor there at the moment.
No, even when he debuted at Shield level, it was a pacey outswinger.
Marsh striving for something. Finishes here. And Coley gets forward. Good ball. Defended out to mid-off. 1 run and a boundary, my apologies. 5 runs from the over. 2 for 139. The next batter to suit up for the famous Peter Jackson. Half-year sale on now for India. Well, it'll be Rishabh Pant, and we can't wait for that.
Good afternoon to you. There's been a crash on the Westgate Freeway inbound after Gree Parade in the left-hand lane, as well as resurfacing works on the Westgate Bridge. Citybound, only 2 lanes open, traffic going 40 k an hour. That's happening until January 4, by the way. And a breakdown in Brooklyn, Geelong Road inbound between Little Boundary Road and Gree Parade in the right-hand lane. Sip, sip, hooray for these deals at BWS, like a case of Cooper's Pale Ale cans or bottles for $58. Save 6. Hurry ends Tuesday. T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise. And the Strikers take on the Hurricanes in the BBL. Here at Live tonight on SEN.
The leading wicket taker for Australia is Pat Cummins. I thought he was bringing himself back in to the attack, but it's not. It's Scott Boland who's taking his hat off here. Pat Cummins, by the way, for before every job search, before you dig online every time. Boland, who sent down 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 15. He's been swung around to the northern end.
Yeah, economical as always, Scott Boland. And there will be a massive roar if he can get a wicket. And at the twilight end of the day's play,
he's so often the man for it. 2 slips the gully. Boland's new spell over the wicket to Jaiswal. On the money, forward in defence.
Great start as always, Scott Boland.
What do you think it is about him that enables him to find his line and length right away? Because some bowlers have that knack, and he clearly does.
Yeah, I just think he's bowled that many stock balls over his career. It's just like winding up a clock. Remember, he bowled in those tough years here in Sheffield Shield for Victoria, where the drop-ins just didn't move, didn't deteriorate.
Up here, bowls close to the stumps. Jaiswal driving the mid on. They won't take on Cummins in that position. He throws the ball to Carey.
Yeah, the only weapon they really had, which is virtually gone now, is reverse swing. You had to wait until the ball got banged up enough, shine it up, and hopefully you could get a little bit of reverse swing. So he just nails his stock ball, and now the Kookaburra ball is more resilient and the pitch is more lively. He's gone bang.
Timed his run so well late in his career. Boland, Jaiswal, just outside the off-stump room to prod it behind point for 1. He's 71. He's the leading run scorer for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life for India. 2 for 140.
Yeah, they need a breakthrough tonight, don't they? I mean, I think the pitch might be at its best tomorrow. So they've got a long batting order too, haven't they?
Sure do.
India.
Yeah, they'll be able to apply run rate pressure. Kind of what Australia did this morning when they scored at 5.3 runs and over before lunch. That's the kind of thing India can do when you've got Hunt, Jadeja, Reddy, Sundar, bang, 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 bang. So that's what comes after this. The accumulators, Jaiswal and Kohli, batted 89. So just seeing a beach ball float onto the G. Used to be such a tradition of the one-dayers, Flem, that you used to play in down at Bay 13.
Yeah, you could win them
balls.
over if you just kicked it back to them, but then security might get them and punch them.
Used to be the joy of getting here as gates open. Used to blow the siren, like the footy siren, as people would sprint in to get the best territory in the old Bay 13, lay across 3 or 4 chairs and settle in for a massive day at the cricket. Scott Boland in, delivers here. Inside edge onto the pad. Boland's appealing. Quick single. Constas races in from square leg. Umpire Goff says no. He's given his run, so that's fairly clear. The second noise was an inside edge. 2 for 141. Kohli 35. Seeing it back here on the pay.com.au replay screen. Good decision. Healthy.
It's a good
bit
ball,
of wood,
isn't it? Just a bit fuller. Ball just seems to lose less pace off the pitch when Bolo's bowling, and maybe it is because he bowls so full. That's an ugly position to be in for a batter. Lunging forward, hoping it hits bat, not pad.
Well described. Boland to Jaiswal, back foot punch to deep backward point. Constas busy out there. To the city end of the ground. 2 for 142. Jaiswal 72.
Don't know about this tactic. I mean, you're looking to save 4 with deep point, but also there's singles that would probably be stopped by point. There's 2 of them in this over, and then all of a sudden that's an extra dot and building pressure. I know what I'd prefer.
It's in fashion, deep point, isn't it? It used to be a spinner thing. Now it's almost all the time, albeit brought in now with Boland bowling to Kohli, who leaves alone in that channel we've been talking about. Good leave. 3 singles from the over from Boland. 2 for 142. India trail by 332. The appeal for leg before in that over. How's that? Get amongst it with tinnies. How's that? Hazy Pale Ale available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Don't miss Razorback 4x4's Boxing Day blowout with up to 30% off store-wide for 48 hours only. Razorback 4x4 seat covers offer the ultimate in protection, comfort and style for your four-wheel drive interior. Perfectly tailored to fit like a glove, they're super easy to clean and keep your four-wheel drive seat covers protected from spills, messy mishaps, mud and more. Choose from a range of premium materials and colours with free shipping nationwide. Get in quick. Razorback 4x4's Boxing Day blowout ends December 4.com.au.
Jaiswal, as it was in Perth, running hot for Ream, steady, hot and strong. Simon Katich joins Flem and me.
Good afternoon, Colo, Flem, all our listeners.
G'day.
Marsh. Bowling with the mullet. Southern end. Delivers here, and Jaiswal up and over the top of mid-on. Make that long on. That's a big one. That's contemptuous. He's just lined up Mitchell Marsh and said, I'll have some of that. Jaiswal to 78 with a mighty blow. 2 for 148. And that may well be a sign of things to come.
I just look back at Simon Katich when he hit that. Your eyes absolutely lit up there. Like, he just cleared the front leg and belted that ball.
Yeah, this boy doesn't mind launching him, and he absolutely launched that over deep mid-on. But we saw this in Perth.
Yes.
We saw Reddy absolutely take Mitch Marsh to the cleaners just before they declared.
Marsh it again to Jaiswal. Hit on the pad, shout from the bowler. Umpire Wilson keeps the finger down. So Carey was up to the stumps. That's the first person who will be consulted.
Mitch likes it.
Mitch really liked it, so much so that he's straight over to Cummins, his old mate, and saying, you've got to go. 10 seconds and he trusts the all-rounder. This is going to be a big old moment.
Oh, yeah.
In the final passage of play on day 2. Third umpire for Aymar, the Shed, giving cashback rewards with insurance.
Umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. I've checked the feet placement and it's a fair delivery. Front on first, please.
Umpire Sarkat from Bangladesh upstairs this week. You can hear them debating it internally through the stump. Like first replay, Flam.
The line is very good. The line is very good. The problem is, it's given not out. Does it clip the bails?
Close to the bat. Can I have RTS to check if
pitched outside leg?
It's going to be close. Can often be deceptive, the first camera. It's not right over the top of the stumps. It often can favour the bowler in situations like this.
Might be one of those ones that's clipping.
The gap between the bat and ball satisfied. No batting
Hit
ball.
behind the crease line. The definition of caught on the crease. Huge moments coming up here. No inside edge, the projection.
Hitting
outside leg. Outside leg. Just some of the balls in the tram tracks. Not enough, which means Australia lose the review. Jaiswal stays there. Third umpire decision. 0% alcohol, 100% beer, and 100% enthusiasm from the Indian flags, waving the flags. They want to see Jaiswal back for the rest of the day and all day tomorrow, Kat.
Well, they certainly do. The Indian contingent here have erupted with that decision. Just pitching outside leg. That's what it looked like as the ball was tracking down.
Losing the review as well, which is not for nothing.
Pitching out by too much, was there? There was part of the ball on the line of leg stump.
Marsh up, Jaiswal facing. Yorker length, driven the mid-on, no run. So a 6 followed by a massive leg before shout and losing the review. These are crucial moments for New Farm. Australia's #1 on hard-to-kill weeds. We've got 31 minutes left on the day.
The ball's
would have been such a good fight back, wasn't it?
Oh, particularly after being banged for 6.
After being hit down the old footy race as well, down the AFL members, down the race the ball went. They had to go and retrieve it. It was a big one. Marsh again to Jaiswal, forward, defending, out to mid-off, no run.
And that's the trouble for LBWs when you're bowling, because you follow through, you've got to be out of the danger area, so you are moving to the left a little bit. To know that if it's pitching on leg or not, it's a tough one, isn't it?
Marsh got Jaiswal in that second innings in Perth. He came off a cut shot, hit it straight to point. They've got the fielder just waiting at the moment. I think it's Marnus Labuschagne there. They've got the deep point.
2 left in the Marsh shed. Southern end bowls here. Jaiswal leaves alone. Carey tidy. Up to the pegs. Josh Marsh gets Jaiswal there. Big in the context of the day and the match and the innings, but the Aussie all-rounder as well. In his third over, the ball after being hit for 6. Not to be. Might get Tommy Morris to clock whether Jaiswal's ever got this close to 100 without going on to convert. Marsh in here to finish and played out towards the offside. Ends the over. 2 for 148. Gerard Whateley is going to jump in for me in a moment to take us through to stumps. Jaiswal 78, Coley 35, partnership 97. That's all on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
The Barbecues Galore Epic Boxing Day sale is on now. Buy a barbecue you'll love with up to 50% off barbecues, outdoor furniture and more. In-store and online at Barbecues Galore.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Right now, there's even more reasons to buy a Toro. Purchase a 42-inch E-Time Cutter 60-volt max battery powered ride-on mower and get a bonus 60-volt max Flex Force string trimmer and leaf blower. T's and C's apply and while stocks last. See torocatalogue.com.au for details.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Scott Boland to Virat Kohli, clipped off the toes. Constance Fields at mid-wicket on the dive. And ingratiates himself further with a crowd that is at 81,326. It's a huge number. The Boxing Day Test has never known more on day 2. Adding to yesterday's 87,000. Simon, hello.
Good afternoon, Gerard.
There's some good batting happening here. 2 for 148. Jacewell's 78. Kohli's 35. And the LBW shout was just painfully close. Yeah. Painfully close. Boland with 2 slips and a gully in place. Kohli meets the rising delivery with soft hands and gets it to ground.
Yeah, these two have been excellent since KL Rahul got a beauty from Pat Cummins right on the tee break. They put on 97. And they're both looking imposing, but there's still 28 minutes here where they're going to get challenged, and they can't afford to lose 1 or 2 more tonight because it'll make their job a lot harder to hang in this test match. But at the moment, they're hanging in there well.
Light cloud cover. Kohli forward, defending watchfully to cover.
This time now with the ball 40 overs old, it's a time where you want to keep consolidating these big partnerships, turn 97 into a 150 plus partnership and make Australia have to work hard tomorrow in that first session, come back 2 down overnight.
Deficit 326. Boland over the wicket. Kohli from his pads didn't get much of it, if any at all. It rolls away from care. They're able to scramble through for a leg by. 2 for 149.
And it's a good track, but there's still just enough happening. Every now and then one will hit the seam and just deviate. A little bit of bounce, but I still think it's a good surface to bat on.
So it's unmarked, which is one of the issues they've had as they've done a superb job of reinvigorating it. It's very rarely do you get any deterioration. So at the end of day 2, it should be a good batting track. And then what happens from here? Boland around the wicket to Jacewell. Cut a ball close to him. Got it away. Find a 3rd for 4. That is risky and risky. But Jacewell gets full toll from it. He's 82. India 2 for 153. And the partnership is worth 100 between Jacewell and Kohli, and they come together mid-pitch to acknowledge that.
That ball had no right to race away down to 3rd man for 4, but it was played with absolutely perfect timing from Jacewell. Let it come to him, played it late, and he knocked it on the head down to 3rd man.
On the follow-up, Jacewell advanced, flipped it to mid-on, took off, shocking mix-up, Cummins in, out. Jacewell stranded at the wrong end. Jacewell played it hard to Cummins. He charged down. Kohli wanted no part of it, stood his ground. And Jacewell was side by side with the veteran when the stumps were disturbed at the striker's ends. What a waste! Jacewell goes for 82, and Australia do get the wicket late in the piece. It's 3 for 153.
Well, the youngsters had an absolute brain fade there. He's hit it so hard to Pat Cummins at mid-on. It's his fault. He took off. There was no run there. Virat Kohli had every right to send him back. And a wonderful knock of 82 off just 118 balls comes to an end. And could that be the opening that allows Australia to pounce late here, get a couple of late wickets? India now 3 for 153.
Australia celebrate the wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1935. Oh, what a moment. Yeah. He struck it far too hard to take off.
Way too hard. And the night watchman's out here. 24 minutes left. Akash Deep comes to the crease.
And then, as they're standing close to each other, Jacewell knew that he couldn't go and ground his bat. And Kohli is pointing to Cummins and going, what are you doing, mate?
There's no way. No way. Because Cummins fielded the ball almost as if Kohli started to look. And he was only just out of his crease, a foot or so out of his crease. There was no chance he was getting down the other end. Even if he'd gone and they'd both gone and it was a direct hit, Kohli was out by probably a good couple of metres.
Yeah, like Kohli was totally at the mercy of Cummins if they'd gone for the run.
Yeah.
So you're dead right. He is right to say no to that. That is just a rush of blood.
Yeah. And just no need, because he'd hit the ball before, beautiful shot, and it just came out of nowhere.
He was running hot for Ream, manufacturing in Australia for more than 80 years. And just overwhelmed by it all, Jacewell run out for 82. And so Mitch Starc has the ball at the Warne end. 10 overs, none for 39. He's bowling to Virat Kohli, who defends the ball to cover. The final crowd has been posted at a phenomenal 85,147. We eclipsed the record some time ago for day 2 of the Boxing Day Test match. 87,242 yesterday, 85,147 today.
There's nothing like it, Gerard. No one can compete. It's not a level playing field.
Bharat, Sundaresan, welcome back.
Oh, what a moment that was.
What a moment indeed. Kohli faces up, runs the ball to points, which has been opened up with Lyon back at third, and they take a single. Kohli to 36. First time, we were just talking about it, Jacewell had never been dismissed between 80 and 100.
It had to happen in that fashion. And Simon, we called it a while back off air. They looked in no trouble, but there had been a couple of misunderstandings. I don't think Virat and Yashasvi were on the same page a few times. Just the restlessness of Yashasvi Jaiswal getting the better of him there. That has to be one of the worst moments as a cricketer, when you, as a batter, you end up at the same end, you look at your partner, and it's a senior partner as well. He's not going to give up his wicket for you.
Starc with the crowd at his back. Akash Deep as the night watcher. It's well outside the off stump and goes through.
The whole complexion changes, right? India just 2 down by stumps. The pitch is looking very flat all of a sudden. And India start on a confident note tomorrow. All of a sudden now the focus shifts to how can Akash Deep prevent Virat Kohli or keep him away from the strike. He is using a Virat Kohli bat, so he owes him one.
Use it wisely. Stacked cordon. Starc bowls. Akash edges shorts of first slip.
I think he's got that straight off the Q end like Kawaja did yesterday, but it went into the turf and then bounced up and then went through to first slip. Yeah, straight off the bottom of the bat into the deck.
The turf.
Imagine if he breaks Virat's bat in front of him.
I'm not sure Virat will be too concerned. I don't think he's short of a bat.
Not really.
He's probably got a full factory in Delhi.
He does it already. He can start one anytime now, Simon.
Starc in full flight bowls. Akash rising delivery. Rode the bump well. Gets it safely to turf on the offside.
And it does have a good middle, because that 60 hit at the Gabba when the light was fading was a superb shot.
The Australians have found their voice again. Such a bonus wicket.
Yeah, and these 20-minute periods are where Test matches can really turn You get a wicket and then you go bang, bang. And that's why Mitchell Stark's straight back in here. He's the last person that probably Akashdeep wants to face here late in the day. The extra pace, the left arm angle. Now he's coming around the wicket with a leg slip in play.
Last ball of the over. Change of tactic. Stark bowls. Akash fends back to Stark rather than the risky turn. Stark flicks it out the back of the hand past the stumps. 3 for 154 this session is for Cheers to the Cricket. Cheers Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
Charisma potatoes. With 25% less carbs, it's the healthier all-rounder. Isn't it time you started cooking with Charisma? Australia's favourite lower carb, tastier and super versatile potato. Available exclusively at Coles.
With the Isuzu D-Max X-Terrain, life is reinvigorated. All the power, performance and style you need from just $67,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu dealer today. T's and C's apply.
For a while, India were doing it with ease with Dyna Breeze, industrial strength, heavy-duty fans. 100 run standards broken. Bolins to Kohli, who nibbled at it. He's nicked it. Boland's got him. Now the umpires are going to come together and have a little chat. Kohli's been fined now. The local hero strikes late, and it is the precious wickets of Virat Kohli. He's gone for 36, and the whole timber of the game has changed.
Well, they say run-outs cause collapses, and here we go. Scotty Boland just gets a little feather from Kohli to Carey, and his knock at 36 comes to an end. Greeted with jeers from the crowd.
Shown so much discipline, Virat Kohli, in this innings. He left so many deliveries. Don't know whether it was a break of concentration after the run out. It's a beautiful piece of bowling, much closer to his off stump. Pokes at one, and he has to pay for it.
Kohli caught Carey, bowled Boland for 36, 4 for 154. Pushed at a ball that he shouldn't have, straight into the gloves. Why did the umpires want to come together?
I'm not sure.
It was taken knee height.
Yeah.
Very odd moment.
It was a bit odd.
Those conspiracy theorists will be going, are they trying to figure out a way to reprieve him?
Scotty Boland wasn't having any of it. He knew it was out.
All these are big celebrations for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. And Rishabh Pant is called to the middle. Had already gone the night watcher. Just 16 minutes to go, so a long way from safe harbour.
Now test matches can turn on their head just from a moment of madness. Now one moment becomes two. And Virat Kohli had been disciplined. He'd been keeping his hands in tight, and on that occasion couldn't help himself, nibbled at it, playing away from his body, little feather through to Carey.
Fly slip straight away for Pants. 3 slips in a gully. Boland looking to work his magic. Pant is forward, defending to the leg side, and he'll take a single. He rolled out to head at mid-wickets. 4 for 155. The deficit is 319.
I wonder if Rishabh Pant will play like Sam Constas did yesterday. We saw it in Adelaide.
Well, Rishabh Pant only plays like Rishabh Pant, Simon, you know that?
Yep.
This game's really changed in the space of 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Most fittingly, it's on gloomier here at the MCG.
Boland is in his 11th over. 3 maidens, 1 for 23. Pat Cummins taking great care in setting his field. 3 slips at gully. A short backward square just around the corner. Bat pad and fine leg. Out in mid-on and a wide mid-off where Cummins is directing. Boland to Akash right at the stumps, forward and defended.
ultimate wrestling story, wasn't it, Gerard? The babyface caught Boland on his home ground against the ultimate heel. Everybody was booing him. Virat Kohli finally gets his man late in the day. The final fall.
As expected, Scotty Boland's been brilliant. 1 for 23 off 10.3.
Akash in his sights. He's tried to nick that. It's so close to the off stump. It compels you to play and just beats the edge.
Team India also picked means that just the all-rounders to come after this. Drop one specialist batter in Shubman Gill.
Yeah, that's the danger. Opposition put a big score on the board and then you're a batter short. And the extra bowler didn't really have much of an influence.
Boland to Akash. Past the outside edge and into the gloves of Carey, to the oohs and the ahs of those who have remained transfixed by the action. It's a good reward if you've decided to see it through to 6 o'clock. The defining phase of the Indian innings. If you're here early, Steve Smith's century, what a highlight, 140. And these 2 wickets in a matter of balls. A run out and a caught behind. Boland to Akash, forward and blocking. 4 for 155. India's batting partner, IG Online Trading. Why do active traders choose IG? Because IG gives you more.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
Dreaming of exploring the roads less travelled? Your adventure awaits with Maverick Campers and Caravans' wide range of off-road caravans that are tough tested for all kinds of wickets. Maverick Campers and Caravans, where adventure begins. Visit maverickcampers.com.au.
Leading wicket taker before you dig, before every job, search before you dig, online every time. Pat Cummins 2 for 57, Scott Boland 1 for 23. Mitch Starc is bowling, none for 40 from his 11 overs. He's at the worn stand to end. Rishabh Pant is on 1. Now they had the fly slip, but they're calling line up to that fly gully position, just beyond the cordon rather than down on the rope. Starc over the wicket, bowls, Rishabh leaves.
And the last thing India want now is Rishabh Pant to nick one off Mitchell Starc. I think that's where he'd be targeting.
Just what it must feel. I guess that's another sign of aging as a batter, Simon. He put in the hard work today, Virat Kohli. You have to give it to him. Just takes that one mistake, one drop. Second where you drop your concentration and that's all you need.
Correct. Takes half a second.
Starc bounding in, bowls, Pant clips off his pads firmly through backward square. Boland's got ground to cover, and cover it he does. Around to his right. He saves a couple, much to the joy of the fans. Pant goes to 3. It's 4 for 157.
And the problem at that age, at 36, is that where you've played on instinct for so long and trusted that instinct, it starts to become just a little bit more difficult because the game has sped up and you're that little bit slower and the ball's coming down just as it usually has. But he couldn't contain himself there, just fished at it.
Starc bowls, Pant clips off his pads again. He just leant on that to backward square, picked up well by Constas. He throws all theatrically. Akash was in his ground, backed up by Labuschagne. A single taken, 4 for 158. So Akash is yet to score. We do love a duck. Peking pancakes that make scoring a duck delicious. Bay 13 still fully populated. Cummins is going with 3 slips, gully and leg slip. And short leg, head under the helmet. 3 left in the Stark over. Akashdeep has seen 8 balls as the night watcher so far. Akash in behind defending. Lots of conversations happening. Lyons over with Carey. Smith's with Labuschagne.
All quiet just 20 minutes ago, though, Gerard. It was.
You can imagine how much chat's going on now between Smith and Labuschagne. Both coming off runs.
Yes.
The cricket batting talk would have been going through the roof.
Stark bowls. Akash almost nicked off. He played at the ball outside the off stump. Carey takes it low down.
We've been privy to many of those conversations, Simon. Sure, they're discussing the Virat dismissal. You think you could have just left it alone, Smash?
They're going to go 2 under the helmet here. Constas has been handed a helmet to go to Silly mid-off. Silly point. Jason to the popping crease. No, Silly mid-off, that's where head's gone. Constas has gone to short leg. Stark bowls. Akash wrapped on the pads. They're up. They're asking. They'll be denied. Stark's turned his back on any conversation. It'll be let go. 4 for 158. Cheers to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland. Cheers to Drink Wise.
On the road for the holidays? With over 350 locations Australia-wide, Metro Petroleum is the perfect place to take a break and refuel on your journey. Metro have also teamed up with Mr. Whippy to launch the brand new Mr. Whippy Ice Cream Cup in vanilla bean and chocolate flavours, all in store now. So while you fill up with quality fuel, treat yourself and the family this festive season at Metro Petroleum to a Gatorade 600ml bottle for just $3. Offer from January 1 to January 31.
The next batter to suit up for the famous Peter Jackson half-year sale on now would be Nitish Kumar Reddy. Akashdeep is taking his role as night watcher very seriously. He got hit on the back leg. It was too high for a real LBW shot, but he's called the medical staff out to soak up some minutes, Simon.
You've got to get immediate ice on that, Gerard, otherwise there's going to be a massive hematoma on there. He can't wait the 8 minutes. No, he's just trying to take a couple of minutes off the clock here, so there'll still be 2 overs. Unless there's a wicket here from Boland or a double wicket, then it might just be the last over of the day. But the youngster, he's taking selfies down at fine leg in front of Bay 13. What a moment.
Great keepsake from the test match to get a selfie with Sam Constas, who's he's fulfilling every request that he gets.
Good luck to him. Enjoy the moment.
Did you see at the end of the last over when Constas finally got to put the helmet on and get there? Travis Head was directing him. No, a little closer.
Travis Head, he normally fields about 3 wickets across.
2 overs left in the day's play in theory. Boland begins the first of those to putt, who plays with an open blade out to points. Big slide from Labuschagne. They'll amble through for a single. And Akash can get to work. See if he can hold up his end of the bargain.
Stay in. Pretty unnecessary slide from Manas. He didn't even get close to the ball. You know, seen the funny side of it, but yeah, just the mood's been lifted in the Australian camp. Run out. A couple of passes overhead. Constas is now up in the infield. Called up. Akash in behind defending Boland took a couple of steps as if he was after a single. That's not the job. Back you go.
I'd love to know what the brief is for the Indian night watchman, because he didn't realise he's trying to get down the other end here.
Maybe he thought he's got a promotion after his innings the other day.
Unless he thinks he's the man to get 100 tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe.
Because he batted well at Gabba and he was not out, wasn't he?
He wasn't.
Yeah, he wasn't. He didn't get out.
Very competent indeed. Scotty Boland to him. Akash fends it up in the air. He's caught at the leg gully. Lyon tumbles forward to haul it in. And Boland's doing the business late in the day. Akash goes without scoring. India fall to 5 for 159.
Well, this has been a massive 20 minutes. Scotty Boland again, great angle in. Got the bounce he wanted, had the field set with the leg gully. Caught the inside edge, ricocheted off the thigh pad, just ballooned nicely to Nathan Lyon, who dived forward and took it comfortably. Akash deep, doesn't get the job done. He goes for naught. And India now reeling at 5 for 159.
Well, has there been a more dangerous bowler in gloomy conditions at the MCG than Scott Boland? Said this last year, Gerard. We've seen this movie before.
I told you we love a duck for peaking pancakes that make scoring a duck delicious. Right, so, gosh, it was only minutes ago that it was 2 for 153. They were celebrating a 100-run stand, Jacewell and Kohli. And the very next ball, they came together at the wrong end. Sparked the run out. Kohli nicks off. The night watcher can't get to safe harbour. And now Ravindra Jadeja has come into the middle.
It just goes to show that you have to finish the job, finish off sessions. I mentioned it earlier, 20 minutes, test matches can turn really quickly. Particularly against a team like this Australian team that have got the firepower. Boland's been excellent. Stark, good pressure at both ends. Late in the day, they've kept asking good questions and they're getting the rewards.
There is a way that Jadeja can get this to stumps in this over. There's 3 balls in 2 minutes. Or he might get knocked over. Boland to him. Jadeja in behind. Inside edge into the pads. Trickles across the popping crease. Holds an arm out like Rishabh should have been running. None of that, thank you.
Unless there's a wicket here, there's another over, I think.
Yeah, well, there should be, but...
Unless he hits a 4.
No, it's a little chat in the middle of the pitch. See what you can get away with. See what you can get away with.
This is where you need the dodgy shoelace.
Yeah.
Done it up poorly.
If you just get one up near the fingers, he'll be right. Call for the medical staff. Jadeja faces out, Boland bowls to him. Onto the pads. Leg side, they liked it behind. They liked it in Bay 13. Boland knew that it wasn't there. Australia now doing it with ease with Dyna Breeze Industrial Strength heavy-duty fans.
Jadeja looks in pain, Gerard.
But it hasn't even ticked over to 59 yet, so he's in trouble here. They've got another over.
They do. So Boland will reach the top of his mark at 59 flat. Jadeja holds him at bay for a couple of seconds longer. Unless he hits a boundary. Boland around the wicket. Jadeja edges short to third slip. The edges just won't carry in this test match. Gathered by Labuschagne, and they rush the change of ends to get the extra over in. 5 for 159. All the bowling has shaken it up for the man shake. 2 million Aussies have shaken the weight. Outside edge, well short of the cordon. There hasn't been one that's carried, Simon.
No, it's... I mean, that is pretty consistent with the MCG. Although this wicket has had good carry at times, particularly with the new ball. There was a couple that Alex Carey took up at sort of chest height. And Scotty Boland gets a great reception down at fine leg. And now Rishabh Pant, can he get through this last over? Mitchell Stark.
5 for 159. Mitch Stark in from the top of his mark. Last over of the day. Pant leaves outside the off stump.
What's interesting too is Australia are 315 runs in front. I think the cover would be in slips. Last over the day, see if Rishabh Pant wants to play a big cover drive.
Yeah.
But maybe they think he might just smack one straight to Marnus Labuschagne at cover point.
True slips gully, the fly gully. Cover mid-off, mid-on and forward square, as well as Boland down at fine leg. No, Simon, you're dead right, because Lavashane's been called into the court.
Got a direct line down there.
Yeah. We rely on you as our captain. Stark. Full-blooded in, Parks, plays to cover and gets a single. Led forward to defend and took the very single that had been opened up. 5 for 160. Part is 6. And it's Jadeja's issue to navigate now. Still a huge number of fans staying right to the very last ball. Splendid.
Yeah, it is. They've been entertained over 2 days of wonderful Test cricket.
Jadeja taking his full routine, scratching out his mark, tapping away. Stark coming in and at him. Bowls and Jadeja leaves close to the off stump. Ready, Washington, Bumrah. Next to the batters, they'll suit up for the famous Peter Jackson half-year sale on now. They'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah, this becomes a big partnership now if they can get through tonight, because this ball will be 46 overs old when they start tomorrow, and if you want to start an innings with a 46 over ball, that's probably the best time to start it on this surface. We saw that today, really. Once Steve Smith got in, yesterday actually, because once he got in after that good platform, there was no stopping him.
3 to go. Stark bowls. Jadeja clips the full toss straight to mid-wicket. Constance Field throws. Marsh backs it up. Jadeja had just wandered down. Had to scurry back.
Good energy from the young man there. That Yorker from Stark was right on the money. Dug it out. Jadeja thought about the single. Young Constance swooped. Shot the stumps. He's going to feel pretty flat next time he plays Test cricket, not for playing in front of 80,000+.
Gee the crowd up again to give the clap as Stark comes in from the top of his mark. They're watching him so closely, they respond. Stark bowls, bouncer, Jadeja sways out of the way. So 1 to come. What's just doing here? He's going to flip the bails around. It's an addiction with some of these players now.
Young kids these days. Yeah. I see it in junior cricket all the time. The boys change the bails just to put the batsman off. They've watched it on TV. All the tricks of the trade. It's amazing how many times it gets a wicket too. Really? Just distracts the batsman.
Well, Constance has done that from mid-wicket, wandered in, flipped the bails around for the last ball of the day. Mitch Stark, what will he go with? He bowls to Jadeja. He went the Yorker. He got flipped away down to the boundary for 4 at backward square. The last blow is India's. But the half hour belongs to Australia, and it has reshaped the Test match. After posting 474, those 3 late wickets see India at the close 5 for 164. We'll move into our post-game show for the Isuzu D-Max. Live reinvigorated, and Sonos get game-changing sound with the Sonos Boxing Week shopping event. Shop now at sonos.com. Simon Katich.
Yeah, another very, very good day from Australia. It was led by Steve Smith and Pat Cummins, the skipper, who made a very good 49. But Steve Smith, superb 100. He was at his very best. In the end, he was treating the Indian bowling lineup with contempt, and it took a little bit of luck on their behalf to knock him over with a ball ricocheting off his body back onto the stumps and just knocking the bail off. And Australia with a massive first innings total of 474, and then the Aussie skipper Pat Cummins led the way. A couple of beauties. Got rid of Rohit Sharma opposite number early with an ill-timed pull shot, but It was the ball that got rid of KL Rahul, who'd moved beautifully to 24, right on the stroke of tee.
Well, I'm here with the captain of Australia, Pat Cummins. A stunning day's cricket. Century for Stephen Smith. The Indians dug in and then late wickets. How did you see it from the middle?
Yeah, pretty much that. It was great. Smithy was awesome this morning. Just felt so composed and then took the game on when he was on top. And then, to get a couple of those late wickets really sets up the rest of the game for us nicely.
Yourself, you've taken today your 285th Test wicket. It was KL Rahul. I'm sure you bowled a lot of balls in your career. The ability to angle one in and then move it away and hit the top of off. I don't know if you've seen the replay, but it's something special when you see it tonight.
I wish I could do it every ball. It was a nice one. You try and bowl that. It only happens very rarely, so I'll take it when it comes. Really happy with how I bowled and the rest of the boys too.
So much intensity in a day's Test cricket, and then in the last 40 minutes, India looking good. Kohli and Jaiswal are there. Concentration, slight lapse, and the game changes. The run out firstly.
Yeah, that's it. I think they just tipped over the 100-run partnership. They're looking solid. Marshy almost got the breakthrough for us, but a wicket anytime's handy, but especially a 100 partnership, and then a little opening there for Baz to exploit.
You get tremendous reception in New South Wales, Alex and Travis in Adelaide, Mitch in WA, but there's something when Big Scotty Boland gets ball in hand and gets a bit of a roll in front of 60, 70,000. It's something special, and he got there again this afternoon.
Mate, that's it. I have to wrestle with myself when I'm bowling, so I feel like I'm letting everyone down when Scotty's not bowling. He was awesome. Every time he comes in the side, he's so good. So happy for him to get too late there.
Thanks for the entertainment, Skipper.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
Mark Howard there with Pat Cummins at the end of the day's play. So it really is reshaped by the last phase.
Yeah, I think, this last session, India got on top. The partnership between Jaiswal and Kohli was putting them in a very good position to be able to come back on day 3 and try and get as close as they possibly could to Australia's first innings total and make something of this Test match. But then the run out, it was just a moment of madness from young Jaiswal. He'd moved beautifully to 82 off just 118 balls, hit a 4 off bowl, and then try to take on Pat Cummins at mid-on when he hit it way too hard to him, and Cummins was pretty close. He was sent back by Kohli and had every right to be sent back, and unfortunately once he was run out, Kohli then nicked off not long after, and before you know it, Akash Deep gets one off the inside edge, thigh pad, balloons to Nathan Lyon at leg gully, and they'd lost 3 wickets in the space of 20 minutes, and that just changed the whole complexion of this Indian first innings. So they're certainly not out of it with Jadeja and Rishabh Pant at the crease. They're still both very capable of getting big scores, and the ball is 46 overs old, but this Australian attack will make them work hard for every run tomorrow, and at the moment 310 runs in front, Australia in a dominant position.
Let's fill in our categories. The play of the day for Drink Wise. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Oh, the play of the day. Well, I think, given the way this last session's played out, the run out of Jaiswal, that for me, run outs cause collapses. Said it for a lot of years, and they've just lost 3 wickets when they could have gone to stumps 2 down. It was only 20 minutes of batting, and both were well set. So, for me, it's that.
Drink wise, you won't miss a moment if you drink wise. The player of the day, thanks to Bingley, better living every day.
Yeah, hard to go past Steve Smith. 140, did it beautifully, and did it in a very commanding fashion too. Strike rate was right up there yesterday, and then today he imposed himself on this Indian bowling lineup once they were jaded.
140 from 197 balls, and it was loaded with historical significance. Bingley, better living every day. Our post-game show is for the Isuzu D-Max. Live reinvigorated, and Sonos get game-changing sound with the Sonos Boxing Week shopping event. Shop now at sonos.com. And so the Bendix Brakes big moment of the day. Bendix, the best-known brakes. It's Boland getting Kohli, which we waited a long time for. They started their duel straight after tea. It went through a couple of spells. And then after the run out, he just drew the faint nick that they were searching for.
Yeah, massive moment because he looked disciplined today. He obviously was disappointed with his dismissal at the Gabba, playing well away from his body, nicking one. But today he looked like he had control of his hands. Mitchell Starc was throwing him out there wide on an angle, but he kept playing patiently. And then right when he looked like he was trying to get through the stumps, Scotty Boland drew the mental mistake out of him more than anything. And he just fished at one and in the end got a little feather through to Alex Carey.
Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix break. Simon, terrific, thank you. See you in the morning.
Thanks, Gerard.
Australia 474 in reply. India now 5 for 164 when play resumes. 10:30 local. There was 85,147 fans in to see it today, a record day 2 at the Boxing Day Test. That was our post-game wrap for the Isuzu D-Max. Live reinvigorated. And Sonos, get game-changing sound with the Sonos Boxing Week shopping event. Shop now at sonos.com. The cricket never ends. Big Bash Nation is coming up next. The Adelaide Strikers playing the Hobart Hurricanes live from Adelaide Oval. David Wilde and Chad Sayers are in place as we sign off from the MCG with the Tasman Butchers sizzling moments of the day. Tasman Butchers, eat better meat.
Sizzling moments for Tasman Butchers. Eat better meat.
That familiar sense of anticipation around the ground. Smith faces up. He plays through the field and adds to his immense deeds here at the MCG with a 5th Test century. Stark with a cover in place. Bowls to Jaiswal. It's back and it's cut. It's cut beautifully. He didn't quite time it. The chase is on. Nathan Lyon from backward point. But that'll be 50 for Jaiswal. They'll settle for 3. And the follow-up, Jaiswal advance. Flip it to mid-on. Top off. Shocking mix-up. Cummins in. Out. Jaiswal stranded at the wrong end. 100 runs down is broken. Bolins to Coley, who nibbled at it. He's nicked it.